ئامادەبوانی خۆشەویست، میوانە ئازیزەکان، بەیانیتان باش و هەموولایەکتان بەخێر بێنەوە بۆ کارگەی کلتور لە شاری سلێمانی بۆ ڕۆژی دووەمی کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی. بە هیواین دوێنێ کاتێکی پرسوودتان لەگەڵ تەواوی پانێڵەکان بەسەر بردبێ و ئەم ڕۆژ دەستەکەین بە چالاکیەکانی کۆڕبەند. تکایە بفەرمونون لە شوێنەکانی خۆتان دانیشن و مۆبایلەکانتان بخەنە سەر دۆخی بێدەنگ. ئازیزان، دوێنێ باسەکانمان دەست پێ کرد بە نەخشەکێشانی ئەو گۆڕانکاریە جیۆپۆلۆتیکی و ئابووریە گەورانەی کە جیهانی ئێمە دووبارە پێناسە دەکەنەوە. ئەمڕۆ سەرنجەکانمان بە شێوەیەکی بنیاتنەرانە لەسەر حکومڕانی، داهێنان و خۆڕاگری ناوخۆیی چڕ دەکەینەوە. باس لەوە دەکەین کە چۆن هەرێمی کوردستان و ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست بەگشتی دەتوانن ناسە قامگیریە ئاڵۆزیە جیهانیەکان بگۆڕن بۆ پێشکەوتنی ناوخۆیی پێشبینی کرا و بەردەوام. بۆ دەستپێکردنی فەرمی کارەکانی ئەمڕۆ جێگەی شانازیە کە بانگهێشتی ئەو کەسایەتی بکەین کە خاوەن دیدگایەکی گەورەیە لە پشت دروستکردنی ئەم پردە بۆ دیالۆگی نێوان ناوچەکان. پێکەوە پێشوازی دەکەین لە دامەزرێنەر و سەرۆکی کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی بەڕێز سیمۆن سۆمۆخۆس.
زۆر سوپاس. بەیانیتم باش. هێوەردان باس بن. I'm getting better. You have to realize that. Next year I will say more. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellencies, welcome to the second day of the Delphi Slimani Forum. I think yesterday, throughout the day, we listened very thoughtful and often challenging discussions on many important topics, and more importantly, on the evolving role of the Kurdistan region. Today, we built on that momentum, of course. Our program will explore some of the most pressing issues shaping the region and, of course, the global economy, from economic diversification and sustainable development to technological innovation, energy transition, the future of investments and competitiveness. And in the afternoon, we will continue with important discussions on governance, public sector reform, creating opportunities for the next generation, which is very, very important. I do wish, really, that we have an inspiring and productive second day. Our first keynote speaker, I think, needs no introduction in his own homeland. As a Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan region government since 2014, His Excellency Kubat Talabani has helped steer the region through periods of profound economic, security, and humanitarian challenges, while advancing reforms aimed at strengthening public institutions, improving services, and promoting sustainable development. He often highlights the Kurdistan's role as a bridge for cooperation and a platform for peace and economic opportunity, and this is extremely important. So I welcome His Excellency to the podium of the Delphi Slimani Forum, which is actually, as you all know, a creation of his own vision. The forum one day, I think, needs to be named a Kubat Talabani Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, distinguished guests. Thank you for that introduction. Simon, I love you, but this last one, maybe if I die, you can name something after me, but while I'm alive, please. This is Delphi, the Delphi Economic Forum, and let it remain the Delphi Economic Forum. But thank you, Simon. Before I start my remarks, I really want to thank you for your leadership, for your friendship, for all that you have done, you and your amazing staff and your team, the network that you have, Mr. Vasily and the rest of the team, his staff, in building this relationship and really opening the doors for us, for Slémania and for Kurdistan through Greece, through the beautiful city of Dēlfi to the rest of the world. He's going to be upset with me, but I cannot not thank Kak Peshawar Siwaili, a Kurd from Slémania, who has really been instrumental in the support that he has lent. He's too shy to say anything, but I want to thank you, Kak Peshawar. دەستخۆشیت لێ ئەەکەم کاک پێشەوە بۆ ئەو پشتیوانیی بەردەوامیت بۆ پشتیوانیکردنی دێڵفی چ لە دێڵفی و چ لە سلێمانی. Now my speech. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to Slémania. It is a privilege to welcome such a distinguished gathering of leaders, investors, thinkers, students, and partners from Kurdistan, from Iraq, from Europe, from Greece, and from beyond. Your presence here matters. Too often, people speak about our region without speaking to those of us who live in it. That is why I'm especially pleased that Dēlfi is once again here in Slémani. From here, you do not only theorize about the region, you feel it. You understand its pressures more clearly, and you see its possibilities more honestly. About a month ago, many of us were in Dēlfi, and we were reflecting on a world being reshaped by geopolitical instability, technological disruption, economic uncertainty, climate pressure, and the reordering of trade and energy routes. Today, in Slémania, that conversation continues. But here, these questions are not abstract. We live them. We govern through them. And we know that resilience is no longer optional. It is a test of serious leadership. I believe that for the Kurdistan region, resilience means more than just surviving shocks. It means building an economy that is broader, stronger, and less vulnerable. It means stronger institutions, and as Kiri said yesterday, investing in people. And it means moving with confidence in a world that does not wait for hesitation. That is why diversification is not a slogan for us. It is a strategic necessity. Oil remains important, and it will remain important, but no economy secures its future by depending too heavily on one sector, especially in a region as volatile as ours. The lesson is clear. Stability requires diversity. Growth requires institutional strength, and long-term success requires investment in human capital. That is the course we are committed to. We are building the conditions for a stronger private sector. We are modernizing public services. We are improving the business climate. And we are creating an economy in which entrepreneurs, investors, young people can see real opportunity. Women must be at the center of how we think about society, governance, and the economy. No country can claim to be serious about progress while half its population remains underrepresented, underestimated, or excluded from opportunity. When women are empowered, institutions become stronger, economies become more productive, and societies become more than just stable. This is not only a question of rights, though it is certainly that, it is a question of national strength and long-term development. And I have long believed that advancing women's rights is not a side issue or a symbolic gesture, but a core part of building a modern and confident society. That work must continue, not through slogans, but through real access, real representation, and real opportunity. Dear guests, I do not define success simply as growth. I define success as sustainable prosperity, prosperity that is more balanced, more productive, and more durable. And that prosperity must reach beyond a few sectors and beyond a few cities. The future of Kurdistan will not be built by oil alone, and it will not be built from its capital, Erbil, alone. And it will not be built if rural communities and smaller districts are left behind. That is why I strongly believe in regional and rural development. Different parts of Kurdistan have different strengths, and good leadership must recognize that. And good leadership must invest in that accordingly. That is why this agenda includes agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, technology, renewable energy, and the creative sector. That is why it includes regional and rural development. That is why it must bring opportunity closer to people, not simply ask people to chase the opportunity. That is how we strengthen the social contract. That is how we reduce inequality between regions. And that is how we build a more resilient economy. Slémania has a central role in that future. This city has always stood for more than just commerce alone. It has been a center of culture, ideas, education, literature, and public life. It has shaped how Kurdistan thinks, and I believe it can help shape how Kurdistan grows. But Slémania has another role. From here, we have often played the role of connector, de-escalator, mediator. And that is not a small role. In our region, it is an essential role. In a region shaped for too long by confrontation, mistrust, and, at times, miscalculation, places that connect, calm, and mediate have real strategic value. And I believe Slémania has played that role, and we will continue to play that role. And I believe that Kurdistan can help widen the space for dialogue while others are trying to narrow it. This matters especially now. Iraq has a new government, and that creates a moment of opportunity, a chance to shape a more stable and more productive and more confident and more independent Iraq. I believe Iraq has a real chance to succeed. It has the human capital, it has the natural resources, it has the strategic location, and it is developing the makings of a real cross-sectarian, cross-ethnic, and multi-religious governing coalition. So Iraq has the regional significance to become stronger in the years ahead. And I believe just as strongly that the success of the Kurdistan region and the success of Iraq are connected. These are not competing futures. They are linked futures. The Kurdistan region must be part of Iraq's success story, not at the margins of it and not as a reluctant participant, but as an active partner in building a more prosperous, more connected, and more resilient country. That also means helping shape an Iraq that is strategically balanced. And I believe Iraq should not see its future through only one direction. Iraq can look east and west with confidence. It can value its relationship and proximity with Iran, while also investing seriously in its relationship with the United States. It can work with Europe and with Russia and with our brothers and sisters in Turkey. It can protect its sovereignty, deepen its regional ties, and broaden its international partnerships, all at the same time. That is not a contradiction. It is just mature statecraft. And it is the kind of statecraft Iraq needs right now, and the kind we are helping to shape. When Baghdad and Erbil resolve issues seriously and constructively, that does not only benefit Kurdistan, it benefits Iraq. It creates confidence, it creates predictability, and it creates more space for investment, for reform, and growth. So I stand by this principle. The relationship between Baghdad and Erbil must be approached in the spirit of shared success, not zero-sum thinking. We also have to be honest about the cost of prolonged conflict in our region, and even the cost of prolonged unresolved status quo. When tensions between Iran and the United States deepen, Iraq does not remain untouched. Our wider region does not remain untouched. Trade suffers, confidence suffers, investment suffers, and ordinary people pay the price for for instability they did not choose. We've had too many wars, so it is time to give peace a chance. This is not a naive statement, but it is a global imperative. Peace creates room for growth. Peace creates confidence. Peace creates room for serious state building. And that is why the role of the connector, the de-escalator, the mediator are not secondary roles. In this region, they are essential roles. None of this will happen in isolation. That is why platforms like Dēڵfī matter. They matter because they bring together leaders, institutions, and ideas at a time when all three are needed. Our partnerships with Europe, with the United States, with regional partners, and with friends from around the world matter because they bring more than just capital. They bring knowledge, they bring credibility, they bring institutional exchange, and they bring long-term cooperation. They bring friendship. The president of the PUK yesterday said that personal relationships matter. In a period marked by volatility, trusted partnerships become even more valuable. And Kurdistan has a real opportunity in this changing region. We stand at the intersection of markets, energy routes, human capital, and regional connectivity. And we will not watch these changes pass by us. We will help shape them, because we want to be a serious economic partner to you and to the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment of uncertainty, but it is also a moment of opportunity. And I believe the Kurdistan region can emerge stronger from this period. I believe Iraq can emerge stronger from this period. And I believe our responsibility is to help make that success real. We will build resilience through diversification. We will strengthen institutions. We will invest in our people, and we will support innovation. And we will work to ensure that opportunity reaches every region, not just a few, and that is the future I believe in. That is the work we are committed to. And that is the spirit that must carry us from Dēڵfī to Slēmania and beyond, not merely to discuss the region, but to speak from it, to understand it, and to help lead it. Thank you very much for your attendance.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێز کاک قوبات تاڵەبانی جێگیری سەرۆکی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان بۆ وتەکانی. خۆشەویستان، ڕاستەخۆ دەچینە ناو یەکەم پانێڵ و گفتوگۆی سەرەکی ئەمڕۆمان لە ژێر ناونیشانی گواستنەوەی وزە و تێکەڵکێشی ئاوهەوا و سەرچاوەکان. گواستنەوە بەرە وزەی نوێبووەوە چیتر تەنها ئامانجێکی ژینگەی نییە، بەڵکو کۆڵەکەیەکی سەرەکیە بۆ سەقامگیری ناوچەیی و کاریگەری ڕاستەوخۆی لەسەر ئاسایشی ئاو و خۆراک هەیە. بۆ تاوتوێکردنی ئەم بابەت و تەوەرە داوا لە بەڕێز کۆنستانتین ڤالکۆڤ دەکەم کە پانێڵەکە بەڕێوە دەبات بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستێج بۆ بانگهێشتکردنی میوانەکانی.
Okay. So good morning to all of you. Mr. Tsoumokas, yesterday we all agreed that the world begins with understanding of maps. And you have done something harder. You have made the world come to the map. Because bringing Dēļfi to Slimani is not just an event. It is an argument that the places that matter the most are precisely the ones where the conversation has been missing. So thank you for making this room possible. Thank you so much. Lawrence Friedman, good morning to all of you, one of the great scholars of strategy these days, argues that strategy is not a plan. A plan assumes you know what comes next. Strategy is what you do when you don't know. It is the art, the strategy of navigating between what you want and what the world will actually give you, between intention and friction, between the future you designed and the one you arrived instead. That tension is exactly what this panel is all about. The Middle East and this region specifically is attempting one of the most ambitious strategic turnarounds in modern economic history, moving from an economy built on what is under the ground to one built on what comes from the sun and the wind. So the question is not simply, can we transition to renewables? The question is, can we transition fast enough and wisely enough? So to work through it, I'm joined by His Excellency Begar Talabani, Ahmed Mufti, Anna Birchal, and Michalis Matioulakis. Let's start with the first question. Does the Middle East in this region actually have a strategy for energy transition, or do we have a collection of projects, targets, announcements that we have agreed to call a strategy?
سەرەتا زۆر سپاس بۆ جەنابێت بۆ ڕێکخەرانی ئەم کۆڕبەندە و بۆ برای گەورە و ئازیزم کاقوبات تاڵەبانی. دیارە هەرێمی کوردستان لە چوارچێوەی وڵاتی عێراقدا و عێراقیش لە چوارچێوەی وڵاتانی ناوچەکە لە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاستدا بە دڵنیاییەوە کاریگەرن بەو گۆڕانکاریانەی کە ئێستا لە ناوچەکەداوە لە سەرئاستی جیهان ڕوودەدەن. گۆڕانکاریەکان گۆڕانکاری گەورە و بەرچاون و لە نێویشیدا چ گۆڕانکاریەکانی کەش و هەوا بێت، چ گۆڕانکاریەکانی بەرەو پێشچوون و یاخود گواستنەوەی قۆناغی وزە بۆ وزەی بەکارهێنرا و کەم کاربۆن بێت، چ گۆڕانکاریەکان بێت بۆ دەستەبەرکردنی ئاسایشی خۆراک یاخود ئاسایشی ئاو لە ناوچەکەدا. ئەمانە کۆمەڵێک ئاڵنگاری زۆر گەورن کە هەرێمی کوردستانیش لە چوارچێوەی عێراقدا بە دڵنیاییەوە ڕوبەڕووی ئەم ئاڵنگاریانە دەبێتەوە. ئێمە دەزانین وڵاتانی ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست لە چوارچێوەی جیهاندا دەکرێت بڵم هەرسیارترین ناوچەیە بە گۆڕانکاریەکان بە تایبەتی بۆ وزە، بۆ ئاو، بۆ خۆراک. ئەمەش وا دەکات کە استراتیژی کارکردن لەم ناوچەیە بە بەراورد بە ناوچەکانی تر بۆ چۆنیەتی ڕوبەڕووبوونەوەی ئاڵنگاریەکان جیاوازتر بێ. بە تایبەتی ئێمە دەزانین یەکێک لە گۆڕانکاریە هەرە سەرەکیەکان کە تەسیراتی گەورەی لەسەر ناوچەکە دروست کردووە بە تایبەتی گۆڕانکاری کەش و هەوایە. ئەم گۆڕانکاریە بۆتە هۆکارێکی سەرەکی بەوەی کە ببێتە تێکچوونی جۆرێک لە شیرازەی چۆنیەتی بیرکردنەوەی کۆمەلگاکان تەنانەت بۆ دانانی ئەو ڕێکارانەی کە پێویستن بۆ ئایندە چۆن هەنگاو بنین. ئێمە لە ئێستادا پێویستمان بەوەیە کە لە چۆنیەتی بیرکردنەوەی خۆمان لە استراتیژ و ڕوئیە و ئایندەبینی و لە چۆنیەتی دروستکردنی نێوەندێکی هاوبەشی هەرێمی بۆ چۆنیەتی ئەو گۆڕانکاریانەی کە ڕوو دەدەن لەگەڵ یەکتریدا هاوبەشی بکەین. زۆر جار ئێمە دەبینین لە بەشێکی ئەم جیهانە کاتێک کە کێشەیەک دروست دەبێت، چ لە بواری ئابوری بێت، چ لە بواری ناکۆچیە سیاسیەکان بێت، یاخود ململانیەکان بێت، یاخود کە جەنگ دێتە ئاراوە، ئێمە لە هەرێمی کوردستان ترسی ئەومان لێ دەنیشێت کە چۆن دەتوانین ئاسایشی خۆراک و ئاوی خۆمان دەستەبەر بکەین. و حقیقەتێکیش هەیە کە ئێمە ناتوانین نادیدەی بگرین، ئەویش ئەوەیە کە بەرژەوەندی هاوبەشی نێوان وڵاتانە بە تایبەتی لە ناوچەکەدا. ئێمە خاوەنی بەرژەوەندیەکی هاوبەشین لەگەڵ یەکتری. بۆ نمونە نمونە ئەگەر من نمونەیەک بهێنمەوە مەلەفی ئاو یەکێکە لە مەلەفە هەرە سەرەکیەکان کە گەشەی ئابوری و تەندروستی گشتی گەشەی کۆمەڵایەتی تەنانەت سەقامگیری کۆمەڵایەتیشی پێوەبەندە بەڵام ئەمە یەکێکە لە بنەماهەر هاوبەشەکان لە نێوان وڵاتەکانی ناوچەکەدا کە زۆر جار سەردەکێشێ بۆ دروستبوونی ناکۆچی و بۆ گرفت و ئاڵنگاری گەورە ئەگەر دوور نەڕۆین عێراق یەکێکە لە وڵاتانەی کە بەشێک لە سەرچاوە ئاویەکانی لە وڵاتانی ترەوە دێتە ناو خاکەکەی بۆیە زۆر جار گرتنەوەی ئەم سەرچاوە ئاویانە بە دروستکردنی خەزانی گەورە یا خۆتگۆڕینی ڕێڕەوەکان دەبێتە هۆکاری ناکۆچی کەواتە گۆڕانکاریەکان بە شێوازێکی گشتی ئەگەر ئێمە سەیریکەین چ لە مەسلەی دەستەبەرکردنی ئاسایشی خۆراک چ لە گۆڕانکاری کەشوهەوا چ لە گواستنەوەی وزە بە شێوازێک کە دەور و تەسیراتێکی گەورەی هەیە چونکە وڵاتانی ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست بە درێژایی مێژوو پشتیان بەستووە بە نەوت و گاز و ئەم هۆکارەش سەرچاوەیەکی سەرەکی بۆ ئەوەی کە ینی دیاردەی پیسبوونی ژینگەی ڕووبدا و لە ئێستادا ئێستا خەباتی ئەوان یاخود ڕێکارەکانی کە دەتوانن بیگرنەبەر بۆ ئەوەیە کە بتوانن چۆنیەتی کاریگەریەکانی ئەم گۆڕانە لەسەر ژینگەی وڵاتان کەمکەنەوە کەواتە ئێمە پێویستمان بە لێگەیشتنیەکی هەرێمی هەیە بۆ ئەوەی بتوانین ئیدارەی گۆڕانکاریەکان بە شێوازێکی دروست بدەین و ئەم ئیدارەیەش بەوە دەکرێت کە ئێمە چۆن دەتوانین بە پلان و بەرنامەیدا ڕێژرا و کاری لەسەر بکەین.
The other participant, yes. So do we have a strategy or just a collection of projects?
Thank you very much. I would like to emphasize on His Excellency's speech just now. He emphasized 3 times that we cannot rely on oil alone. So the answer, yes, we have an idea how to lead this transition. However, there is no one solution for all. So the transition in GCC region is different than transition in Egypt, and so transition in Turkey, and so transition even in Iraq, in Sulaimania is different than in Basra. But I believe that the whole region in Middle East and political leaders, we all believe that the transition is a must. The question is how, which method, and how every nation has its own plan to lead the transition, and it's quite competitive as well.
What is your personal question to this answer to this question? How?
How is, I would like to emphasize on this region, especially on Sulaimania, and how the leadership in Sulaimania has tried to lead this transition. To lead the transition, you need a vision on energy. It is not anymore oil, it's oil and gas. And how we can lead the gas. Gas is a beautiful key to lead this transition. It's a clean energy source. For example, last year, exactly here, we highlighted the project of economic diversification to replace fuel-based industry in Sulaimania area, to replace it by gas. And we highlighted this last year in Dēڵfی, and successfully, and I would like to mention this today, the region has signed 8 gas sales agreement with the industry in Sulaimania area to replace heavy fuel oil-based industry by natural gas. That means not only that the GDP will increase, this doesn't mean that the jobs will increase, jobs creation, but also thousands of metric tons of carbon in the air is being cut. So the challenges of climate change and economic diversification is met by a very short time. I believe in the next 5 or 10 years, Iraq in general can focus more on this economic transition, and there are some very serious challenges for Iraq as nation and as country. And one of them is the oil and gas law that needs to be led and finalized in an immediate future. How the country can lead and make a gas transition a success.
Let's move forward.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please, thank you so much. And please, before answering to your question, please allow me to thank you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, for such a great speech, which is not relevant just for today's conversation or for this region, but I think it was full of lessons and recommendations and a vision that if it's implemented not just in this region, but in all regions, I will argue, and I am a lawyer, so I argue with success, the world will be a much better place. So thank you so much, and I think that's not a speech, it's a vision that should be looked at very, very carefully for all and each of us. Now to your question, if you allow me to share with you some thoughts from my humble experience coming from a European country.
Yes, you are from Romania.
Yes, from a country.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Just to tell the audience, I'm from Bulgaria, and we, in a way, we went through our own version of this transition from post-communist energy economy to something else.
And I will add of what you are saying, how we argue in Brussels, for example, to leave it at the member states, and finally we got it, but along the way it was quite painful for a lot of other countries, but we were right, and I'm very proud to say that the voice from our region was right when it comes to the energy, because energy is not a matter of just energy, okay? As energy for your development, it's a matter of security. So, I will start with a simple observation that the Middle East is not just transitioning away from oil and gas, it is racing against time, if I may put it this way, because in the Middle East, as you, Deputy Prime Minister Riley said, the energy transition is not just about changing the source of electricity. It is about changing the foundation of the economic resilience, it's about the state capacity, the institutional building, the trust, and the geopolitical influence. And above all, I think it is about the vision and the courage to not give up one dependency to replace it with another dependency. That's, I think, it's an important issue to look at. So the energy transition in the Middle East cannot be discussed separately from water security and the food security, because all of those are going together. And wasting water, which I just learned before coming to the podium, that it's something, again, looking at when it comes to the security of not wasting resources. So this goes, this now belongs to the same strategic equation, if I can say. So 3 lessons, if I may, in a very, very short, answer. The real question is not simply whether the region can deploy more renewable energy. Of course it can, okay? But the lesson will be, and the real question is whether the region can transition in a way that strengthens the state capacity and protects the citizens and reduces the strategic vulnerability. So the 3 ideas that I would like to share with you are the following. 1. It's about, I'm trying to look to my notes, I had lots of ideas here. So 1, it's energy transition must be treated as a security transition, not just as a climate strategy. And I remember from my conversation in other parts of the world when it said that the climate change is a matter of survival. And that needs to be very seriously understood. 2nd, it's the region must decouple water security from hydrocarbon volatility. That's another very important issue, and here the experts on desalinization, obviously they can talk more about it. And 3rd, fiscal strategy is the bridge between the old economy and the new one. And with that, I will end here, but what we need to understand is that all those are going together, because if you have food security, if you have energy security, you have food security. If you have food security, you have stable countries. And if you have stable countries, you have that development that it's allowing us to have a better life.
Let's move to Michalis. It is very interesting because Greece, in a way, is an unexpected energy hub. I mean, LNG terminals, interconnectors, what else? The East Med debate, renewables capacity that is growing so fast. Do you think the region can build a genuine security infrastructure and architecture?
Well, thank you for the question, but actually your previous one was much more interesting for me to answer.
Please do.
You said, does the Middle East have a strategy about the transition? Well, who does? Nobody does. Does the European Union have a strategy for the transition? No, it doesn't. And the problem, actually, I don't see anywhere in the world where we actually have a strategy about the transition. And the reason is very simple. We don't understand the concept of strategy. Strategy, in very simple way to put it, is whatever common plans and activities you have, any organization has to secure its survival, which is the primary thing. Any living organism, its number one priority is to keep being one, keep being a living organism. And
but
this goes for states.
do you at least have a country as a good example for having at least something of a strategy?
No, really, as baffling as it sounds, the concept of strategy, of understanding that you're building something because this is crucial for your survival, for states, your survival in the system, it doesn't exist. I very often like to play with officials in Europe and with politicians. When I ask them, they talk about some energy projects, and they say, this is a strategic project. And I say, why? Why is it a project strategic? Just because it involves a lot of money? No. Unless a project helps a country maintain its power to deflect influence from others and to impose influence to others, it doesn't have strategic value. And you said, to keep it in the transition, you said earlier that we should move from under the ground to the sun and the wind. I think actually we should keep ourselves someplace in the middle, keep ourselves in the ground. If there is anything to see after the crisis with Russia's invasion in Ukraine and now with the conflict with Iran and the US, is that networks matter more than the sources themselves, or just as much. So we need to stay on the ground and see how we can build resilient networks. This is what will give power or help states to maintain power. Now, the transition is easier for countries who import energy because you say, well, I'm switching one source of energy with another. It has its problems, but sure. For the countries who produce energy, oil and gas namely, things are more difficult because you don't only need to transit to cleaner form of energy, you need to make the transit to another system that helps you maintain the power that you had from the resources you had. And that's not an easy task. My answer to this is that countries like Kurdistan and Iraq in total need to find a way to build networks.
What about Greece?
Well, Greece, we are happy and fast to saying that we can be an energy hub. If you think about it, all the countries in the region, in the Eastern Mediterranean, we want to be energy hubs. It's a big task. It's very difficult. We are fortunate to be in a position where major actors like the United States and the EU in total, their plans about diversifying away from Russia, they find us very well placed to create alternatives. So that's why the LNG terminals, the vertical corridor, the FSRUs in Greece, they can be very helpful to help move energy from the south to the north. And we have been fortunate to be proactive in Greece in the last 7 years, something that we're not usually in Greece. So we have been prepared for this. And now we are well positioned for the structural changes that have been happening for a long time to take advantage of it. I'm talking about structural changes, and I will finish with this.
Okay.
Because what has been happening for many years is that for the United States, which is a major player now in Greece, they were in the position where all the eastern part of NATO has been under Russian influence all the past decades, and now for the first time after the end of the Cold War, the United States, they have the chance to alleviate this influence. And Greece can play a vital role in that.
I understand. So let me ask you all of these. Yes,
Can
yes,
I
just
add
one second. Yes.
one idea? Regional diplomacy, because when we talk about the security, energy security, which comes including to the human security down the line, How about the regional, the diplomatic security? Because water and food security cannot be solved only within the national borders. And I will want to introduce to all of you the notion of the resource diplomacy, because that's something that we ought to look much more carefully and much more strategically, because you know, strategy and strategically, yeah, I know lots of politicians are using those terms, but the ones that are using it with courage and good faith is giving you a vision that it's allowing you to build that foundation that will allow you to build that resilience that the Deputy Prime Minister was talking earlier, because the resilience is the key in all of it.
Okay, so I'm very fascinated by a book I read yesterday. I started with this, and I want to ask you something. Lawrence Friedman ends his book about strategy with a warning. He says that strategy fails more often, not because people choose the wrong goal, but because there is underestimated resistance from the real world. So, in a way, the energy transition everywhere faces extraordinary resistance, friction, political friction, institutional friction, even physical friction, of course. So my question is, what is the biggest single source of resistance to energy transition that you see, that you face, and is anyone actually addressing it?
لە ڕاستیدا بابەتی گۆڕانکاری لە وزەدا من ئاماژەم بە خاڵێکداوە و بەڕێزەش ئاماژەی بە خاڵێکی جەوهەری زۆر گرنگدا. ئەگەر لە سەدەکانی ڕابردوودا سامان و هێزی مرۆڤایەتی یعنی سامان و هێزی ئێمە وەکو وڵاتانی جیهان لەژێر زەوی بوو بێ، لە ئێستادا ئەو سامان و هێزە لەسەر زەویە، کەواتە تێڕوانینی کۆمەڵگەکانی دنیا بۆ چۆنیەتی ئیدارەدانی ئەم سامان و هێزە لە ئێستادا بۆ ئەو گۆڕانکاریانی کە لە پێشمانەوەیە ئەمە زۆر گرنگە. ئێمە چۆن دەتوانین لە ئاڵۆگۆڕ و لە گۆڕانکاریەکاندا هاوبەشیەکی هەرێمی لەگەڵ یەکتریدا دروست بکەین بۆ ئەوەی جارێکی تر بتوانین بەهێزێکی گشتگیرتر و بەهێزێکی ڕوونتر بینەوە ناو پانتایی پارێزگاریکردن لە مافی هەر یەکێک لەو گەلانەی کە ئێستا سەرچاوەی ئەساسی وزەن لە ناوچەکەدا. ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاستێکە لە ناوچەکانی کە زۆرترین ینی بڵێن سەرچاوەی وزەی تێدایە، بۆ نمونە لە نەوت و گازدا. بەڵام لەگەڵ ئەوەشدا تۆ کە باز لە نەوت و گاز دەکەی بە دڵنیاییەوە دەبێت دوو عنسوڕێکی تری سەرەکی کە بەبەتی ئاسایشی ئاوە قەت لە یادی نەکەی. کەواتە ئێمە لە گۆڕانکاریەکانی کە دێنە پێشەوە بۆ ئەوەی کە بتوانین جارێکی تر استراتیژی خۆمان بۆ ئایندەدا بڕێژینەوە، کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتی بە شێوازێکی گشتی و وڵاتانی ناوچەکە لەگەڵ یەکتریدا پێویستمان بەداڕشتنەوەی سیاسەتێکی گشتگیرتر هەیە بۆ چۆنیەتی ئیدارەدانی مەلەفی وزە. ئەو وزەیە کە لە ڕابردوودا سەرچاوەی خێر و بەرەکەت بووە بۆ بەشێک لە کۆمەڵگەکانی ناوچەکە، لە ئێستادا ئەم وزەیە ڕاستە. بۆ نمونە ئێستا بەکارهێنانی نەوت لە زۆربەی وڵاتانی دنیادا لە ڕووی بەکارهێنانەوە کەمی نەکردوێتەوە، بەڵام لەگەڵ ئەوەشدا بەشێکی زۆری وڵاتانی ناوچەکە و کۆمەڵگەکانی دنیا بەدوو بەدیلی شێوازی بەکارهێنانی سەرچاوەکاندا دەگەڕێن بۆ ئەوەی کە بتوانن بە شێوازێک بەکاری بهێننەوە لە چوارچێوەی ئەو تەکنەلۆژیا تازەی کە ئێستا کۆمەڵگەکانی دنیا بنیادی ئایندەی خۆیانی لەسەر دەنێنەوە. کەواتە من جەخت لەسەر هاوبەشە هەرێمیەکان دەکەمەوە لەگەڵ یەکتریدا بە ئەوەی بتوانین لە گۆڕانکاریەکانی یاخود لە گواستنەوەی وزە، لە چۆنیەتی بەکارهێنانی گواستنەوەی وزە لەگەڵ یەکتریدا بتوانین هاوبەشی تەواوەتی بکەین و بتوانین بنەمایەکی دروست و استراتیژیەکی پتە و بۆ ئەم گواستنەوەیە دابڕێژین.
The biggest single source of resistance?
I believe bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy?
Yes. And I do agree with the gentleman there that there is no strategy. Everybody has an idea. For example, European Union invested billions in EV to diversify the transport sector. But if you take from well to wheel, we just added more gas and coal to be burned to run the vehicles.
I understand.
Our brains sometimes are in our eyes. What we see as a beautiful car, clean, there is no CO2 emissions. But that car needs to be charged. So So when you charge it, you just burn more coal and more gas. So if you take it from well to wheel, we didn't add any solution. We just made from, as you said, we replaced a dependency to another dependency. So a strategy needs to be firm, needs to be black, white, no gray area, and it needs a very firm leadership as well. For example, the transition in China is somehow, to my opinion, is more successful than transition in Europe. In Europe, we have more bureaucracy. And that sometimes can lead to a delay of an energy transition. And energy transition, it's a need and needs to be commercially feasible before anything else. For example, in Gulf countries, they have deep pockets. They can't subsidize this transition. But in Iraq, we can't subsidize a transition.
Let me ask you something about this, because what do you think, what concrete steps is the Kurdistan region taking to make sure what you say, that the transition revenues from oil and gas actually build institutional capacity rather than simply sustaining rentier model
state, yes.
until water runs dry?
Yeah. Well, when you make a policy, you have indicators. And it's beautiful. In Iraq, for example, if I ask this room, what's the GDP of Iraq? This is a number nobody can agree on. So when you have a GDP or an idea what the GDP is, you try to increase that GDP to make less dependent on oil. How you make that? You try to, because we have a beautiful resource, which is the youth.
Yes.
Very
beautiful resource.
Yes.
When we look from the European perspective.
Yes. So we like to have more jobs, economic diversification. These are all beautiful targets. But how you lead to that is the question. I believe in the region that we are here now, in Iraq in general, Iraq has a very rich resource of oil and gas. And happened to be that Slémani area represents currently 50% of Iraq's total gas production.
50?
Yes.
Which is a good or a bad thing?
That's a very good. That's very good, because that led to electricity, because the transition is not only a challenge, but it's also a service. We are all public servants. We like to serve our people to what we promise them. So basic needs of 24 electricity is completely based on gas supply. We have successfully increased our gas production in 4 years' time by 120%. In 4 years' time.
I understand.
And that gas can lead also to more industry. And that industry, for example, if the Kurdish cement bag or the Kurdish steel factories and cement factories can compete on a global level, that is a big transition. So we used gas to have cheap energy so we can have more industrial power and more export than only oil.
Single act of resistance for Romania, especially a country with geopolitical sensitive position, a NATO frontline state, a country with its own reserves in the Black Sea, and so on and so on.
Well, before talking about Romania, just to second everything was said, but you know, the most, I don't know, the negative that I see it is the lack of trust. So instead of looking at the negative, I will turn it to a positive. I think the biggest opportunity is rebuilding the trust. So if we speak from the European perspective, you and I know that Romania and Bulgaria, as I said earlier, we've been arguing at the Brussels level to leave, when it comes to the energy transition, leave it to the member states, because look, as much as I love in Romania to have solar or wind, we don't have it at the same level as in Greece. But we do have the mixture of the nuclear. For example, we have a long-term production of nuclear energy, which is one of the safest and most affordable sources of energy, and clean, I will argue. So what I'm saying here is try to rebuild the trust among the states, among the industries, but likewise, here it's the other lesson, learn from the mistakes in the past to build the present and the future. And one is the courage, because you are talking about the visionary and the strategy. Yes, there are strategies, there are visions. What is lacking is the courage to implement those. And that's why I believe that this region, if it has, not just the region, but overall, have the courage to invest in new technologies that, why at the beginning might sound very expensive, because investing in a new technology, obviously at the beginning it's expensive, but when you do the math, and math is very simple, then you will see that that source of energy is one among the cheapest. So that's why I believe that this region has a huge, huge opportunity to come from being perceived mainly as a global energy supplier to actually becoming a global provider of climate adaptation technologies, if you are investing in those new technologies.
I have a question specifically for Greece, because from my point of view as a neighboring country, Greece has invested significantly in becoming an energy bridge. But bridges, by definition, what we've learned in school, serve others people's interests as much as their own. So what is Greece's position? Can it be an energy secure nation while building bridges?
I like that you keep asking me about Greece, and I always want to answer the previous question because I always find more interesting.
Okay.
I'll do both. But I need to stay in the resistance for the transition. On the surface, there are a lot of things that bring resistance to the transition. On the bottom line, on a structural level, is national interest. And we have to understand that transition doesn't work for each country alone. Eventually, you need to cooperate with your neighbors. Because let's say you build wind and solar, you reach 40–45% of renewables, like Greece has done, and then what? You have more energy that you need connections with your neighbors, which means that you need cooperation, which means that you need to find common ground in national interest. And this is where things begin to not work. Because, I mean, now I'll keep it in Europe. Greece and Romania, we have the vertical corridor for natural gas.
Yes.
Maybe not, right? Well, we would like to believe that we have common interests, national interests, up to a point we have. However, Romania, for example, they have their own production, gas production coming up 2027 strong. They would rather push their own gas into the system than having United States gas running through the system. You have a conflict there. When things doesn't work on a national interest level, it will not work on the projects. But we tend to plan energy projects from an economical perspective, and eventually we hit the wall when national interests don't match together. This goes for electricity cables, for renewable investments from one country to another, and for gas. So I think eventually we need to start reprogramming our minds and start planning our energy transition and our energy strategy overall, beginning with where do we have common national interests and how can we serve them through energy.
I understand.
So.
Final question. Yes, just 1 second, please. 30 seconds.
Just give you an answer to what you said. I don't think it's a conflict of interest. I think if you just look from the national lenses, that's wrong. If you look at that's why I was advocating to go at the regional level, because I think with that supply, we could, not you as a country, we as a region could be the energy security provider for other countries within the region. So that's actually complementing, as my British husband will say, 2 + 2 makes 5, if we are understanding that.
Okay, final question. We will start with you to finish with your final remarks. Energy transitions that we talk about are not cost-free. I mean, they displace workers. they raise energy prices, obviously, in a short term. They require populations to absorb change. Who should pay the price?
We all should. We all should. The thing with the energy transition is we need to understand that it's not an easy task. It's almost an impossible task, and it's a costly task. However, we do it for one specific reason: climate change and global warming. That's the one thing. Everything else is noise. And this is fundamental for humanity. So it's way too big a problem to actually not be willing to pay for it. And eventually, everybody needs to pay. Now, the form of how this is going to be distributed, it's very different because the energy transition, networks, batteries, renewables, eventually they go through what we know in the bills like the regulated costs. So this is the part of the bill that you actually, as a consumer, you do not control. When you build a new electricity network, this goes, is distributed to all the consumers. So that is a problem because it makes sense that consumers have to pay for energy and the networks and all the system. However, because these networks have a strategic meaning, it needs to be distributed to all the taxpayers rather than who pays and who consumes each part of energy.
Who pays the price?
Nobody should pay the price. I will argue everybody should share the burden because I think we should go to one simple truth, that the future belongs not to those who produce energy, but to those who understands to build resilience. So that means resilience in the economy, resilience in institutions, and practically resilience when it comes to the ability to secure not just energy for every citizen, because you know what, energy is not a luxury. Energy is a basic human right, if we are looking from that point of view. So secure the water, secure the food, and secure the opportunity practically for the future generations. And I think that's our duty, to live a better world than we inherited.
Thank you.
Well, I disagree. It sounds very ideal. Nobody should pay the price, but at the end, we all pay. And it is not fairly shared as well. So you have we all share the same air. If you are in China or you are in Kurdistan or you are in US. So the climate change is the biggest challenge and everybody pays. And I believe consumers, I agree with that. The consumers at the end, they pay the price.
Your Excellency, we will finish the panel with you, and I will add just one thing about ordinary people. Are they owed something in return for paying the price as well?
بەدڵنیای و کەسانی ئاسایی شایانی ئەوە نین باجی ئەو گۆڕانکاریە بدەن بەڵام ئەمە وەکو ئاماژەم پێدا گۆڕانکاریەکی ژنگەی گەورەیە کە لەسەر ئاستی جیهان زۆربەی ناوچەکان دەگرێتەوە و ئەم گۆڕانکاریانە چ گۆڕانکاری کەش و هەوا بێت چ گۆڕانکاریە ژینگەیەکان سنوور ناناسێت کەواتە کەسێکی ئاسایی ینی بەرپرسیار نییە لەوەی کە چۆن باجی ئەم گۆڕانکاریە دەدا بەڵکو ئەو کەسانەی کە دەتوانن ڕەوشەکە ئاراستە بکەن بە داڕشتنی ئەو استراتیژانەی کە کاریگەریەکان کەم دەکەنەوە ئەوان دەبێ باجی ئەم گۆڕانکاریە ژینگەیە بدەن چکە مەسئولیت لەسەرشانی ئەو کەسانەیە کە ئاراستەی دۆخەکە دەکەن بە ئاراستەیەکدا کە بگونجێت لەگەڵ بەرژەوەندی گشتی و خەڵکی ئاسایی و سڤیلیش بتوانێت سوودی لێ ببینێ نەک ئەو کەسانەی کە لە ڕاستیدا خاوەنی چۆنیەتی ئیدارەدان و بەڕێوەبردننی مەلەفەکان بەڵام لە ئەساسدا ناتوانن بەرپرسیارەتێکە لە دۆخەکەدا هەڵبگرن چکە ئەم تێڕوانینە تێڕوانینێکی گشتگیرە و تێڕوانینێکە بۆ ئەوەی کە ئێمە بتوانین سوود لە قۆناغەکانی گواستنەوەی وزە وەربگرین کەواتە دەبێت ینی بەرپرسیارەتێکە هاوبەش بێ و لە هەمان کاتیشدا ڕێکارەکانی گرتنەبەری بۆ چۆنیەتی گواستنەوەی وزە لەسەر خەڵکی سڤیل نەبێتە باجێکی گەورە.
Correct. It was an honor to be with you. Thank you so much for this panel. Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێز کۆنستانتین ڤالکۆف و میوانەکانی بۆ ئەو شیکردنەوە وردەی بۆ بابەتەکەیان کرد. خۆشەویستان داچینە لای گفتوگۆی یەکەمی ئەمڕۆ لە ژێرناوی ئایندەی هەرێمی کوردستان. لێرەوە لە دیبلۆماسی سەرچاوەکانەوە دەچینە سەر ستراتیژە سیاسیە ناوخۆیەکان. دانیشتنی داهاتوو گفتوگویەکی چڕ دەبێت لە سەر هەڵسەنگاندنی چۆنێتی تێپەڕاندنی بنبەستی سیاسی لە نێوان ئەو گۆڕانکاریە خێرایانەی ناوچەکەدا. پێکەوە پێشوازی دەکەین لە بەڕێز مامۆستا عەلی باپیر سەرۆکی کۆمەڵی دادگەری کوردستان کە لە گفتوگویەکدا دەبێت لەگەڵ دکتۆر موئمین زەڵمی توێژەر و شرۆڤەکار لە ناوەندی لێکۆڵینەوەی ئایندە با بفەرمون.
باینتان باش بینرانی بەڕێز ئامادەبوانی خۆشەویست میوانە بەڕێزەکان لە هەر شوێنێکی جیهانەوە تەشریفتان هێناوە. خۆشحاڵم کە لەم پانێڵەیە لەگەڵ بەڕێزتانە بین بە میوانداری زۆر بەڕێز مامۆستا عەلی باپیر سەرۆکی کۆمەڵی دادگەری کوردستان. مامۆستای بەڕێز زۆر زۆر بەخێر بن.
زۆر سپاس. زۆر بەخێر بی دکتۆر مومین.
دۆخی هەرێمی کوردستان گفتوگۆیەکی ورتی لەگەڵەکەین لەگەڵ بەڕێز مامۆستا عەلی باپیر. ئێمە هەمومان ئاگادارین کە زیاتر لە 18 مانگە هەرێمی کوردستان دوای هەڵبژاردننی پەرلەمانی کوردستانی تێپەڕاندووە. بۆیە ئێستا وەکو دوێنێ بەڕێز قوبا تاڵەبانی جێگەری سەرۆکی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان لە پرێس کۆنفرانسەکە ئاماژەی پێکرد دۆخێکی چەقبەستوو لە هەرێمی کوردستان هاتۆتە ئاراوە. مامۆستای بەڕێز حەزەکەین سەرنجێکی خێرای بەڕێزت ئەگەر بە شێوازە گشتیەکەی دەربارەی دۆخی ئێستای هەرێمی کوردستان و عێراق ئەگەر بفەرمون دواتر دێمە سەر چەقبەستووی ئێستای دۆخەکە.
باش. الحمد لله وصلى الله تعالى وسلم وبارك على رسول الله محمد وآله المهتدين بهداه من الصحب والأزواج والقرابة والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم لقاء الله. والله سپاسی بانگێشت و دەرفەتە دەکەم بەنسبەت دۆخی ئێستای هەرێمی کوردستان وەکو عەرەب دەڵێن في وضع لا يحسد عليه يعني ئێرەی پێ نابردرێ وەکو جەنابەت گوتێت و ڕۆژانەش دووبارە دەکرێتەوە 18 مانگ زیاترە هەڵبژاردن کراوە بۆ پەرلەمان بەڵام پەرلەمان یەک کۆبوونەوەی کردووە نەیکردووەتە دوو و کە پەرلەمانیش کارانە بوو بە تەکید حکوومەتیش تەشکیل نابێ حکوومەت هەر کار بەڕێکەرە و پەرلەمانیش بۆ خۆی دانیشتووە برادرانی پارتی وێچێتیش هەردووکیان ئەو جۆرە کۆڕ و مناسبەتانە ساز دەکەن ئەم ساڵیش و ساڵانی دیکەش و زۆریش داکۆچی دەکەن لەسەرەوەی کە پێویستە دۆخی ناهەمواری هەرێمی کوردستان چارەسەر بکرێ بەڵام دۆخەکە نەک هەر چارەسەر ناکرێت بەڵکوی من دەیبینم ڕۆژ بە ڕۆژ بەرەو خراپتریش دەچێت لە ڕاستیدا ئەوەی کە خراپتریشی دەکا لەلایەکەوە هەردوو لایەنی حکومڕانن بەڵام دیسان پێم وایە حکوومەتی فیدراالیش بێخەتا نییە کە ئاوا لە دۆخی هەرێمی کوردستان و ڕاماوە و خەڵک و جەماوەریش دیسان پشک و بەشیان هەیە لە کەمتەرخەمی و لێ بێدەنجیاندا جاوەکو گوتم دۆخەکە من وای دەبینم کە شتێکی حاڵەتێکی خراپە و ئەگەر جاران تەنیا هەڕەشە هەبووە لەسەر هەندێک لە دەستکەوتو شتەکان ئێستا وای دەبینم هەڕەشە هەیە لەسەر خودی هەرێم هەرێمی کوردستان بۆ خۆی لە مەعرەزی خەتەردایە کە هەمومان بە بەرچاوی هەمومان و ڕۆژ بە ڕۆژ زیاتر دەپوچێتەوە بێهێز و پێز دەبێ و خەڵک و دەر و دراوسێش زیاتر لە هەرێم و لە کاربەدەستانی هەرێم بێمنەت دەبن
مامۆستا بەڕێز لە ماوەی ڕابردوودا وەکو هەمومان بینیمان شەڕێکی گەورە ڕۆی لە ناوچەکە کرد شەڕی ئەمریکا و ئیسرائیل لەگەڵ ئێران بوو بە دۆخێکی جیاواز بۆ ڕۆژات ناوەڕاست بە شێوازێک شتێکی یعنی ئەمە وای کردووە کە هەرێمی کوردستان ئێستا لە ناوەندە نێودەوڵەتەکانیش جۆرەکان بە شێوازێکی ئەوە سەیرەکرێت کە 18 مانگ تێپەڕی و نەیتوانێت حکوومەت دروستکە یان بەلایەنێکم وەکو بەڕێز دووتت پەرلەمان کۆ نەبێتەوە ئەمە وای کردووە کە ڕەنگە دوێنێش لە بەشێک لە پانەڵەکانە باس کرا لە وتارەکەی بەڕێز کاک باڤڵا باس کرا کە پێویستی بەوە کرا جۆرێکی تر بیرکردنەوە لە شێوازی مامەڵەکردن بۆ دۆزینەوەی چارەسەر بکرێتەوە یعنی بە بڕای بەڕێزت ئەم دۆخە چۆن ئەتوانێت درێژە بکێشێت لە کاتێکا کە وابزانم هەموو حیزبەکان نێتە جۆرەکان نیگەران لە دۆخەکە
بەڵێ وڵای دکتۆر مؤمین ئەگەر باس بینە سەر باسی چارەسەر من بیر و بۆچوونی خۆم چەند خاڵێکدا دەخەمەڕ بەڵام هەروە وەکو ئاماژەیەکی کورت بەو شەڕە داسەپێنراوەی ئەمریکا و قەوارەی زایۆنی بەسەر ئێراندا هەر دۆخی ناوچەکە بە خۆی بارگرجی هەبوو ئاڵۆز بوو زیاتر ئاڵۆز و بارگرجی کرد و خۆشیان زەرەری زۆریان لێ کرد من پێم وایە زەرمەندی گەورە لەو شەڕە داسەپێنراوەدا هەر ئەوە بوو خۆیان بوون کە دایان سەپاند بە تەکید ئێرانیش زیانی پێکەوت و ئێمەمانانیش لە هەرێمی کوردستاندا کەم و زۆر پڕشی ئاگرەکەمان بەرکەوت هەردوو دەڤەری ئێرە و ئەولا بەڵام ئەمریکا و قەواری زایۆنی زیانی زۆریان بەرکەوت کە بە خەیاڵ پڵاوی ئەوەی کە ئەوانەگە دوو زەبریان لە ئێراندا خەڵک ڕادەپەڕێ و کۆتایی پێدێنێ بەڵام بە پێچەوانەوە خەڵکی ئێران زیاتر لە دەوری حکوومەتەکەی خۆیان کۆبوونەوە و زیاتر باوەشیان بۆ گرتەوە ئەوەش پێچەوانەی ئەوە بوو کە ئەمریکا و جوولەکە بیریان لێکردبەوە بۆی ئەوانە پێویستە دەرسی لێوەربگرن جارێکی دی بۆ مامەڵە لەگەڵ خەڵک و دنیادا دیڕاسەی باشتریان هەبێ لێکۆڵینەوەی قوڵتریان هەبێ لەبارەی ژیانی میلەتان و جۆری بیرکردنەوەیان و پاشخانی دەرونی و سیاسی و کۆمەڵایەتیان ئەوە یەک بەنسبەت چارەسەری ئەم دۆخە من پێم وایە هەنگاوی یەکەم ئەوەیە زۆر بە ڕوونی و ڕاشکاوی دەیڵێم ئەوە زۆریش بە دڵسۆزی دەیڵێم یعنی من بۆیە دانەنیشتوم نە خەڵک نائومێد بکەم نە شەماتە بە خەڵک بکەم شەماتەوەی کەسێک بەڵایەکی بەسەر هات بێت تۆش خۆشحاڵی دەرببڕی چۆ پێچەوانی جوامێریە و هەرچی سیفەتی خراپیشە لە ئینسانی مسلمان ناوەشێتەوە و بۆ ئێوەش دانەنیشتوم کە خەڵک ڕەشبین کەم بەڕاستی و خەڵک نائومێد کەم بەڵام دەبێ پەنجەش بخەینە سەر برینەکان دەبێ بەڕون و ڕاشکاوی شتەکان بڵێن چونکە وەکو عەرەب دەڵێن فەهم السؤالی نصف الجواب ئەگەر نەزانین لە پرسیارەکە تێنەگەی وەڵامەکەشت بۆ نادرێتەوە من پێم وایە هەنگاوی یەکەم ئەوەیە هەموو لایەک من هەر چاوم لە پارتی وێچێتی نییە چونکە ئەم وڵاتە تەنیا پارتی وێچێتی تێدا نییە وەکو لایەنی سیاسی بەڵکو خەڵکێکی زۆر زیاتر لەوەی کە لەگەڵ پارتی وێچێتی و لەگەڵ لایەنەکانیشە لە ماڵی خۆیەتی خەڵک و هاوڵاتیە ئێمە زۆر زار هەر بیر دەکەین و لەوەی چۆن پارتی وێچێتی چۆن پێک بێنەوە چۆن ئاژ بنەوە کە دەبوو ئەوان بێن دەست پێشخەری بکەن بۆ خەڵک بەڵام بە هەر حاڵ من پێم وایە دەبێت هەموو لایەک عەقڵیەتی حوکمڕانی خۆمان بگۆڕین جۆری بیرکردنەوەمان بۆ حوکمڕانی ئایا ئەوەی ئێمە دەیکەین حوکمڕانیە بەو شێوە وڵات بەڕێوە دەچێ و ئیدارە دەدرێ بە تاکید نەخێر ئەم وڵاتە پڕە لە خێر و بێر کەچی تەماشا دەکەی خەڵکێکی زۆر برسیە و ئاتاژە و محتاژە و وەکو کوردەواری دەڵێن سواڵی پێدەشێ لە خانووی بەکرداوێ نەخۆشە و خۆی پێچارە سەر ناکرێ خەڵکێکی زۆر لەو خەڵک و جەماوەرە بۆیە دەبێت عەقڵیەتی ئیدارەدان و حکومڕانیمان بگۆڕین و دەبێت نەفسیەتیشمان بگۆڕین ڕێک وەکو ئاەتە مبارەکەکەی خوا دەفەرمێ ئین الله لا یغەیر ما بقوم حتى یغەیروا ما بأنفسهم خوا واقع هیچ کۆمەلگایەک ناگۆڕێت تاکو ئەوان دەرونی خۆیان نەگۆڕن دەرونی خۆمانەوەتە بیرکردنەوەمان هەست و نەست و دەروونمان و ئاکارەکانمان دەبێت ئەوانە بگۆڕین واقع ڕەنگدانەوەی خۆمانە پێش هەموو شتێک دەبێت ئەوانەی کە حکومڕانن لەم وڵاتەدا پێشە بێمە سەر باسی ئەوان دەبێت لەو کەوڵە بچووکەی خۆیان تێخەزاندووە لەو قاوەغە بچووکە قاوغی هەر شتێکەیە حیز بە گروپە چێ لێی بێنە دەر حکومڕانی بە عەقڵی فراوان و بە دڵی گەورە و بە ئەخلاقی گەورە دەکرێت هەر کەسێک بێوێ بەرپرسی وڵاتێک بێ دەبێت بەقەدەر خەڵکی هەموو وڵاتەکە عەقڵی فراوان بێ دڵی گەورە بێ ئەخلاقی گەورە بێ گرنگی پێدانی گەورە بێ نەکەر خۆی ببینێ نەکەر خۆی و بەرژەوەندیەکانی خۆی و حیزب و خزم ببینێ بەو شێوە وڵات بەڕێوە ناچێ پاشان پێویستە چیدی ئەوە نەکەین هەر کامێکیان بگەڕێ بۆ چ و شەو تەعبیرێک تەڕەفەکەی دێکە پێ ناڕەحەت دەبێ یعنی ئێستا دەست پێشخەری هەبووە بۆ ئاشتەوایی و بۆ پێکۆ دانیشتن و ئەوانە کەچی تەماشا دەکەم بەتایبەت هەردوو لایەنی حکومڕان دەگەڕێن بۆ تعبیری ناڕێک بۆ تعبیری بریندارکەر بۆچی وا دەکەن یعنی بۆچی بەدەستی خۆتان ماڵی خۆتان کاول دەکەن وەکو خوا دەفەرمێ یخربونە بیوتەهم بئەیدیهم بۆچی ئەم وڵاتە خەڵکی ئەم وڵاتە چاوەڕێ بزانێ حکومڕانەکانی چی بۆ دەکەن کەسی حکومڕانەکانی هەر خەریکی گورس پچڕچێنە و شەڕ دەندووکە و قسەی ناشیرین بن لەگەڵ یەکدی ئەمجا دوایش بێن کاکەم هەرێم بۆ وایە خەتای بەغدایە خەتای حکوومەتی فیدراڵە خەتای ئێران و تورکیایە خەتای ئەمریکایە نا خەتای خۆتە خەتای خۆتە تۆ بۆ خۆت وات کردووە ئەگەر فەرزەن کەسێکیش ناحەزی تۆ بێ زەمینەی بۆ بڕەخسێ زیاتر زیانت لێ بدە لە ڕێی درز و کەلێنەکانی خۆمانەوە ئەوانەی کە ناحەزمانە زەفەرمان پێ دەبن بۆیە پێویستە عەقڵیەت و نەفسیەت و شێوازی حکومڕانی خۆمان بگۆڕین ئەوە هەنگاوی یەکەمە ئەنجا دوای ئەوە پێویستە هەموو لای خۆمان بە بەرپرسیار بزانین و هیچ کەس پێی وانە بێ ئەم وڵاتە تەنیا هی ئەوە ئەم وڵاتە هی ماڵێک و دوو ماڵ و چەند ماڵێک نییە ئەم وڵاتە هی حیزبێک و دوو حیزب نییە هی هەموو ئەو خەڵکێک کە لەم وڵاتەدان وەکو خوا دەفەرمی وەالئەرض وەضەعها للئەنام خوا زەوی داناوە بۆ خەڵک دەبێت هەمووان لە خێر و بێری ئەم وڵاتەدا بەشدار بین و هەمووشمان لە بەرامبەریدا بەرپرسیارین من وەکو عەلی باپیر سەرۆکی کۆمەڵی دادگەری خۆم بە بەرپرسیار دەزانم بە بەرامبەر بە هەرێمی کوردستان بەڵام خۆم بە بەرپرسیار دەزانم بۆ چارەسەرکردنی کێشەکانی نەک خۆم بە بەرپرسیار بزانم بۆ ئەوەی کە بەسەری هاتووە ئەوەی بەسەری هاتووە ئەوانە بەسەریان هێناوە کە بۆ شێوەی ئیدارەیان داوە
زۆر باش ماوەستا بچینە سەر چارەسەرەکان یعنی ڕوانگەی کۆمەڵی دادگەری ڕوانگەی بەڕێزتان ڕەنگە لای خەڵک مابێتەوە هێشتا لە سەرەتای هەڵبژاردنەکەەوە لە دوای ڕاگەانی ئەنجامەکەەوە ینی هەندێک ڕوویا هەبوویەوە تانوت ئەم حکوومەتە درەنگ تەشکیلە بێ یان تەشکیل نابێ یان جۆر جۆرەکان سەیتانە کرد باسە بینە سەر چارەسەرەکان دوێنێش عەرزم کرد لە بەشێک لە پانێڵەکانە بە وردی باسیەوە کرا کە ئەبێ ڕوانگەیە بگۆڕین ئەبێ بیرکردنەوەکانمان بگۆڕین سەرنجی کۆمەڵی دادگەری سەرنجی بەڕێز دەربارەی چارەسەر دۆزینەوەی چارەسەر بۆ ئەم دۆخە چەقبەستووی هەرێمی کوردستان
بەڵێ وەڵا هەنگاوی یەکەم وەکو گوتمەوەی کە عەقڵیەتی خۆمان بگۆڕین لە کەوڵی و قاوغی تەسک بینە دەر بۆ فەزای فراوانی وڵات و نیشتیمان و خەڵک و کۆمەڵگا و نەفسیەتی خۆمان بگۆڕین بە حقد و بوغز و غەرەزەوە پێکۆ مامەڵە نەکەین هەر کامێک چاوەڕێ نەبێت تۆڵە لەوی دیکە بکاتەوە و منافەسە و پێشبڕکە نەکەین لە ئازاردانی یەکدیدا و پاشان خەڵک و جەماوەر ببینین یعنی زۆر جار حیزبەکان لە ئەنجامی منافەسە و گریسپسەرچێنی نێو خۆیان ئاگان لە خەڵک هەر نامێنێ داخوا خەڵک ژیانی چۆنە خەڵک چۆن دەژی خەڵک چی هەیە چی نییە هەر لەگەڵ یەکدیدا خەریکن و پاشان من کە سەرنج دەدەم کێشەی هەردوو لایەنی حکومڕان زیاتر لەسەر بەرژەوەندی مادیەکانی خۆیانە لەسەر ئەوە نییە کە وەڵا کاکە تۆ باش خزمەتی خەڵکت نەکردووە من باشتر خزمەتی دەکەم وڵا کاکە تۆ هەڵسوکەوتێکی هاوسەنگانت نەکردو من وا دەکەم هیچی لەسەرەوە نییە هە لەسەرەوەیە تۆ ئەوە بردو من ئەوەم ئەوەی منەوە ئەوەی تۆی ئاوایە هەنگاوی یەکەم گۆڕینی عەقڵێت و نەفسێت و شێوەی ئیدارەدانە هەنگاوی دووەمەوەیە کە لێک بینە پێش یان ئێستا کێ دەستی برادرانی پارتیوێکی تیگرتووە کە لێک دی بێنە پێش لێک بێنە پێش نەک بە قسەی ناڕێک بێنە پێش بە دڵسۆزی و پاشان بزانن کە ئەم وڵاتە تا ئێستا بەو شێوە هاتووە خەڵک بۆ نەبێ ڕازی بێ ڕەنگە هیچی بڵێ کاکە ها خەڵک هەموو ڕازیە یا زۆربەی هەر زۆری ڕازیە کاکە وانە وەڵای ڕەنگە خەڵکێک ڕازی بێ کە بەهرەی ناشەرعی لەم واقعە ناڕێکە وەردەگرێ ئەگەر خەڵک تووڕەیە خەڵک بێزارە ئێمە لە نێو خەڵکی ڕەنگە برادران زۆریان لە بورج عاجی دابن ئەگان لە نێو خەڵک نەبێت
دوێنێش سەرۆکی کێتی لێرە باسی وتی بڕۆن لە دەرەوە پرسیار بکەن لە خەڵک چەند
بێزارە هەژار نشینەکان ئەو خەڵکانی کە نانی شەویان هەبی ڕۆژیان نێوش ئەو لە خەڵکان بڵێن کە لە خانی بەکرێدان کە نەخۆشن خۆیان پێ چارەسەر ناکرێ کە قوتی لایە موتیان تۆ بچۆ لەوانە بپرسە بۆیە پێویستە زۆر بەجددی بیر لەوە بکەینەوە کە ئێمە بەتایبەت ئەوانەی کە وەکو گوتم کاربەدەست و حکومڕانن هەڵبەتە هەر ئەوانش بەرپرسیار نین هەمووشمان بەرپرسیارین بەڵام ئەوان بە پلەی یەکەم پێویستە بزانن کە ئەم هەرێمە تا ئێستا ئاوە بەڕێوە چووە وەنیە حاڵەتێکی باش بێ و نەبێ خەڵک ڕازی بێ بەڵکو خەڵک زۆر بێزار و تووڕەیە خەڵک بۆچی خۆ پێشاندان ناکە ڕەنگە نائومێد بێ زۆر جار من دەزانم پزیشکەکان کاتیکۆ خۆ پێشاندانیان کرد کەس هەر جوابی نەدانەوە مامۆستایان خۆ پێشاندانیان کرد جوابیان نەدانەوە قوتابیان خۆ پێشاندان دەکەن ئافرەتان یعنی زۆر لە چین و توێژەکان خۆ پێشاندانیان زۆر کردو زۆر ناڕزایان دەربڕیوە بە پێچەوانەی کولتور و عادەتی وڵاتانی دیکە لە وڵاتانی دیکە خەڵک خۆ پێشاندان دەکا ئەو وەزیرە ئەو حکوومەتە بەخۆی دادێتەوە دەڵێ بزانم خەڵک بۆ تووڕێ بۆ ناڕازیە بەڵام لێرە کەس گوێ ناداتە خەڵک خۆشمان بە حکوومەتی خەڵک دەزانین لافی دیموکراسی و حکومڕانی خەڵکیش لێ دەدەین بۆیە دەبێت لەوێەوە چارەسەر بکرێت و دواییش ئێمە بەنسبەت حکوومەتی فیدرالیش زۆر جارگەلیان لێ دەکەین بە تەکید ئەوانیش بەشی خۆیان خەتایان هەیە کە من کاتی خۆشی لەگەڵ جەنابی سوودانی کە سەرۆک وەزیران بوو دانیشتوم لەگەڵ سەرۆکی پەرلەمان گوتم کاکە هەرێمی کوردستانی بەشێکە لە عێراق بەشێکە لە عێراق ئێوە وەکو چۆن بەرامبەر بە خەڵکی باشوور و نێوەڕاستی عێراق بەرپرسیارن خەڵک موچەی خۆی پێدەگا لە کاتی خۆیدا و لە ئیمتیازەکانی حکوومەتداری ئێرەدا بەهرەمەندە خەڵکی هەرێمیش حەقی لەسەرتانە مافی لەسەرتانە پێویستە چاوتان ئەوانیش ببینێ و پاشان ئەگەرەوە گلەیتان لە پارتی وێچێتی هەیە خەڵکەکە بۆچی بازی سیاسەتی هەڵەی پارتی وێچێتی بدا کە میکانیزمێک بدۆزنەوە خەڵک موچەی خۆی هەبێ ژیانی خۆی هەبێ و پاشان ئەگەر گلەیەکتان لە پارتی وێچێتی بچن لەگەڵ خۆیان دەچارەسەریکەن باجەکە بە خەڵک مەدەن ئەوانیش لە ڕاستیدا بەرپرسیارن و پێویستە چاو بە سیاست و شێوەی مامەڵی خۆیان لەگەڵ هەرێمی کوردستاندا بژێڕنەوە
زۆر باش مامۆستا بەڕێز ڕەنگە کۆتا پرسیار بێت لە خزمەتی بەڕێز تا حەز دەکەم باس لەوە بکەین ئێستا جەناب دەزانی لە ماوەی ڕابردوودا ژمارە دەستپێشخەری هەبوون بۆ کۆبوونەوەی پارتی وێکێتی بۆ ئەوەی کە جۆرەکان بە دوای چارەسەرا بگەڕێن دۆزینەوەی چارەسەرێک بۆ ئەم دۆخە چەکبەستووی هەرێمی کوردستان دوێنێش بەڕێز جێگری سەرۆکی وەزیرانی هەرێمی کوردستان لە پرێس کۆنفرانسەکە باسی کرد وتی ئێمە ئامادەین یعنی وەکو کێتی نیشتیمانی کوردستان ئەمان ئامادەی خۆیان ڕاگەیاندووە بۆی کە بچنە ناو دانوستانەوە بچنە ناو بەڵام ئایا ئەم دەست پێشخەریانە پێویستی بە گەرمکردنەوەیەک هەیە یان وەکو وتێ کەناڵێکی تر بدۆزرێتەوە چ شتێک لای ئێوە گرنگە کە ئێستا ئیش لەسەر بکەن
وەڵاهی من شتێک ئاگام لێ نەبێ قسەی لێ ناکەم من دەزانم هەر خەڵک پێی خۆشە دابنیشن و پێکەوە ئاشتی هەبێ و تەبایی هەبێ و ئەوانە بەڵام ئاگام لێ نییە شتێک ئاگام لێ نەبێ قسەی لێ ناکەم ئەوە یەک دوو من یەشتت بە تۆش و بە ڕێزانیش بڵێم بەوانش کە دەنگمان دەبیستن بناغەی تەبایی بریتێ لە دادگەری لە هەر شوێنە ویستە تەبایی ئاشتەوایی هەبێ دەبێ خەم لە ژێرخانەکەی بخۆی کە بریتێ لە دادگەری لە هەر شوێنە دادگەری هەبوو بێفەرق و جیاوی هەبوو خەڵک لە هەموو خێر و بێرەکاندا بەشدار بوون بە یەک چاو تەماشای کرا پێوەەر مرۆڤ بوون و هاوڵاتی بوون بوو نەک حیزبی بوون و ئەوانە ئەگەر پێوەەر و سەنجی مەحەک ئەوە بوو دادگەری هەبوو ئەو کاتە تەبایی و ئاشتەوایی کۆمەڵایەتی لەسەر بناغەی دادگەری دەچەسبێ بە تاکید قسەکە بە مزایدات تەواو نابێت کارەکە بە مزایدات تەواو نابێ لایەنێک بڵێ ئەومە ئامادەین بۆ هەموو شتێک بە قسە باش ئامادەی فەرموو فەرمووەرە چی شتەکەی لەسەر ئاڵقاوە لەسەری عاسێ بووە لای بەرن من لە یاد مەجارێک لەسەر شتێک کۆمەڵێک بووین هەموو لایەنە سیاسیەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان کاک نێچیروانیش حوزوری هەبوو شتێک بوو ئاڵقا بوو وڵات تەماشام کرد ینی نەدەگەیشتە چارەسەر وتم کاکە ئێمە وەکو کۆمەڵ ئەوە لێ چوونە دەرێ ئەومان ناوێ قەیناکە دی زۆر سپاسی ئێمەیان کرد و دەکتم فەرمووجە بە خۆتان پێک بێن دەخۆ ئێستا پارتیوێکێتی هیچ نەماوە لە وڵاتەدا بۆ خۆیان قۆرەخ نەکەن چماوە یعنی ئەوە داهاتە ئەوە نەوتە ئەوە عەرزە ئەوە ئاسم هەموو شتێکیان بۆ خۆیان خۆرەخ کردووە ئێستا کاکە خۆ بۆ خۆتان بۆ پێک نایەن هەڵبەتە ناڵم پێک بێن لەسەر حیسابی خەڵک ناڵێم پێک بێن لەسەر حیسابی ئەوەی کە شتەکان هەر لە خۆتان دابێت چونکە ئەوە زوڵمە بەڵام وەرم پێک بێن لەسەر شێوەی ئیدارەدانی ئەم وڵاتە بە شێوەیەکی دادگەرانە بە شێوەیەکی وا کە خوا لێتان ڕازی بێ و خەڵک لێتان ڕازی بێ وەم پێشم وایە هەنگاوی یەکەم بۆ خەڵکی ئەم وڵاتەی ئێمە کە خواناس و مسلمان و خواپەرستن ئەوە پێشە لەگەڵ خوادا ئاش بنەوە لەگەڵ ئیسلامدا ئاش بنەوە لەگەڵ پێغەمبەردا عەلەیهی سەڵات وسەلام ئاش بنەوە من پێمە هەر کەسێک چاودێری خوا بەسەر خۆی ببینێ زوڵم لە خەڵک ناکا کوردواری خۆمان دەڵێن لەو کەسە بترسێ کە لە خوا ناترسێ با پێشێ لەگەڵ خوادا ئاش بینەوە ئاشتەوایی لە خزمەت خوا و پێغەمبەری خوادا بکەین عەلەیهی سەڵات وسەلام ئەمجا ئاور بەلای یەکدیدا بدەین و ئاور بەلای خەڵک و جەماوەردا مامدا دەینەوە
زۆر زۆر سپاس مامۆستا بەڕێز
سپاس بۆ جەنابی
شەرەفی کۆمەڵ دادگەری خۆشحاڵ بن کە
سەلامەت
بەردەوام هەڵدا کرد
دکتۆر
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێزیشتان
سپاس
زۆر سپاس بۆ مامۆستا عەلی باپیر سەرۆکی کۆمەڵی دادگەری کوردستان بۆ وتەکانی سپاس بۆ دکتۆر موئمین زەڵمی بۆ بەڕێوەبردنی گفتوگۆکە خۆشەویستان ئێستا ڕووگەی گفتوگۆکان دەگۆڕین بەرەو سیستەمی نێودەوڵەتی لەسەر بنەمای یاسا بۆ گفتوگۆکردن لەسەر استراتیژیەکانی پەرەپێدانی دادپەروەری و بنەما دیموکراتیەکان لەسەر ئاستی جیهان پێکەوە پێشواسی دەکەین لە بەڕێز جۆرج کاترۆک کالۆس پسپۆڕی سربەخۆی نەتەوە یەکگرتوەکان و وەزیری پێشووی دەرەوەی کۆماری یۆنان لەگەڵ ڕۆژنامەنووس فانیس پاپاساناسیۆ لە دەستگای ERT یۆنانی با بفەرمونون بۆ سەر ستەیج.
Excellencies, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Fanis Papathanasiou, journalist with the Public Television of Greece, and I have a pleasure of hosting Mr. George Katrougalos, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, and currently United Nations independent expert for promotion of a democratic and equitable international order. So he is the right person to talk about the situation in the Middle East, who knows very well the role of the United Nations in crisis, the evolving global order, and of course, the role of Europe in all this situation. Mr. Katrougalos, thank you very much for being here with us. So let's start with the Middle East. How do you assess the situation in the Middle East and the efforts for peace?
Well, one cannot understand what's happening in the Middle East if does not realize that we are living in two interrelated phenomena: the end of the American hegemony and the emergence of a multipolar world. United States still are the biggest military power in the world, but they cannot impose their will as in the past, because the circumstances have changed dramatically. The other conclusion that we can reach from the conflict is that it is not possible through military means to have permanent diplomatic solutions. In Iran, we knew what we should do because we have already done it with the nuclear agreement, the JCPOA. And it was not just an agreement negotiated between the Americans and the Iranians. It was negotiations in which European diplomacy has played a pivotal role. So to the extent that we are not going back to the fundamentals, the United Nations Charter, the sovereignty and equality among all states, it is not possible to solve any conflict, least this conflict, which is one of the most complicated in the world history.
In the new world order, what's the role of the United States, Russia, China, Europe?
This is maybe the best question in order to understand what's happening. We lived for a while the American moment, Pax Americana. That followed the end of the Cold War, which was a bipolar system. What's happening in a bipolar system? It is a zero-sum game. The gains of the one camp are the losses of the other. The new multipolar order is completely different. It allows countries to have a much more independent policy. It's very characteristic that the Indians, who have been the champions of non-alignment, now they are speaking of multi-alignment. India is a member of BRICS, but it's also a member of Quad, a military alliance bringing together India, United States, Japan, and Australia. The Indonesian Prime Minister has depicted very characteristically this situation, saying that from now on, we are all politically polygamous. And of course, we see the rise of China, but the rise of China does not mean a return to a bipolar world. First of all, because China is not building military blocs. United States have more than 185 military bases. China has just one in Djibouti and not with real military capabilities. But most interestingly, it is that now, not just middle powers, no country wants just to follow as a vassal any one of the two big, China and the United States. And there is a problem with Europe. Europe should be an independent pole in this new multipolar world. Unfortunately, we have not managed to have our own common voice. In many issues, we will continue to be an accessory of the American foreign policy.
Mm-hmm. On this new world, can these emerging powers, as you mentioned, play a role in issues, let's say, in Iran, in helping, promoting a solution, approaching a solution, can play this role?
But of course, we have seen now the pivotal role of Pakistan, not just in negotiations, but in an emerging Sunni, let's say, camp that includes also Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, eventually Turkey. And it is not just a repetition of, let's say, camps. It is an effort to have a regional understanding of the situation. For the region, one must be clear, without a solution to the Palestinian problem, we cannot have everlasting peace. And again, it is clear that military means do not bring a solution. Israel can win all military battles, but to the extent that it cannot transform into a diplomatic solution these military gains, it is in a much worse diplomatic position than before October 7. Now, 60% of the Americans have a negative view of Israel. It is 70% for the Americans below 30. It is 75% among the voters of the Democrats. So, in the long run, even impressive military performance cannot guarantee political success.
On this new regional power order, as you mentioned, Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and emerging other countries like Egypt, what's the role and what will be the balance with Israel? You know, Israel controls a big portion of power in the region. So how this will play? What will be the balance of power?
Well, I am afraid that under the current Israeli government, it is not possible to have a peaceful solution. Prime Minister Netanyahu has invested in what he is doing. Elections are close. Although the camp of peace in Israel has not the power that it had in the past, I remain optimistic, exactly because what I'm saying is just common sense for the region. I'm repeating, what we need for reaching peace and everlasting peace and justice in the area is not sidelining the Palestinian question, as it was the effort in the past of previous American administrations. The two-state solution, although it looks today an utopic dream, it is the only possible way out of this stalemate.
Mm-hmm. On this context, what would be the role of the United Nations? Can the United Nations resolve crises as it used in the past? Can mediate in resolving crises like they did in the past, or just going to have a role only for the human resources?
Yeah. You know, the first General Secretary of the United Nations has said that the role of the organization is not to bring heaven into earth, but to avoid earth becoming hell. And it is true that we have a stalemate at the Security Council, consecutive vetoes, either from the Americans or the Russians and the Chinese. But the United States is not just the Security Council. It is the General Assembly. It is the International Court of Justice, who has issued two major important decisions the last 2 years. One regarding the illegality of the occupation of the Palestinian territories, besides eventual war crimes committed there, the legal authoritarian decision that any perpetuation of the occupation is illegal, and in another level, an important decision regarding the obligations that all states have vis-à-vis climate crisis. And again, do not consider United Nations just with the General Secretary of the Security Council. Francesca Albanese, the Special Rapporteur on the Palestinian territories, is United Nations. World Health Organization is United Nations. Imagine how we could treat pandemics without WHO. And a final point, I said that we are living in a multipolar world. But multipolarity needs multilateralism. Multipolarity needs the United Nations system. Otherwise, it's going to evolve in pure anarchy.
We all understand the views of the Trump administration about the United Nations. How do you see the role of the United Nations evolving in international crisis?
The United Nations, you say again. Look, United Nations act through their organs, but also through the states members. Again, we see efforts to sideline United Nations. For instance, the Board of Peace, this construct of President Trump, is a direct effort to deviate from multilateralism based on the United Nations Charter. President Trump has withdrawn United States from 66 multilateral organizations, 33 of the United Nations, and many others. I think this is another sign of what I called at the beginning of our discussion, the end of the American hegemony. It has been the United States that they have built, among others, but basically, the post-World War II international system. The fact that now are withdrawing from it, it's a clear acceptance that they cannot play this set ruling role that we're playing in the past. And exactly because we do not need a hegemon in order to have an international order, the role of the United Nations now is accentuated. We are working towards this direction. For instance, climate action is a very interesting example. We are going to have the COP31 in Antalya. It's a very interesting division of roles. Turkey is going to preside the summit, but Australia is going to have the negotiation responsibility. And again, this multipolarity, this, let's say, as the Indian Prime Minister has said, politically polygamous character of the international scene is that it gives hope for a better future.
What will be the future of NATO? We understand how the United States view the role of the alliance. What will be the future after this important summit in Ankara?
Well, the future of NATO depends exclusively on what the United States are going to do with it. NATO was always basically an American organization. I would reverse your question in asking what the Europeans can do faced to this new American stance vis-à-vis NATO. And I should be clear, Europeans should build their own defense within European Union structures. The fact that the European leaders are still trying to build European defense within NATO structures, it's another proof that what de Gaulle had set as the basic aim of European unification, European strategic autonomy, is not in sight. Europe is a very important economic power. But Juncker used to say two puns, which are very, very true. First, that there are two categories of European states. Small states and states which have not yet realized that they are small. Any European country is going to be irrelevant in the future, if not within the European structure. And the second thing that Juncker was saying is that Europe is a global payer. We contribute in international aid, but we are not a global player, exactly because we cannot articulate a unique foreign policy. I think that we can, but I must say that the European leadership, it is not still confronting efficiently this goal.
On this new world what role will have the international law and countries like, we are Greece and some other countries have as main focus on the foreign policy, the international law. So what, on this new world, the Trump administration, the new evolving world order, what role is going to have the international law?
International law is going to be even more pivotal in structural international relations than in the past. Exactly because the multiplicity of players necessitates a concrete framework of rules within the players can interact. And for this reason, we need also a new international law, a more egalitarian one. Global South has already imposed important changes in international law. Look, for instance, the right to self-determination. It is considered now as a given right. It was not included in the United Nations Charter, because at this time, the two colonial empires of France and Great Britain was against it. But the decolonization imposed this right to the two United Nations covenants. So, speaking about international law, we must understand that it is the necessary prerequisite of any international legal order, but we must have also in mind that it is a battlefield. It is not given, it is evolving. And one of the reasons that I'm optimistic about the future, it is exactly because of the influence of the Global South. Globalization entails a much more egalitarian distribution of power in the world. And this economic distribution of power entails also a major shift in political power.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk now about the role of Europe in the region of the Middle East. Has the political will, has the capability, the European countries, Europe, the European Union, the Commission, to play a role here in the region?
It's a very nice and interesting question. I believe that now Europe plays a much inferior role than, let's say, even 10 years ago. I'm going to give you an example. When President Trump withdrew United States from the nuclear agreement, the JCPOA, we the Europeans tried to neutralize the new sanctions imposed both to Iran and to European enterprises that would continue making business with Iran. We tried to establish a so-called special vehicle, an economic institution trying to help neutralize these sanctions. We were not successful, but we tried to be a player. I have traveled to Tehran in the framework of this project. What do we see now? We see Chancellor Merz to say that Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So a clear negation of international law. He admits that it's a dirty job. He admits that it is contrary to international law, and still it supports it. It is not an accident that Germany lost its bid for becoming a non-permanent member of the Security Council. But Germany is not alone. In this time, maybe it's a hyperbole, an exaggeration, but I think only Spain saves the honor of the European Union. I hope that this is not going to be the final, let's say, position of Europe. I continue to be optimistic, exactly because the interests of the big majorities of the European populations are not antithetical, are parallel with the interests of the Global South. Inequalities within our societies are becoming now even greater than in the past. And this is the result of the same neoliberal policies that make the Global South poorer and also within our societies, the middle class and the working class losing all these advantages that we had during the golden years of the welfare state.
Finally, about the Greek-Turkish relations, did you try with your counterpart, Mr. Çavuşoğlu, to approach the Greek-Turkish relations, the differences in the Aegean, and do you see any feature in this effort for the two countries to approach the differences?
I had always a very sincere relationship with Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. I consider him a friend. I continue to have discussions with him in framework of different, let's say, dialogue schemes. Still, I cannot speak neutrally in that. I'm Greek. I found especially problematic various aspects of Turkish foreign policy, above all the casus belli. The threat that Turkey is going to go to war with Greece, a decision of the Turkish National Assembly of 1995, is obviously against the United Nations Charter, which forbids not just the use of force, but also the threat of using force. Again, I am optimistic regarding the future of the relations, exactly because the two people feel friendly one to each other. I don't know if you know it, the national leader of Greece, Eleftheros Venizelos, just 8 years after a major defeat we suffered in 1922, he proposed Kemal Atatürk for the Nobel Laureate of Peace, demonstrating that we can have peaceful relations with Turkey. Again, I think the basis is international law. The dispute over the economic maritime zones, which is essentially the difference we have with Turkey, can be solved as a legal matter by legal means, by going to the International Court of Hague. Turkey is adopting a different strategy, being confident of its own force, but exactly because now Turkey is becoming even more than a regional power. They are mediating not just in Ukraine and in the Middle East, in Eritrea and in Ethiopia. I think that for Turkey, that could be a rather peripheral issue that could be resolved and in this way help also Turkey in its international standing. Again, the basis is international law.
Very interesting points. Thank you, Mr. Katrougalos, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ هەردووتان بۆ ئەو وتە و بیر و بۆچوون و شیکردنەوانە لەسەر تەورەکان. میوانیانی عزیز پێشەوەی بچینە سەر پانێڵی دواتر داواتان لێکەین تکایە لەسەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان دابنیشن ئەو بەڕێزانی کە لە دواوە بەپێوە ئەوەستن دەنگە دەنگێکی زۆر دروستە بێ لە کاتی پانێڵەکان ناتوانن میوانەکان بەباشی گویان لە گفتوگۆکە بێ بۆیە تکایە لە کاتی پانێڵەکان لەسەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان دابنیشن و لە دواوە بەپێوە مەوەستن تکایە وەرنە پێشەوە لەسەر کورسیەکان دابنیشن بۆ ئەوەی ئەو دەنگە دەنگە دروست نەبێ و میوانەکان بتوانن بەباشی لە گفتوگۆکان تێبگەن بە سوپاسەوە. میوانانی عزیز دەچینە لای پانێڵی دووەمی ئەمڕۆ لە ژێرناوی کەنداوی عەرەبی وەک وەبەرهێنەرێکی استراتیژی کە کۆتا دانیشتنی سەر لە بەیانیە و تیشک دەخاتە سەر وڵاتانی کەنداو سەرمایی کەنداو لە ئامرازێکی کۆکردنەوەی سامانەوە گۆڕاوە بۆ ئامرازێکی یەکلاکەرەوەی ژێرخان و کاریگەری استراتیژی جیهانی. جارێکی تر مایکەکە دەسپێرین بە دکتۆر موئمین زەڵمی کە ئەم پانێڵە بەڕێوە دەبات با بفەرمێت بۆ بانگهێشتکردنی میوانەکانی.
باشە. باش هەروەک. دەست خۆش بکەم. You're ready. Yeah, still good morning, and thank you for your patience staying with us. In this panel, we are going to talk about the current Gulf countries' economic growth with our profound guests, Mr. Mohammed Amersi, the president of the Amersi Foundation, and Dr. Ali Mahjoub from His Excellency.
Shukran.
Most welcome to our panel, and hope we can have a good discussions. Mr. Mohammed, let me start with your own insights. How are Gulf sovereign wealth funds balancing traditional profits maximization with growing international demands for ESG compliance and governance?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for having me here. Again, it's day 2 and a privilege to be here. The Gulf states have had one very, very important benefit, which is that they are the largest producers of oil and gas. This oil and gas, they've been selling it all over the world, but especially to the United States up to a point in time. And the dollars that they received from this money has been used to recycle into significant Western capital projects and economies. However, the Gulf states have come to the realization that they should not only be seen as a cheap source of money, they also want to now be in a situation where they drive the agenda for the new economies, particularly AI and information technology, robotics, automation, and all the segments that are going to drive growth and are going to dictate how our world will shape in the next few years. Now, in doing this, there is a very big critical question that they and others have to examine. Do they want to be, as one might say, naked capitalists, which is the only purpose of doing business is to make money and money only? Or do they want to engage in responsible capitalism, which is that they would want to say that this money that we are making and which we are now investing has to also be on a basis that we give respect to the environment, we give respect to the people, and we give respect to governance, so that we are fully accountable for this money, because it is not our money, it is not the money of the royal family to spend as they wish. It is the money for, of course, their citizens, but broadly it is money for the Ummah and also for the entire world. So it is about responsible capitalism, and I will develop this in the next questions.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ali Mahjoub, let's start with having your insights regarding what are the macro level challenges that in supply chains and regulatory environments are currently the greatest challenges and obstacles towards the completing global infrastructure projects.
First of all, thank you very much, Doctor.
أولاً أشكر السيد الرئيس دكتور قباد والسادة في منتدى دلفي على حسن التنظيم وعلى هذا المبادرة المهمة وإقامة هذا المنتدى. بالحقيقة بناء على بداية الجواب اللي أتقدم به اللي سمعناه خلال اليومين الماضيين في هذه القاعة الكريمة، هو مجموعة من التصورات المهمة اللي قدموها صناع القرار. فقبل ما أنتقل إلى موضوع سلاسل الإمداد، أجد أنه من المهم أيضاً أنه صناع القرار يستمعون إلى الرؤية اللي تمكنا في IBS بها بمجمل المناقشات ومجمل الجلسات اللي صارت، اللي من ضمنها موضوع سلاسل الإمداد. أتكلم عن 5 رسائل رئيسية استمعت إلى جلسات الأمس وجلسات اليوم. أجد أنه أهم ما يتعلق في هذا الأمر هو أنه اليوم العالم يتحدث ويبحث عن مكان أنه إحنا نتكلم عن ممرات اقتصادية، ربما أهم نتكلم عن الجغرافيا السياسية. أنا استمعت اليوم واستمعت أمس إلى الكلمة اللي قدمها الرئيس بافل طلباني في كلمته. بصراحة هي تعطي التفاؤل في موضوع كيف ممكن أن يتحول العراق وكردستان إلى منطقة مهمة وممر اقتصادي، ليس كجغرافيا سياسية فقط، وإنما كممر اقتصادي عالمي ضمن كتلة تتمحور من الخليج العربي والعراق وتركيا. صح. فاليوم في نفس الوقت اللي يتحدث به صناع القرار أمس واليوم في هاي القاعة يتكلمون عن كل الأطر السياسية اللي ممكن تحدث في البلاد إذا لم تكن هناك قدرة على توظيفها فنبقى احنا في هاي المنطقة منطقة كأنها منطقة معزولة ومقطوعة عن ما يجري حولنا. فبالتالي قدرتنا كقطاع خاص أيضا، كقدرة قطاع خاص أيضا، صح. على أن كيف أنه تكون هناك تعمل ميرج مع الرؤية السياسية الموجودة بالبلد. فكل ما كانت الرؤية السياسية أقرب إلى التفاهمات، كل ما كانت هذه الرؤية أقرب إلى العلاقات الإيجابية، كل ما سرعتنا في الأداء تتحسن وتنعكس بالتالي على موضوع اللوجستيك وعلى موضوع سلاسل الإمداد اللي سويناه. القيمة اليوم هي ليست فقط في موضوع رأس المال. رأس المال قادر على أن يأتي، وإنما قيمة على توظيف رأس المال. وأضرب مثل، الدكتور قبل قليل كان بيتكلم عن موضوع حتى في قطاع الطاقة. اليوم الشركات النفطية العاملة على سبيل المثال، لأنه استفادت من موضوع الممر الاقتصادي المهم في البلاد. اليوم كبرى الشركات النفطية بالبلد هي شركات من بيئة كردستان، وهي تقود سلاسل الإمداد وتقود سلاسل التوريد لكل قطاع الطاقة بالعراق. واليوم حاجتنا في اللي حدثت في بسبب الإغلاق الأخير اللي صار، الأحداث الأخيرة في هرمز، الشركات الرئيسية من الطاقة والنفط في كردستان هي من تقدمت على أن تفتح الممرات الاقتصادية مع الحدود الجديدة اللي كانت مغلقة.
شكرا. دكتور محمد, how can private sector leaders leverage foreign investment to develop localized, high-skilled labor forces?
Thank you very much. So this requires what I call public-private partnerships, where the public, being the government, has to identify what are the growth sectors.
This is what exactly we want to see, what exactly they need to see the international standards.
So you need to create an environment where foreign companies, private companies feel that they are secure in investing in a country, where their investment will be protected, it will not be nationalized, where taxes are going to be charged on a basis that is low, allows for investment money to be repatriated and used, and generally an environment which is favorable for investments. And I think that one more point, if I may make, the nature of capitalism and the nature of making money has changed. 20, 30 years ago, manufacturing companies accounted for 80% of stock market valuations. Today, 80% of it is in the hands of companies that are in services. If I was looking at Sulēmānija today, I would say that the government has to look at how to completely push forward, how to promote an agenda which creates the winners in the services industry. Just look at WhatsApp. WhatsApp today probably has a valuation of $50 billion. What does WhatsApp own? Nothing other than your data and my data and millions of names of people. But they are phenomenally wealthy. Look at Apple. What does Apple actually do? You may think that it manufactures iPhones in the United States. Well, it doesn't. Apple is a very interesting project where it has combined a intellectual property know-how into a brand, and then it has combined by saying that this is what users need. Let's put all that on a phone, and that phone is manufactured either in China or in Taiwan. There is no manufacturing in the US. And so I think that for Iraq, of course, oil and gas is an important component of its economics, but that should be focused maybe in the Baghdad or the Basra areas. But I think that here in the north, you have enormous potential with your very intelligent youth to transform the economy here from old economy to new economy.
أستاذ علي، كيف يمكن للقادة قطاع خاص الاستفادة من الاستثمارات الأجنبية لتطوير قوى عاملة محلية عالية؟ أنت عندكم خبرات كثير حول القطاع الخاص إن شاء الله.
بصراحة أهم ما يبحث عنه القطاع الخاص هو البيئة. البيئة والتشريعات الموجودة في الدولة. إذا كانت هذه البيئة، مهما تكون هذه البيئة، إذا لم تكن هذه البيئة قادرة على أنه تجذب هذا القطاع الخاص وتجذب هذا الاستثمار الأجنبي، لا يمكن لأي القطاع يشتغل. يعني احنا بقمة الأعمال الأولى والقمة الثانية اللي عملناها بالفاو، كانت هناك 6 قطاعات رئيسية: قطاعات النفط والطاقة، قطاعات النقل واللوجستيك، قطاعات التأمين والصناعات الدوائية، قطاعات الاتصالات، وقطاعات البنوك. كل هذه القطاعات من السهل أن تأتي وتستطيع أن تأتي. يعني إحنا كان دورنا أنه نعمل هذا الكونكشن ما بين القطاع الخاص من جهة، ونعمل كونكشن آخر مع القطاع الحكومي اللي مثل القادة هنا موجودين. المشكلة هي تتحدد في البيئة. المشكلة القطاع الخاص أو قادة القطاع الخاص، يعني استطعنا إنه ندعو 160 170 CEO فايس بريزيدنت وتشيرمان، وجوي من أقصى الأرض إلى أقصى الأرض، إجوا من كوريا الجنوبية إلى كندا، وإجوا إلى الفاو. والفاو هي يفترض آخر نقطة بالعراق، لكن في الحقيقة إذا تم توظيف بيئة الفاو بطريقة صحيحة، الفاو هي تكون قلب العراق. فبالتالي إذا لم تكن هناك بيئة مواتية لهذه الأعمال وتشريعات في نفس الوقت، إحنا اليوم نتكلم عن تشريعات اشتراكية مثل ما وصفها رئيس وزراء الأستاذ علي قبل يومين أو 3. تشريعات اشتراكية، قوانين العراقية العاملة فيها اللي تتكلم عنها الاستثمارات الأجنبية، أغلب قوانين وتشريعات العراقية اللي الواحد أيضا تكلم عنها الدكتور محمد تميم في جلسته، هي مبنية سنة 1982. فمشروع اللي نتكلم عليه المشروع اللي هو إذا في هناك قانون ممكن يعمل هاي الانتقالة في موضوع التحديثات التشريعات الاقتصادية، هذا راح يعجل هاي العملية. المشكلة في الاستثمار الأجنبي دكتور هو ليس فقط التدفق المالي.
صح.
التدفق المالي ممكن يكون وممكن يكون موجود، بس إحنا شو ممكن نحول. أضرب لك مثل وراح يمكن بعض الجمهور راح يتفاجئ. سنة 1980 عدد سكان العراق 12 مليون. سنة 2000 عدد سكان العراق 18 مليون. سنة 2026 الإحصاء السكاني صار قمة، عدد نفوسنا 48 مليون. هذا الرقم شنو معناه؟ من سنة 2000 إلى سنة 2026 يعني خلال 25 سنة العراق زاد نفوسها 100%، من 20 مليون أكثر من 100.
أكثر من
نسبة النمو السكاني عندنا بالبلد 3.3%. 3.3%، يعني من سنة 1980 إلى اليوم إحنا زادين 3 مرات وربع. فلا توجد لا قدرة دولة ولا قدرة استثمار أجنبي مهما يكن إذا لم تكن هناك عمل بالتوازي.
صح.
المشكلة الرئيسية أيضا أنه هذا القانون لا يمكن التعامل مع القوانين الاقتصادية والتشريعات بخط مستقيم. اليوم إحنا بين كل 3-4 سنوات هناك حاجة إلى المرونة. فهناك فرق ما بين التعامل مع تشريعات ثابتة مبنية بدولة اشتراكية سنة 82 و86 وما بين اليوم قدرتنا شلون نتعامل مع الاي اي. عن قبل 4 سنين صار عندنا حالة من الاختلاف، فما بالك انه تبني قصة على 40 سنة. فلا هناك مستشفيات ولا هناك قطاع على الاستثمار اجنبي.
أيوة.
على مستوى المستشفيات تحتاج لك 3 أضعاف، وعلى المدارس تحتاج 3 أضعاف، وعلى مستوى الجامعات تحتاج 3 أضعاف. فالاستثمار الأجنبي لازم يبحث. هل من المعقول أنه عندنا بالبلد أنه لازم نستثمر 92 كلية صيدلة بالبلاد موجودة؟ فالأرقام تحتاج إلى تحليل. المال موجود، التشريعات والحكومة الذكية، الحكومة اللي قادرة على تعطي مرونة. الحكومة اليوم لازم تعمل بنفس الطريقة اللي تعمل بها حكومة دبي، تكون حكومة مرنة، حكومة ذكية، حكومة قادرة على التكيف.
Ustad Mohammed, let me be more specific. How can leaders protect their long-term infrastructure investments in the current situation that you see that we have energy transitions in one side and also we have technological industry problems everywhere?
So it's a shift from the old economy to the new economy. Yeah. And this shift requires very careful handling so that you do not suddenly find yourselves exposed. And so I would say that governments should continue owning the old economy. The taxpayers should be responsible for supporting the old economy, but the new economy largely should be in the hands of the private sector, and the government should create environment which is going to enable the private sector to leverage the laws, the regulations, the investment climate, make funding available for startups, ensure that the drain of people leaving for the United States or Europe or wherever to study does not happen. So you build world-class institutions here and keep talent here, nurture talent, and enable that talent then to be using their knowledge in furthering the economy here. So it's a question of not continuing business as usual, but trying to understand how the world is changing, how the world will change, and how to adapt as fast as possible to it.
Okay. دكتور علي، ممكن هذا آخر سؤال لنا. ما هو الدور الذي يجب أن تلعبه دبلوماسية الشركات عندما تدير المؤسسات التداخل بين التطوير التجاري والمصالح الاستراتيجية لدول المستثمرة؟
أعتقد اليوم أنه القطاع الخاص والكتل الاستثمارية الكبيرة أعتقد لها دور كبير بصراحة في العلاقات الدولية. بحكم خلفيتي المتواضعة بالعلاقات الدولية أعتقد أنه العلاقات بين صناع القرار هي أساس للعلاقات ونوعها ما بين الدول. وبنفس الطريقة إذا كان هناك شركات اقتصادية مهمة قادرة على أن تبني جسور اقتصادية، فأضرب لك أيضا مثل. اليوم حاجتنا إلى منتديات استثمارية، منتديات اقتصادية، حاجتها إلنا لو رجعنا قبل 6 أشهر لما الرئيس الأمريكي إجا إلى المنطقة، حضر إلى منتدى الاستثمار السعودي، وحضر إلى منتدى الاستثمار الإماراتي، وحضر إلى منتدى الاستثمار القطري. هاي الدول اليوم تمكنت من تهيئة منتديات استثمارية. هاي المنتديات الاستثمارية بالضبط هاي جواب إلى هذا السؤال، إنه هاي المنتديات الاستثمارية قادرة على أن تخلق هذا النوع من العلاقات الاقتصادية. واليوم أنا أشوف أي سي أو بالناجح أو أي سي أو اليوم بالمنطقة إذا لا يفهم الجغرافيا السياسية، لا يفهم الجغرافيا السياسية، كيف تنعكس هاي الجغرافيا السياسية على طبيعة استثماراته وعلى طبيعة علاقاته. وأمامنا تجارب ناجحة. أنا أكرر أضرب مثل بالخليج لأن بصراحة تجربة ناجحة. نشوف إحنا اليوم رجال الأعمال في الدولة إكس أو زد كيف يتحرك رجال الأعمال فيها وصناع الاستثمارات فيها إلى الدول بناء على الجغرافيا السياسية. لازم رجال الأعمال والسي أو وقادة الشركات يفهمون طبيعة علاقات الدولة بجيرانهم وفي المنطقة وفي الإقليم وفي أي محور حتى يتمكنوا. ولهذا أنا أرجع أقول إنه البيئة اللي إحنا لازم نخلقها بالدولة هي بالنتيجة راح تجيب لنا استثمار أجنبي وراح تخلي رجال الأعمال الموجودين بالبلد. وأنا أعتقد اللي لمسته خلال السنة الماضية لدينا رجال أعمال ولدينا رؤساء شركات ولدينا قطاع خاص ذكي ومرن وشاطر ويستطيع أن يعمل وبسرعة ويتميز على أقرانه كلما أتيحت له الفرصة وكلما كانت تشريعات موائمة وكلما كانت هناك حكومات قادرة على دعم وتسهيل تنظر له إلى أنه شريك، تنظر له إلى أنه شريك وصديق إلى الدولة، لا تنظر له بنظرة أخرى.
نعم شكرا دكتور.
شكرا جزيلا.
أستاذ محمد آخر سؤال for you as becoming what are the current let's say geopolitical tensions and global market fragmentation reshaping the way that institutional capital is invested in the emerging markets? And we have like 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. So diversification is the name of the game. There was a time when a lot of money was being invested in the United States because the markets and the investors were thinking that on a risk-adjusted basis, the most optimal returns were going to come from the United States. Unfortunately, because of the shifting of capital and the thinking about political risk, countries like China have attracted a lot of capital coming in, and countries like China, Japan, who are big investors in the US market, have started to withdraw their investments. The net beneficiaries of this are, of course, the Gulf states, because they've got a favorable investment climate. And I would urge also for leadership here to understand that there is now an unparalleled flow of capital happening from the United States eastwards, and that they should find ways to capitalize on this very fast-moving source of money, capital, and ensure that investors are protected and returns are achieved. If you look at the best performing markets today in Africa, for example, Morocco is one, South Africa is another, the Gulf states third. Europe has received hardly any new money coming in, and the US has seen money escape from the United States. The Asian markets are going to be the biggest beneficiaries, whether it is Indonesia with 400 million population of Muslims, whether it is Pakistan, India, Thailand. So this is where the money flows are coming, and there is a distinct shift of capital.
Thank you so much for your wonderful insights. We have enjoyed and hope that everything goes well with you. Mr. Mohammed Amersi and Dr. Ali Mahjoub. Thank you so much, friends, being with us and your patience.
زۆر سپاس بۆ دکتۆر مومین زەڵبی و میوانەکانی بۆ ڕوونکردنەوەکانیان. بەڕێزان گەشتینە کۆتایی دانیشتنی بەیانی کە پڕ بوو لە زانیاری گرنگ. ئێستاش پشوویەکی یەک کاتژمێریمان هەیە، داواتان لێ یەکەین لە کاتژمێر 1 و 10 خولەک جارێکی تر لێرە ئامادە بن، دەستەکەینەوە بە چالێکیەکان و پانێڵێکی تایبەتمان هەیە لە سەر عێراق و کوردستان لە نێوان هێزە گەورەکاندا. تا ئەو کاتە بەنیازی دیدار. میوانانی عزیز جارێکی تر بەخێربێنەوە بۆ دەستپێکردنی چالاکیەکانی پاشنیوەڕۆی ڕۆژی دووەم لە کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی. داواتان لێکەین لە سەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان دابنیشن، هاوکارمان من لە دواوە بە پێوە مەوەستن، هەر کەسە و لەسەر کورسی خۆی دابنیشێ. لە دەستپێکی چالێکەکانی دوانیوەڕۆ پانێڵێکی زۆر گرنگمان دەبێت لە ژێر ناوی عراق و کوردستان لە نێوان هێزە گەورەکاندا. تیشک دەخینە سەر مرملانێت جیۆپۆلەتیکیەکان، چۆن ناوچەیەک دەتوانێت پێگەی خۆی وەک پەناگەیەکی تا ڕادێک ئارام بپارێزێت لە کاتێکدا دراوسەکانی لە گۆڕانکاری و ئاڵۆزیدان. بۆ گفتوگۆکردن لەسەر ئەم تەوەرە کۆمەڵێک کەساتی خاوەن ئەزمون و گرنگ لەگەڵمان بەشدارە بن. داوا لە بەڕێز ئاتەناسیۆس کاتسیکیتس ستونوسی ڕۆژنامەی کاسیمەرێنی دەکەم کە ئەم پانێڵە بەڕێوە دەبات بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستیج و میوانەکان بانگهێشت بکات.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Athanasios Katsikidis, columnist at Kathimerini newspaper in Greece. So in this panel discussion, we are going to discuss and we are going to have a dialogue regarding Iraq and Kurdistan between great powers, stability in a fragmented region. I would like to introduce to four exceptional speakers. His Excellency, Mr. Ahmet Davutoglu, former Prime Minister of Turkey, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and a leader of the Future Party. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Peter Galbraith, former Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations to Afghanistan. Welcome. His Excellency, Mr. Omar Ali Sheikh Mous, founding member of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
And also Mr. François Heisbourg, Special Advisor. You're going to correct my French language. It's a Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique.
Bravo.
Thank you very much. So I would like to initiate this panel discussion with a question regarding the fragmentation of the Gulf that has occurred due to the war in Iran and the whole developments that we see the previous months. And I'm going to begin with you, Your Excellency. The peripheral crisis, meaning the war that has been expanding to everywhere, even to Cyprus, has tremendously affected the whole region. So what's the true impact to Iraq and the Kurdistan?
Thank you. I think we have to understand the historical flow in order to make a strategic planning. Iraq, in my academic life, I was saying, Iraq is a small Middle East. You have all the ethnicities, sects of the Middle East in Iraq. So peace in Iraq means peace in Middle East. And in Iraq, we had two critical stages in the last 35 years or 40 years. Now we are at the third stage. The first one is Gulf War, when Saddam invaded Kuwait. Everything has changed, and Iraq has been, Iraqi-Iranian war after that, an era of sanctions as well as Saddam's dictatorial massacres against Aleppo, etc. The second was after the American intervention in 2003, where Iranian-American influence, they were knowing each other and they were balancing. Iranians they were knowing that American presence in Iraq is there. It is a reality. But Americans knew that Iran has a special influence on the ground through certain militias, pro-Iranian groups. Now this era is ending. And it is a great chance for Iraq and also for Kurdistan region to re-establish a new political framework for the future of Iraq. And now the national belonging to Iraq. At the end of the day, nation states can be sustainable only if there is a sense of belonging, a common sense of belonging. Now, if yesterday Brother Bafel made a very good statement, Iraq might be the winner of all these conflicts or might be the main loser. I think Iraq might be the winner. What my suggestion as a friend of Iraq, and from Turkey when we look at Baghdad, Erbil, Basra, Iraq now, the wise leadership of Iraq, all sides, Sunnis, Shiites, Kurds, Turkoman, they have a chance now to create a new Iraqi identity, sense of belonging, because at the end of the day, they will continue to survive together. When there are rivalry of great powers, I have observed this in our experience in Turkey between Soviet Union and United States. And we were seen as a flank country of NATO. What we did achieve in Turkey was, Turkey itself is an asset for everybody. Turkey is an asset for NATO, yes, but Turkey is an asset for Russia. Turkey is an asset for EU. Similarly now, Iraq should say, now we Iraqis, we don't see anybody enemy. We are not anti this country or pro this country, but we are pro-Iraq. And if there is a new consciousness of self-belonging as well as self-interest of Iraq, I think this is the time to achieve this. I am hopeful and optimistic. If I was in Baghdad in these days to advise my friends from different backgrounds, I would say, forget the past. Forget the past of 30 years and re-establish Iraq now, as if you are starting today. And Iraq has all the potential. For example, Gulf countries, I respect all of them, and they are all, they are our friends, but mainly Gulf countries have natural resources, but do not have enough manpower. Sometimes Egypt has manpower, but do not have enough natural resource. Iraq has manpower, very well-educated people as well, resisting people in difficult times, and natural resources. Iraq could be a rising power itself. Instead of following this or that country to protect Iraq, it is better to, how can we achieve this? My suggestion, without any prejudice, first, there should be a new concession, not just constitution, among the groups. Secondly, in a country there can be only one army. No militias or proxy wars should affect Iraq. Peshmerga is a constitutional military group. Therefore, it is part of Iraqi security arrangement. It is not an alternative. And also, there should be one central strategic economic planning to share these natural resources. And my suggestion, I know sorry for taking time, to my brothers and sisters, as Brother Kubat told to Turkey, in Kurdistan region, they should also forget their differences. Now it is time to have a new vision for Kurdistan region and any vision for Iraq in general. I think time is approaching for the rise of Iraq and Kurdistan region.
It's very interesting. Mr. Galbraith, Iraq has historically functioned as a buffer zone for the regional powers. So is that buffer role becoming unsustainable due to the war of United States-Israel with Iran?
I don't know that Iraq has functioned as a buffer, so therefore I can't say whether it's sustainable. But if you'll permit me, I want to follow up on what the Prime Minister said, because he made some very important points. He spoke about the importance of a sense of belonging. And that's exactly the issue. I first came to Kurdistan 42 years ago. And I come all the time. In my entire time, I have never met a single Iraqi Kurd who says that he would prefer to be part of the country of Iraq to being a citizen of an independent Kurdistan. And that includes the last 4 Iraqi presidents who were Kurds. When I wrote a book called The End of Iraq, and I was staying with President Jalal Talabani, and I gave him a copy of the book, and I said, well, you're president, you can't really put this book up. And he said, why not? And he put it up on his wall in his study, not with the spine, but so you could see the title. And the next day, Christian Amanpour came and interviewed him. In my experience, which has been also in the former Yugoslavia and East Timor, where you have people in a geographic area who unanimously don't want to be part of a country, you can't keep them there forever. And in 2017, the people of Kurdistan voted in an indisputably free and fair referendum, 93% for independence. And that sentiment hasn't changed. And that's the fundamental problem of Iraq. So, if you will permit me to say, what is it that alienates people? Well, the history is so long that it can't be undone. But one of the things that happens in these situations is where people feel they're treated unfairly. And the problem here is that the Constitution, which basically made Iraq not a federal state, but a confederal state, hasn't been implemented. In what ways? First, there's supposed to be a block grant. 13% of the oil revenues by population should come to Kurdistan. Kurdistan decides. They don't pay. There should be a Supreme Court. We had a federal judge here who said he was the federal judge of the Supreme Court. But that isn't the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's supposed to be established by law. It never was. There's supposed to be a second chamber, like any federal system, to represent the regions and governorates. That was never set up. So there's a sense here that they've been treated unfairly. Why? Because they have been treated unfairly. So I think it's going to be very hard to overcome that. Now, I understand the regional issues here, but I will say, I'm going to quote a former president of Turkey, actually, the last dictator, Kenan Evren, and he said, of course there's going to be an independent Kurdistan, and we have to get used to it.
Yeah. Your Excellency, Mr. Seymour, the past few days we are experiencing the transformation of the region. We are experiencing the values of the Kurdish people. You have witnessed this whole transformation from the beginning. So I would like to delve deeper. What was the greatest achievement of the Kurdish region?
Well, 2 things I could just offhand tell you about. One is that the Kurdistan regional government is unique in Kurdish history in its duration. The 2 previous examples, the Mahabad Republic lasted only for 1 year, and the so-called Kingdom of Sheikh Mahmud lasted maximum 2 or 3 years. But the KRG has existed for more than 34 years now. And it's getting strong, not weaker. That's one thing. The other achievement for the Kurds in Iraq is that they achieved a federal status. Although the Iraqi government, by constitution, which Peter helped write, is a federal system, the central government is still hesitant in calling it a federal system and implementing its institutions. But the Kurds are insisting on the federal character of the Kurdish administration. And this has become part of their historical dreams in fulfilling some of their national aspirations. They are also becoming an example for Kurds and other parts of Kurdistan to imitate. These two achievements are, as I said, unique. The other thing is that they are prosperous. They were lucky. Not only there was oil and gas in Kirkuk and Khanaqin and Ain Zala, but suddenly they found oil and gas in many other places that were outside the control of the government. So this has led to an economic boom in Kurdistan. I mean, if you look, I remember Peter wrote a report about the destruction of villages and small towns in the 80s for Senator Claiborne Pell, and he knows what had happened to Kurdistan. I was at the mountains, and I saw the level of destruction in the Kurdish areas that Saddam Hussein had carried out. I mean, the country was like a no man's land as far as infrastructure, countryside, agriculture, everything. Now it competes with some regions of Southern Europe as far as level of standards and economic activity is concerned. So these achievements are great. Then there is another aspect which is very important. Relatively speaking, Iraqi Kurdistan is much more secure compared to other areas in Iraq and in some other neighboring countries. This security and this atmosphere of giving possibilities to international economic actors to come and invest in the Kurdish areas is actually helping the Kurdish region to develop even more. The only shortcoming is, as usual, we are shooting ourselves in our foot. The shortcomings are due to disagreements and inner fighting.
Mr. Hesburg, I would like to engage Europe into this. European policymakers often describe Iraq as strategically important, but not strategically central. So does it reflect as a strategic blind spot of, on how Europe understands the whole Middle East?
If this session were to end in 10 seconds, the answer would be yes. But the longer answer will be the following. Europe's interest, and I speak here in terms of interests more than anything else, vis-à-vis Iraq in general and vis-à-vis Kurdistan in particular, has gone through 3 phases. First phase was in the 90s, and it was very much dictated by issues of regional and global order, the duty to intervene. The famous speech by Bernard Kouchner at the UN Security Council relating to the need to intervene in Kurdistan in particular. This was followed by Operation Provide Comfort, in which Turkey, the United States, France, Britain, Australia, Netherlands, Belgium, European countries for a large part intervened successfully. This was also an age in which names like Barzani or Talabani became household names in Europe, very popular. Peshmerga was a compliment, it was not a problem, whether constitutional or not. But that was another epoch. Power distribution in the world makes this entirely impossible, including notably the weakening of the power distribution relating to Europe. This age is over. And the language of values which was prevalent at the time is no longer part of the story. The second episode, which has not ended, goes back 10, 15 years. And that is the European interest was basically related to counter-terrorism on the one hand. And as you know, this continues. You still have French forces in particular in this area. One of our soldiers was killed by a drone a few weeks ago in the base of Kalakara near Erbil. This goes on. It's not as acute as it was in the heyday of Daesh, but it's still a concern. And the other concern was and is immigration. And this became particularly acute a few years ago when Belarus and Russia tried to instrumentalize the flying in of Kurds from Erbil to Minsk in order to force the Polish border, provoke illegal immigration on a massive scale. That did not work, by the way. And that concern, of course, is one of the major political concerns that we have in Europe, not vis-à-vis Iraq and Kurdistan in particular, but in general immigration in Europe, as in other parts of the world, is a hot-button issue. Now we're in the third episode. The third episode is about the Iran war. And the Iran war on the one hand, but also power distribution around Iraq. Turkey and the Mediterranean, Armenia and the Caucasus. And indeed, Iraq and Kurdistan are mercifully a blind spot. I say mercifully because this is rather like a hurricane. The Iran war is a hurricane. You are in the eye of the cyclone. You're in the eye of the hurricane. And you want to stay in the eye. You don't want to get into the hurricane. This has been done, I think, with some degree of success, both by Baghdad and by the Kurdistan regional government. Whether this will continue to be the case is another story. But this has a corollary. You are in the middle of it, but you are not of it. You are not of it in a nasty sense, but you're not of it in a different sense. You're not the middleman. You're not the Pakistan of the Iran war, if I can put it that way. I heard stuff yesterday from the podium which struck me as being maybe overly optimistic as to what could be achieved by Kurdistan in terms of playing a mediating role. I don't think that's part of the picture. Similarly, I've heard strong words about being a hub, about being interconnected. No, the interconnectivity is not there. You have no connectivity, little connectivity with Iran, which sort of makes sense given the circumstances, but you also have little connectivity with Turkey. That's the price which has to be paid for being a blind spot. What Europe can do about it, what it usually does, listen, try to understand what is going on, be helpful where help is sought, and provide the wherewithal necessary. But European ambitions, because of the nature of these interests, is going to be limited vis-à-vis the region. But I'll end on this. The episode of the 90s, which saw the birth of KRG and the stabilization of the situation in this part of the world, this has actually left a lot of goodwill in terms of popular opinion. Kurdistan is a positive word. It has a positive resonance in France and in other European countries. That is something which should be nurtured and should be taken into account.
Yeah. Before we expand this conversation more outside of the borders, I would like to return back inside to the internal politics. Mr. Sheikh Mousse, the Kurdistan region's stability has often depended on the internal cohesion with external pressures. Which of these challenges concerns you more today?
Well, actually, both of them. Both of them in the sense that the neighboring countries do infringe on their sovereignty. They interfere quite a lot. And in the beginning, we all know Turkey, Syria, and Iran, during the Gulf War, they had periodical meetings every 6 months in order to hinder the establishment or development of a Kurdish state in northern Iraq. It has been accepted only after a number of years as a de facto structure that has stayed and functioned, and now they are dealing with it economically, trade-wise, and politically as well. And they have accepted the reality of that situation. This intervention from outside forces, I'm not going to put the blame and act typically as every other Middle Eastern politician by blaming the world for our ills, but unfortunately, the neighboring countries are playing a certain role in the instability that exists in Iraq, Kurdistan. The other thing is the lack of internal cohesion within the Kurdish political parties and movements in Iraqi Kurdistan is endemic. And they fight over, first it was about spoils, secondly about influence, thirdly about territory, and now about ministerial posts. But my historical experience is this: the Kurds in general and the Iraqi Kurds in particular do unite in two situations. And this is not unique for the Kurds. Once they are faced by an external threat, like Daesh or the central government attacking them or any neighboring country attacking them, they close ranks and unite and cooperate with each other. The other time is a time of great achievements, like the March Agreement in 1970, the autonomy agreement with the central government, or the establishment of KRG, or certain other big achievements that are, as we see now in the peace process in Turkey, the agreement between SDF and the central government in Damascus. These are periods or elements that lead to internal cohesion. But you're quite right in putting this question. Both are very important factors in thinking about as far as stability in the Kurdish region is concerned.
Mr. Galbraith, the Kurdistan region has survived wars, the ISIS economic crisis, and even the political disputes with Baghdad. So, in your view, what is the biggest misconception, strategic misconception foreign governments still have about the KRA?
I think, just let me respond to one important issue. How will we approach to our region in general, not just to Kurdistan, Iraq, Turkey separately? Because these borders being specified by Sykes-Picot 100 years ago. But Diyarbakir and Erbil, Süleymaniye and Mosul and Aleppo, they lived together for thousands of years. Same economic zone. Fragmentation brought us to an economic crisis. The natural hinterlands of these cities have been lost. Now, we have to get lesson from the others' history and from our own history. Your concept buffer zone. No, in the region, from the history today, there is no buffer zone. The cities are as important as the states. The European experience, French and German armies fought several centuries to control Alsace-Lorraine. Nobody controlled. But when they decided to establish EU, people do not know now French border territory or German territory. What is the uniqueness of Kurdish entity and Kurdish people here? Either we will create some new states, fragmentation. Iraq will be divided, Syria will be divided, Lebanon will be divided. assuming that each ethnicity will have a state, okay, but this means prolonging civil wars. Iraq, how will you separate Mosul, Kurds and Arabs, or Kirkuk, or in several? At least in Iraq, you have a KRG, an entity. This is one vision. My vision is, in our region, the territories are like very badly built building. Either you will reshape this building, or you will take one stone out of this thing. This solution, where is the solution? Yesterday, I was very impressed. I think Brother Bafel and also Brother Kubat mentioned why Kurdish young generation is multilingual. For example, if you go to Turkey, people do not speak Arabic. Many people do not speak Kurdish. But in Süleymaniyah, if I will go to the market today, this evening. This is my habit in Süleymaniyah. They speak to me Turkish. If an Iranian comes, they speak Persian. If there is an Arab, they speak Arabic. If there is a British or European, they can speak English. This is great asset. And I like the concept of Brother Kubat this morning. Kurds should be connector. Kurds should be the escalator. Connector is important. When, thanks to Brother Ömer, he is from Syria, as far as I know. He's leader of PUK. He's now Iraqi. But at the end of the day, he is a Kurdish. Now, he mentioned that Turkey, Iraq, Syria were working to prevent Kurdish entity. This was 25, 30 years ago. In 2009, when I became Minister of Foreign Affairs, I met with Mam Jalal. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iraq was Hoshar Zabari. Two Kurds representing Iraq. One is President, the other one is Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I brought them a proposal, Mesopotamian Economic Union proposal. And I took the same proposal to Bashar Assad before he killed his own people. And this, what is my purpose? Territories can stay, like European territories, but we have to make territories as flexible as possible, as irrelevant as possible. At the end of the day, everybody will win. Let me give you one example. What is the historic center of Eyalet? Here, Mosul. In Syria, Aleppo. But with a painful sentiment, I am saying this. Last November, I went to Mosul. Compared to Erbil and Süleymaniyah, Mosul was very underdeveloped because of these civil wars, etc. What is the secrecy of the success of KRG and Erbil? Why Erbil today is like a European city and Süleymaniyah is becoming similar? Similarly, in Turkey, Gaziantep was a small town of Aleppo, but you cannot compare Gaziantep now. The lesson is that economic interdependency is more important than territorial disagreements in shaping the future and in establishing order. The difference of Erbil is Erbil was open to Turkish investments. And from Ankara, 2 times I had serious security concern for Erbil. One, when I was Prime Minister, Daesh was approaching to Erbil. Kak Mesut called us, and I instructed our army to send artillery direct to Erbil to prevent Daesh to come in. And our artillery at midnight came to the border and pushed Daesh back, because for us, Erbil is a backbone of stability. Similarly, Süleymaniyah. We don't look Iraq as a buffer zone. We look Iraq as a backbone of an economic union. Similarly, I proposed in 2010 Levant Union between Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. If we had this union instead of proxy wars in Lebanon, these type of unions will shape the future. Otherwise, I respect to Kurdish people's self-identity, culture, and all political, idealism. But at the end of the day, what will be the result? There, we want a prosperous KRG. We want a prosperous geoeconomics is the key term now after Hormuz Strait. One day, I imagine from Basra to Baghdad, development road, to Erbil, to Süleymaniyah, 3 lines, energy and trade route. 3 lines from Süleymaniyah, Erbil. One is to Black Sea, Trabzon port. The other one is to Iskenderun, like Kerkük, Yumurtalık. The third one is from here to Istanbul, direct to Europe. Yep. If you have a geopolitical instability, how will you achieve this? You will make rhetorics to each other. Turkish nationalism, Kurdish nationalism, Arab nationalism, Iranian nationalism. At the end of the day, all the nations will fail and will lose. Instead of this, we have to say, this region belongs to us. We, nations of the Middle East, Turks, Kurds, Arabs, Iranians, we are together for our common future, and we will specify what will happen in our region. Not the great powers, not the other forces. We will decide what will happen in our region.
Mr. Galbraith, back to you. 34 years have passed since the KRA autonomy. What is the single biggest vulnerabilities that this region faces today?
Well, the Kurds have a saying, which is the Kurds have no friends but the mountains. I have an additional saying, the Kurds have no friends but the mountains, and they have many enemies, and the worst are the Kurds. Because the greatest impediment to the success of Iraqi Kurdistan, of the Kurds in Syria, is the fragmentation among the Kurdish parties. Now, at a critical moment, back during the Anfal, they formed the Iraqi Kurdistan Front. They collaborated at the critical time to get the constitution. But this is a problem. In Syria, the split between the PYD and the ENKS has absolutely handicapped them, and it's led to a division between Rojava and here, which basically hurt the people in Rojava, and there was much they could have done about it, and they didn't. In terms of the vulnerability here, again, I think the main vulnerability has been the failure to implement the Constitution. And the kind of coexistence that was envisioned simply hasn't happened, so you have a situation of grievance. I want to support what the Prime Minister has said about eliminating national barriers. And there's a very interesting example. When I went to Slovenia in 1991, just after independence, and they had changed the license plates, no more red star, the Slovene symbol. They were flying the Slovene flag at the border. They wanted to stamp my passport with the Slovene symbol. I saw the finance minister. He gave me the new currency, the tolar. And they became independent. 10 years later, there is no border. They're part of Schengen. It's the EU flag that's on the license plate. The currency is the euro. In other words, nationalism, you have to let people have their country. And then, as in the European project, it begins to disappear. When Kak Massoud went to the Czech Republic and Slovakia, what did they say? They said, we get along great now. They actually have joint cabinet meetings. When it was Czechoslovakia, they were at each other's throats. So these are complementary ideas. They're not mutually exclusive. I want to share two things to pick on what the Prime Minister said about the drawing of the borders. I think people don't quite realize that the border between Syria and Turkey was drawn by the Allies to go in the middle of the railroad tracks of the Berlin to Baghdad Railroad, because that was the great German project. They wanted to make it impossible. Well, of course, and if you railroad, you put rivers or mountains there are people on different sides. Rivers, sometimes come, but railroads go right through cities, so you have Kamishli and New Saiban. I mean, it's just, but that was the mentality, and that's what needs to be erased. The last word I want to say is about Syria. And I'm going to say, it's actually 3 words: elected constituent assembly. If the Kurds want to guarantee be part of the future of Syria, they need to be speaking about this, because do the math of Syria. It is 35% or 40% minorities: Alawites, Druze, Kurds, Christians, and others. And of the 60%, they are Sunni. Many of them are secular. So if you have an elected constituent assembly, you're guaranteed not to have an Islamist state. And of course, they'll be bargaining, and they will end up with some system of federalism. Whether you use that name or not, that's what you'll have. And it's a process that will ensure the unity of Syria rather than the current situation of a constitution and nobody's speaking about this, is being written by Shara and people appointed by Shara.
So, Mr. Haysbrook, if Europe wanted to become strategically relevant in Iran again, so what concrete steps are needed?
Well, first of all, I greatly empathize with what the Prime Minister said, and I use my words, not his, but I don't think he'll disagree with them. Middle East without borders. Moyen-Orient sans frontières, if I can put it that way in French. But we ain't there yet, to put it mildly. We have the Iran war going on. And here, I would like to lay a marker. The war isn't over. We don't know what the terms of an eventual ceasefire or arrangement or peace treaty will be. But at the strategic level, which is not identical to the military level, Iran seems to be doing quite well for itself. It has discovered the power of Hormuz. It has discovered the goose that lays the golden eggs, and it is probably not going to let go. It certainly would take a lot for them to lose what is the functional equivalent of a nuclear weapon. That is what the Straits of Hormuz are strategically today. If that picture hardens into a permanent arrangement, then the question will be, what would that strategically relatively successful Iranian regime mean for the region? And it would have basically 2 strategic directions in which to go. Either to try to build up on its quite successful campaign against American interests in the Gulf monarchies, aided and abetted by American clumsiness, notably relating to Oman, which has been directly threatened by the President of the United States, which is sort of mind-boggling demonstration of, I don't know what to call it, incompetence, I guess. That is one strategic direction. They may be tempted to play towards that, trying to build up on their power vis-à-vis the strategic orphans of the southern part of the Gulf, the monarchies, which have seen that the United States is not able to provide them with a functional security umbrella. The other direction is Iraq. How to try to improve Iran's situation, power, influence in Iraq. I don't know whether that will be the strategic direction. That's the one that I would watch. I was talking about hurricanes and cyclones earlier on. That is one which I would keep an eye on. That would have implications, of course, for Kurdistan. What those would be would take us too far. But here, of course, the European interest does come into play. Europe is as dependent on the Gulf as all other major industrialized economies in Europe and Asia are. And therefore, yes, the Europeans have reasons to not only keep an eye, but also to be present, as we are currently vis-à-vis our defense partners, for example, in the United Arab Emirates, where we currently have a number of French combat aircraft and French combat forces, as well as the major part of the French Navy in the Gulf of Oman. So that is to answer your question.
Indeed. Mr. Seikhmus, looking at the future, do you believe the current political model in Kurdistan is sufficiently adaptable to next generation's expectations?
Well, before answering that, I wanted to remind my dear friend, Prime Minister Davutoğlu. We met at the Syrian Opposition Conference in Istanbul. And Your Excellency, you asked to meet the Kurdish representative from Syria. I was one of them. And he asked us, well, what are your demands? And when we mentioned that we are asking for linguistic, cultural rights, political rights, and local self-governance, His Excellency said, well, we can live with that, we accept it.
Of course.
And no, I wanted to commend you.
Of course.
The other thing is that both Prime Minister and my colleague here, you mentioned something that I actually wrote about in 1992, and that was a new strategic vision for the Middle East. At the International Peace Research Association conference in Kyoto. And it was published in a book by Elise Moulding called Peace Building in the Middle East. The gist of the idea was a vision for the Middle East that looked like the European Union project for the whole of the Middle East, including Turkey, Iran, and Israel, with the Arab countries. Unfortunately, maybe the current war might undermine that possibility for the future, but I had presented there that one of the ways in getting Kurdish rights to self-governance and cultural rights and linguistic rights within such a greater union without changing borders, but within the unity that's similar to the European Union. And that's a way that one could look at it. But as far as future generations are concerned, I mean, there are so many challenges and developments, technological ones especially, like AI. It's affected by even the youngsters here in Kurdistan. You know that there is now a song in Kurdish, Wara or Haragule, has become an international trend. And people all over the world are singing in Kurdish. So the young generation in Kurdistan is affected by what is happening in the rest of the world. So I expect that the Kurdistan, and Qubad in his speech actually touched upon the subject. I mean, the new generation in the Middle East and in Kurdistan is not an island by itself. They are influenced by international trends, whether technological ones or cultural ones or otherwise. And I think that these youngsters will put pressure on their political system here and in Iraq as well to radically change the form of government that is being carried out at this level now.
So, Your Excellency, I would like to conclude with you. We have members of the government, members of the parliament, and the exceptional audience here today. So what's your message to the Kurdish people?
Yes, just I want to thank Brother Ömer to remind me that good memory. You know, it is interesting, in 2011, in my last meetings with Bashar Assad, April, then in August, 6 hours I discussed with him. I was seeing what it may occur, and one of the conditions I I mean, one of the suggestions I put on the table was the first one: give identities to Kurdish people, give the right of Kurdish language to Kurdish people, do not isolate them, respect them. And second was, don't use military, use police force in the cities. As Peter mentioned, 65% Sunni, but all the high-rank officials of intelligence and army were Alawites. So don't send your army to the cities. They will be seen not as Syrian army. Now, same days, 2 days before that, I came to Erbil. Brothers from Kurdistan region knows. The name Kurdistan was a taboo in Turkey. And even the flag. First time a Turkish foreign minister came to Erbil, and I used Iraqi Kurdistan region. I am not scared of this. As Turkey and now, everybody accepted, normalized this. Nobody thinks Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan region as an enemy, but as an ally, natural ally. The only problem is PKK presence. If it is being resolved, I can assure you, many investors will come to Süleymaniyye, as Süleymaniyye is Diyarbakir or Konya. So important is, maybe some friends may think that Prime Minister is very utopic. No. This is the most realistic analysis. We have to get lessons from our past. Ethnic exclusion, sectarian fight brought us massacres, genocides, Halepce, all these. Now the only realistic way is just open the borders. Do not create new borders, but open your mind, open your economy, open your vision. Then I can assure to my Kurdish brothers and sisters here, what is the uniqueness of Kurdish people now? Forget the borders. They are landlocked. They are in a landlocked area. But their manpower and leadership, they are not landlocked. They have, if they have a vision, this place will be the center of attraction for everybody. And on behalf of our, of course, I don't have an official position. I cannot speak on behalf of our government. But now, nobody sees Kurdistan region as a threat. And my humble suggestion, I will be seeing Kak Masoud and all the leaders, please unite, form the government, be active in Baghdad, be active in all state officials, attract more investments. Do not separate Turkish investors, European investors, whoever comes, this should be an open area. And after that, like EU, today Strasbourg is the center of everything, which was the place of buffer zone between Germany and France. The important is to have this vision to realize. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you. Thank you all.
زۆر سپاس بۆ هەموو پانێڵستەکان و کەساتیانە بۆ دیدگای ورد و گرنگیان لەسەر تەوەر و پێشهاتەکان. خۆشەویستان، دەچینە پانێڵێکی تر لە ژێر ناونیشانی مامەڵەکردن لەگەڵ ناسەقامگیری و سەرمای نێودەوڵەتی. لەم پانێڵە دکتۆر پێشەوا محەممەد، ڕاوێژکاری جێگیری سەرۆکی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان، گفتوگۆ لەگەڵ میوانەکانی ئەکات. با بفەرمێت. ئامادەبانی وەڕێز داوا لە هەموو لایەکەکەین تکایە لەسەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان دابنیشن بێدەنگی هۆڵەکە بپارێزن دەستەکەین بە پانێڵی داهاتوو تکایە ئامادەبانی خۆشەویست لەسەر کورسیەکانتان دابنیشن کەس لە دواوە بە پێوە نەوەستێت تکایە بۆ ئەوەی بتوانین لە چەوەر و لە گفتوگۆکان بەباشی تێبگەین تکایە لەسەر کورسیەکانتان دابنیشن دەست ئەەکەین بە پانێڵی دواترمان ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز تکاکەین لە شوێنی خۆتان لەسەر کورسیەکانتان دابنیشن هەر کەسە و بچێتەوە شوێنی خۆی تکایە کەس لە دواوە بە پێوە نەوەستێ دەست بە گفتوگۆی دواترەکەین تکایە لەسەر کورسیەکانتان دابنیشن دەست بە گفتوگۆی دواترەکەین Distinguished guests, please have your seats. We will start the next panel shortly. Please have your seats.
See. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having the patience to stay with us. We're starting our panel, and I'll remind you about the title, Navigating Volatility, the Kurdistan Region as a Resilient Partner for International Capital. For those who do not know me, I'm Peshawar Mohammed. I think you know me, right? I serve as an advisor to His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Kubat Talabani, and I'm privileged that I chair this interesting panel today. I'm joined by three distinguished representatives of the major allies of the Kurdistan region. Mr. Andrew Bisley, the Consul General of the United Kingdom. Dr. Jan Brahim, Consul General of the Republic of France in the Kurdistan region, and Radu Butum, Head of EU Liaison Office in Erbil. We've got only 20 minutes, so I try to be punctual. It's not one of my strengths, but I'll do my best. So Andrew, perhaps I'll start with you. If we look at the title of the panel, we're saying navigating volatility. Not overcoming, not preventing, not eliminating. So this means that the region, perhaps the world, will stay volatile for some time, if not forever. So one of the things, perhaps, to cope with this volatility is trying to strengthen our partnerships with the international community. And we're proud to say one of the countries is the UK. And one of the good recent example of that partnership is the recent launch of the Regional Development Agency in Raparin. So I would like you to tell us a bit more about this agency and its significance for the UK, for the Kurdistan region, and for this volatile region. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Peshawar. I should probably start by not claiming too much of the intellectual property behind this, which really is His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and his teams. But ultimately, what's the problem that we're trying to deal with? On the last panel, it was mentioned how when you go to Erbil, when you go to Suli, you can feel like you're sometimes in a European or a Gulf city in terms of the levels of development. But that's quite partial. And there are areas across the Kurdistan region which are less developed, less economically developed at least. And that causes problem for the region, for its government. It also ends up causing problems politically and in security terms for countries like mine, ultimately. Because if you look at Raparin, for instance, it's a story of agricultural decline. It's a story of not too much industrial development, not too much business that's happening there. And frankly, people have started to vote with their feet. And those feet have taken them on some quite dangerous journeys, sometimes to the UK. So that's quite a negative thing to say. But I think one of the things that's quite interesting about the structure of the Kurdistan region is independent administrations. When you look around at each of them show in different ways, perhaps excluding Raparin, a chance to navigate that volatility and a way forward. If you look at Zakho is probably the best example. Zakho has central government funding. Zakho has the benefits of the border. Soran has a central government and local strategy and kind of tourism money coming in. And certainly it's been possible in parts of Garmian to get private financing, ultimately. So what we've tried to do together with the government is rather than look at a sort of traditional response that my country might do, which is, okay, let's do some youth skill, let's do some training, is actually to try and look at something that tackles the problem in a far more holistic way, ultimately. Brings in some of those elements that you can see in the other independent administrations, brings in best practice. So what we have been able to do in partnership with the Foundation, in partnership with the Prime Minister's Office, Deputy Prime Minister's Office, is essentially try and create an agency that looks at this problem holistically, that tries to create a strategy that has in place an architecture that allows it in the future to work with the central government, with the local government, with businesses, that's set up in a way to attract international finance from my country, from other countries. I know that certainly the EU suffers from a lot of the problems that we have, and I would hope that it would be something that the EU would consider putting money into as well in future. It's just the beginning, ultimately. We're happy to have established things, but it's an exciting moment. It's an exciting moment because of the possibilities that this thing creates. Certainly, I'm quite happy with the reception that it's got across the political spectrum in the Kurdistan region, and it's not often that you can say that. What we hope is that it can be a model. It can be a model that's applied elsewhere, but ultimately we have to make this thing work.
Oh, thank you. Radu, agreeing that the world may stay volatile for some time, if not forever, I think being resilient is not enough. We have to do more, we have to prosper, we have to develop, we have to work better and closer with our international friends. So given the volatility that we've seen at the moment, what do you think we should do together as EU and Kurdistan region and Iraq more broadly to tackle this volatility?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Peshawa, and thank you for organizing. It's a great opportunity to be here again, the second time. Thank you for the question, a very good one. I think we've heard a lot today, and we will hear still about volatility, and I think it's important to break down a bit the concept. I mean, of course, it means rapid change, and to a certain extent, changes that are not within our own reach, changes that go beyond us. And lack of predictability for that matter. But I think the essence here is to understand that, or at least for me, for us in the European Union, that doesn't necessarily have to mean instability, or definitely not long-term instability. And of course, if we're looking for something stable and safe for a few moments, many can achieve that. But the big question is, who can achieve long-term stability? And in other words, who can actually develop what it takes in order to absorb shocks in such a way that you can actually work long-term. And allow me to illustrate that with the example of the European Union, not because I like it so much, which I do, but because I think it's also relevant for the Kurdistan region of Iraq. And please, when I refer to these, try to think of an analogy which I will not express plainly myself. I would just leave it a bit to the imagination of everyone, because it's very relevant for Kurdistan as well, given its position within Iraq and in the broader region. So, of course, I think it's a common position that the European Union was forged as a response to crisis. It was forged, and it started at the moment when volatility was very high after the Second World War, and not barely had the ink dried on the Paris Treaty in '51, when in '54 we reached our first institutional crisis, which was the failure of our defense, common defense policy. And then in '64, we had the empty chair crisis, as it's called. And we've learned from that you need to put legitimacy behind and acceptability behind the institutions that you're creating. And then later on, in the '70s, we all faced the oil crisis shocks. And in a way, that taught us something that we are implementing even today, and this gives me the opportunity to debunk an element which I've heard earlier, that the European Union did not navigate or it did not accomplish its energy transition, which was weird for me to hear because, let me say it now, we have 50% of our energy coming from renewables. We've added 200 gigawatts of power, photovoltaics and wind just between 21 and 24, if I'm not mistaken, which pushed us up. We still have our climate objectives, and speaking of strategy, which is something that we've also heard earlier, yes, strategies are hard to build in a volatile environment, but that doesn't mean we cannot set strategic objectives, and we have those. You can check them. It's very clear where we want to be in 2050. I remember Commissioner Cañete telling us in 2016, trust me, he said, no one trusted him at the time, but now we're starting to probably. In 2050, we will be 100% renewable. And it would be thanks to the technology. So that's another example of how you navigate crisis. Another crisis, of course, the COVID-19 crisis, which challenged our solidarity. We all of a sudden started seeing reactions at a national level, and we very easily understood that that cannot be done. And what it taught us then was that even if there's a crisis, you can always invent common recovery mechanisms. And that's what we developed then. We had then the crisis, the economic and fiscal crisis, financial crisis, 2008, 2012. What it taught us is if you're going to build an architecture, take it until the end, do the whole job. So that's when we invented or when we developed a monitoring mechanism and we enhanced our institutional framework. Why am I saying? And today, after 75 years, we're still struggling, of course. We are in a moment when we're struggling with the effects of Ukraine war, the war in Ukraine by Russia, and of course the war in Iran affects us as well. But we are here. We learn from it every day. We build our institutions stronger, and we are still here together and with our partners, and look forward to a future, even if we have a disinformation war going on right now inside. What tells us this is the following, that there's a major difference between short-term stability and, mind you, there are many places in this world that have temporary stability. It has to be sustainable, and in order for it to be sustainable, you need strong governance. And if there's one thing that I want to make a point about is strong governance, and that's exactly what we heard this morning from His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister. Governance matters, and I think that for the Kurdistan region, the importance of that is that because it helps transform this place not into an El Dorado where people would come because there's a huge opportunity to make some money, hit and run. No, but because this is a place for the long term where you can come and you can make sure you can build something here sustainable on the long run. And that's why we care about the Kurdistan region. We see the advantages of the region being the following. There's a certain like-mindedness. There's a common understanding of why governance is so important, and there's a willingness to do it. But very importantly, it has a type of political specificity which ensures long-term planning, long-term thinking. And if the institutions are strong, with the given political setup here, you can actually build on the long term. That's the type of interventions that we have. I know the time is short, but if I have time, I'd be happy to say some very concrete things that we do, both for the economic environment, but also for governance. But the reason why we do it is because we want a strong partner here.
Thank you. Thank you. Jan, I would like you to talk about the importance and impact of education for societies and how education would help societies to stay resilient. And interestingly, in Kurdistan, we use the word parwarda for education, which means nurturing, raising. It's more than learning, actually. So this shows that we care about education, but perhaps we need to learn more from your excellent education. Could you please tell us a little bit about your role in education?
Thank you, Dr. Peshawar, and thank you for organizing this great event, and thank you for Kakuba to organize all this setup and the Dēڵfī forum. Just to come back to what both Radu and Andrew said, resilience is about the ability to build stability and absorbing shocks. So it means strong institutions, I would say ability to valorize resources, natural or built resources, and show resilience of the different actors in society, be it the private sector or the institutions themselves. And that's what we had when we organized some business events. People who were willing to invest here needed to see these elements of strong institutional capacity, stability in the organizational setup, and also the idea that human capital has been invested in, and the Deputy Prime Minister spoke about human capital. As far as I am concerned, I've seen here since 3 years a great deal of universities with very high-level teachings and students who are able to valorize their expertise on the global stage in international companies. And this starts from the beginning. This starts from school. And the kind of model that we can try to invest in and improve is a very open model of schools, open to international education, open to, and that leads to the ability for the students to go abroad, to go back also with expertise and to be able to invest in areas like in Raparin, where we, well, Andrew said, talked about the development agency. That's clearly the kind of things that we can contribute to build. We have worked on that, especially with the 2 French schools which are present in Erbil and Slémanie, and we have embarked on this journey to make our French schools international French schools, so meaning opening widely the curricula to the ability to foster critical thinking, to provide basic education, but very high-level education, and also openings to language. So when you go into a French school, for instance, you learn French, but you have 40% of your teachings which are in English. You can, you of course learn Arabic and Kurdish because it is a basis of citizenship in the Iraqi Kurdistan. So that's the way we are trying to build on these very strong tools that we have, and then we can support the students who will be studying abroad and bringing back to Kurdistan the know-how, the expertise that they have been able to acquire both in universities in the Gulf or all over the world, but especially in France. I was this morning in the French school in Slémanie, the international French school, Daniel Mitterrand of Slémanie, and there were 6 students finishing their studies. All 6 want to go and study in France.
Wow.
So they will be having a very prominent background, university experience, ability to work in international companies, to bring international companies here. But they will also represent, and I will end with this, they will be the human representation of the links that the French people and the Kurdish people do enjoy all together. And that's a great achievement for us.
Of course, yes, that's amazing. Andrew, on education, I think UK still is seen as a top destination for students from Kurdistan region to go and study and come back. What's your take on the role of the UK in terms of education and that relations?
2 points. I agree with what Jan was saying, and what you, Dr. Pesha, are a very good example, to be honest, of this long, continuous stream of people that have come from the Kurdistan region, studied in the UK, and brought those skills back. That's really important. That's why we continue to do that ourselves as part of our achieving schemes, sending people for fully funded masters. I think my second point is to perhaps ask the question of whether that is overplayed in importance. I think it's definitely part of the mix, but actually primary education, secondary education is really important. Here, I meet too many people, I think, here for whom the assumption is that you go and do a degree, then possibly a master's, and then hopefully you get a public sector job. And I guess I would want to challenge that. I was talking at lunch with some of my colleagues about the difference in my consulate between the first jobs of the UK-based people there. So I, for instance, my first job at age 17 was pulling pints behind a bar in London. When I speak to my kind of colleagues from the Kurdistan region, none of them can say that. They weren't working in kitchens, they weren't waiting tables. What did that teach me? It taught me about business, it taught me about people. And so I think my challenge is that this region should think about education in a different way, in addition to the good things that are happening.
Nice. Wow. I totally agree with you. I think we should change this mentality regarding jobs and first jobs. One of the big pillars of good governance, of course, is the rule of law. And I know the EU has done a lot in this regard through the EU itself and the EU advisory mission in Baghdad. Radu, could you please tell us a little bit more about your role in terms of helping us to have, to reach good governance, hopefully one day?
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you. Well, to contribute to the good governance, because this is never, I suppose, never an objective which you can say reached, you know, and checked. You have to strive for that constantly, and that's what we see in the EU as well. But yes, thank you for that question, absolutely. I think it's very easy to speak from my position, being a representative of the EU, because you always have an example, a very clear example to give. You can speak about principles, you can say it would be nice to do that and that and that, but then you actually have a project in which you're trying to contribute precisely to that. And indeed, I think we look at it two ways in order to support long-term economic development and stability. First, you put the bases, which are strong governance, and then you come with very specific sectorial projects. And I can only add to what Andrew and Jan said here. I would also speak about TVET, the technical and vocational training, which is also a very important aspect and where we have a very specific project. But on governance, I think we try to support in a three-way approach. We have an institutional presence here in Kurdistan, in Iraq, of course, but in Kurdistan as well. It's the EU office, of course, where we try to keep close and keep in touch. We have the ECHO office, which is the humanitarian aid office, and we have which also contributes to a certain extent to the governance objectives. But we also have the EU advisory mission, which is our common security and defense policy. We have, even in Erbil, for policemen, for the colleagues are policemen from different European member states, and what they do is they offer advice and contribute to the security sector reform on very specific topics, such as, for instance, crime, including financial crime, anti-drug, anti-trafficking of cultural heritage, even so everything that contributes also to a good governance. But we also do it through projects, and that's the other way in which we act. And we have a number of projects. I have a selection which I really want to mention. One of them is rather new. And I will refer to, we have one, for instance, even on anti-corruption, but I want to refer to the ones where we support the civil society. Because this is maybe one of the first discussions that I had with His Excellency when I arrived, the importance of actually having a place where people can speak up and say their mind and be free. So it's within the concept of freedom of expression, which is so important for us. And one of them is called SOLTNA, Strengthening Our Unity Through Networking and Advocacy. It's a project where we help civil society organizations to have a better understanding of how to act and to impact policy making and decision making processes. We have another one, Tatawir it's called. I think some of these we implement with development agencies of our member states, Germany, Italy, I know for sure France, of course. As in Tatawir, we offer training, coaching, and knowledge for internal management and strategic planning within civil society organizations. And then we have, for instance, one which refers to democracy and transparency, empowering civic engagement and media freedom. And we look a little bit into how civil society organizations can help understand electoral processes.
Yeah. Our time is officially and technically over, but I'll ask one more question, Jan. And it's the business ties that we have between France and the Kurdistan region. Could you please tell us briefly the business relationship that we have at the moment in French presence here in Kurdistan?
We have quite an extensive business relations. I would say that we are following three main patterns. We have, of course, commercial trades with brands which are imported here. Many French brands are imported and shops are represented. You can find Petit Bateau in malls. You can find French champagne or whatever products you may look for. We have also some direct investments which have been made, and a brand like Carrefour, which is second or third.
Which is my favorite.
Well, has been investing here and taken Kurdistan as a base to invest also all over Iraq, which is quite an interesting model to have a look at. And there are also other kinds of models to follow, which are providing factories directly with lines of productions which are sold. We have one in a brick factory, for instance, in Chamchamal. We have several other brands which are helping the private sector here to build state-of-the-art factories. So it's in all sectors: industry, agriculture, agro-food industry, like with Danone. So we are trying to diversify these projects. We are focusing a lot on water management sector, especially on given the scarcity of the resources, but also the availability, the scarcity of the resources on the global Iraqi market, but also the availability of the resource here in Kurdistan. So we are implementing a pilot project to monitor the quality and the quantity of water all over Kurdistan. We have the project to expand it at the federal level in order to provide more predictability to the management of these water resources. What is at stake right now is that after these episodes of war, the image of the entire region could be seen as a risky investment. So we will, of course, redouble our efforts together with the Kurdistan regional government to make sure that this image is counterbalanced with the kind of resilience assets that are proven here, meaning very high quality labor market, very high quality infrastructures, and investment laws which are protective of the international investors. That will require a great deal of effort, which we're very keen on doing.
Thank you. Thank you. On the rule of law part, very briefly, I know we don't have any time left, but I just want to mention the UK's role as well, because in the past, the UK has done amazing training program as part of the judicial development training programs for the judges and for the those who work in the investigative bodies in Kurdistan. So I hope everybody will continue helping the Kurdistan region so that we can stay resilient and even more. Thank you very much for your comments, for your observations, for your remarks. I found them really, really useful and amazing. And thanks for your patience. Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ پانێڵی دیپلۆماتکارە بەڕێزەکان. خۆشەویستان دەچینە لای پانێڵێکی تر و بەردەوام دەبین لە چالاکیەکان. پانێڵی داهاتوو لە ژێرناوی یەکسانی جێندەری و پێشکەوتنی دامەزراوەیی کە پێوەرێکی بنەڕەتی بۆ خۆڕاگری کۆمەڵایەتی و گەشەپێدانی دامەزراوەی مۆدێرن، یەکسانی جێندەری و بەشداری پێکردنی گشتیە. بۆ بەڕێوەبردنی ئەم گفتوگۆیە بە خێرهاتنی خاتومەی فەرید حەسەنەکەین ڕایۆشکار لە فاوندیشن هەب با بفەرمێت بۆ ناساندن و میوانەکانی و دەستکردن بە گفتوگۆکەیان.
Is it working? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We talk about building great nations, which only as strong as all of its parts, not half of it, right? To build a great nation. So gender equality is not only women's cause. It's the foundation every thriving society built on. We are here at Dēڵfī, a place built on the pursuit of truth, to ask one of the defining questions of our era. What does a truly equal world look like? And how do we get there? So we may find that our panelists may not see eye to eye sometimes, which is totally agreeable and exactly the point. So we are here to create clarity and leave with something truly valuable. My job is to make sure every perspective is heard and every assumption is challenged. So let's begin. I'll start with Sherry Khan. Sherry Graham Talabani is the president of SEED, a women-led local nonprofit development organization in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, a human rights lawyer with over 25 years of experience in foreign policy development, strategic leadership, advocacy, and managing international programs. She has worked extensively in conflict and post-conflict settings, as well as in humanitarian response, peacekeeping, and development. Sherry Khan, the question is, as we know, Kurdistan has made notable strides in recent years, yet gender gaps in political representation, economic participation, and institutional leadership persists. So let me ask you directly, if gender equality is genuinely recognized as a driver of prosperity and not just a social obligation, what is the single most important structural change Kurdistan's institutions must make today to turn that recognition into reality? Floor is yours.
Thank you, May.
Sure.
And thank you all for being here and staying this late in the conference, but it has been a really productive 2 days, and so I thank Simeon and everybody at the Dēڵfī Forum, including here in Slēmani. So my husband pretty much stole my punchline this morning, which is the answer to your question, which is gender equality is not only an issue about rights, but it's about institutional development, economic competitiveness, and social resilience. So today I wanted to share 5 lessons from international experience and from Kurdistan's own development. I've been living here for 13 years, and I've been working here on and off for 28 years. So these lessons are not just about women. They're about how Kurdistan can fully utilize its human capital. We've talked a lot about human capital the last few days, how we can strengthen our institutions and build a more prosperous future. And I'll take my slides. I know this is not a Dēڵfī thing to have the slides, but we're going to do that today because a picture tells 1,000 words. So the first lesson is about how women's participation drives economic growth. And the economic case is clear. No economy can maximize growth while underutilizing its human capital. So yesterday we talked, the minister talked about 2% of the human capital of any population are entrepreneurs. And he talked about how important it is to utilize that 2%. What about the 50% of our population contributing to the economy? So countries that focus on increasing women's participation in the economy and benefit from higher productivity, more diversified economies, better household income, greater resilience overall. And so it's not just about inclusion, it is about economic growth and competitiveness. And you can see that the OECD countries have 52% of its population in the workforce, and here in Kurdistan we have about 14%. It's a little bit better than Baghdad, but it's not quite where we need it to be. So what would it mean to close the gender gap in Iraq and Kurdistan? The World Bank estimates that increasing female participation in the labor force by 5% would result in an increase of Iraq's GDP by 1.6%, which translates to $4.5 billion per year. And the good news is we are not dependent on Baghdad for this in Kurdistan. We can do this here on our own. We can adopt the policies and practices that allow greater women's participation in the workforce. So how do we do this? So the first piece is about education. Kurdistan has already achieved one of the most important development goals. We have educated a generation of talented young women. Women now comprise half of the university students in the Kurdistan region. So that's a very remarkable achievement. Yet, as you can see, that has not translated into participation in the workforce, and you can see a drop-off from 52% to 14% in the labor force. So today's challenge is no longer getting women into schools, but transforming educational achievement into economic participation. And how do we do this? Well, one way is to strengthen the pathways from education to employment through internships, mentorships, entrepreneurial support, investing in women businesses, investing in STEM opportunities, which we heard was all about the future of our economy, science and technology. Private sector partnerships, so universities partnering with the private sector. The third lesson is about investing in family-friendly policies, because these are economic policies. One of the most important lessons that we have from global experience is that women's participation is strongly influenced by how societies organize caregiving responsibilities. Many women around the world have two jobs. One is paid and one is unpaid. And sadly, this is not just in Kurdistan. This is a global challenge, right? Highly educated women often leave the workforce not because they lack ambition or competency or ability, but because work and balancing family life is too challenging and unsustainable. So women worldwide perform the majority of unpaid work. This is childcare, elder care, caring for the elderly and their family, and managing the household. And these responsibilities are called the invisible economy. So this is an economic issue, because when talented women leave the workforce, economies lose productivity, innovation, and leadership. So we know that supporting families supports economic participation, and countries that successfully increase women's participation in the workforce, they are investing in family-friendly policies, which includes improves retention, recruitment, productivity, and employee satisfaction. So we shouldn't look at these investments as investments in women or benefits only for women, but they're investments in workforce participation and growth. And they help the whole family to be better off, more economically productive, and more resilient. And so this is true for both government employees and in the private sector. Many of you know that last year the KRG put forward a labor law, which went to Parliament, and it was passed, but now it's on hold. And this is a critical objective for the next government and the next Parliament. That law had many critical points that fostered women's participation in the workforce. One of them I thought was truly innovative was incorporating childcare facilities in all government institutions. Now, that's very ambitious, and maybe in America we would say an unfunded mandate, but really innovative, and it's the type of intervention that can enable women to enter the workforce. And at SEED, we're a women-led and a mostly women-staffed organization. We have a variety of interventions and supports and policies and practices that enable women to do their work effectively and contribute and lead, but also lead in the family as well. And so there are simple things that you can do. Some of them are listed here. And we also have paternity leave to allow our male staff to also play a role in caregiving. The fourth lesson is about safety. Women need safe workplaces. Women can't participate fully in economic life if they don't feel safe. And safety is often discussed as a social issue, but believe me, it's also very much an economic issue. Businesses cannot attract and retain talented women if employees do not trust that they will be protected. And just as economies require roads, electricity, telecom, they also require safe workplaces. The World Bank says that women are more likely to participate in the workforce when they have protection from harassment, safe transportation, effective complaint mechanisms, and confidence in the accountability system.
Sherry Khan, can I stop you here?
Yes.
Can we have a practical example about safety at workplace? And also, if you can tap quickly on the UN resolution 1325, I believe, in regard to protection, prevention, and participation of women, and in regard to GESI, gender equality and social inclusion framework. If that we can...
So 1325 is extremely broad, but I really want to focus on sexual harassment because I've been waiting for that question for the last 10 years. So let me tell you about what we can do about sexual harassment. Every company, every organization, every government institution should have a zero-tolerance policy towards sexual harassment. It should not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. You want all of your employees to be safe. So that means setting the policy, leading the policy, creating complaint mechanisms where people can feel safe from retaliation if they complain, where we can have unbiased investigation and action. We need this across Kurdistan. So this is my most important recommendation. I just want to say, if we address this, then we can address longer-term problems or challenges, such as conservative social norms, because what we find is that families are resistant to women participating in the workforce when it's women and men together, because they are, to a great degree, worried about their safety. So we have to address the safety issue, and over time, we can address the conservative social norms about women in the workplace when people feel it's safer. And I've seen dramatic change in the 28 years that I've been working in the Kurdistan region, and I know we can tackle this issue. Sexual harassment in the workplace is a pervasive problem.
Yes.
So we've got to have everybody working and everybody committed to this policy. So one of the suggested ways that the next government can address economic growth is to be adopting a sexual harassment policy across the government. It's a very practical reform. It doesn't cost money to say that you're against sexual harassment and that you want your employees feeling safe. And this is absolutely fundamental to a modern economy. So lesson 5 is about that stronger institutional framework. So the laws, the policies, the practices that create opportunities for women. So many countries have adopted policies and laws for promoting equality, and the most successful ones focus on implementation. So for Kurdistan, the pending labor law is one of the most important things to start with for the next parliament. A modern framework for labor is a key economic development issue. For the next KRG, I urge the leadership to make women's participation an economic priority. So to develop a whole-of-government strategy, which includes laws, implementing the laws that we have an equal pay law, so let's make sure that that's implemented. Adopting a zero-tolerance sexual harassment policy. And if we can't get the whole government, I would suggest we just start here in Slemani, where we already have a huge political will towards these issues. And I couldn't really stop at 5 because I just wanted to squeeze one more lesson in here, which is about leadership. The goal is not to just get women in the workplace, but the goal is to ensure that women lead institutions. Kurdistan has already invested heavily in women's education. The next step is making sure that women are adequately represented in decision-making. And this requires very intentional action. Government can appoint women to senior positions. So I call on the two leading parties. We know pretty much the two parties that will be in the lead for government formation to appoint women to leadership roles, both at the political and technical level. And I think my husband has done an incredible job of that in the ministries and also here in Slemani. And you can see what the incredible achievements that they've had. So women here, there are many competent, capable women that can rise up if they're given the opportunity. So same for companies. I urge the companies to create fair and equal promotion pathways, to adopt these sexual harassment policies, and adopt family-friendly workplace conditions. And universities can do a great job at contributing to helping women with the practical skills they need to succeed in business, in STEM jobs, and in public service. So all of us should be also thinking about that 2% and investing in women entrepreneurs. Leadership doesn't happen automatically. It has to be cultivated. So this has to be a priority for all of us. So in closing, these are the 5.5 lessons of investing in women's participation. We've already completed one level of empowerment through women's education. And we have hugely talented young women ready to enter the workforce. The next phase is that this talent is fully reflected in our workforce, our businesses, our institutions.
Thank you so much, Sherry Khan. That was really valuable and informative. Appreciate your input. Next, we'll go to Ms. May Zani from Greek. May is the president and co-founder of Women Act, a non-profit empowering women in public leadership in Greece. She holds a master's from the London School of Economics, completed the Women and Power program at Harvard, and brings experience from international organizations in Brussels and Paris. Welcome, Ms. Zani. So the question for you is that, looking back on a decade of working toward gender equality in Greece, from tackling deep-rooted stereotypes to empowering women in leadership, what do you believe are the most effective approaches, and how do you see emerging challenges like AI shape a road ahead for women? Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having us here. Thank you to Dēڵfī. I've spoken in Dēļfī in Greece, but this year is a gift to come to this place and also to include this topic in the conference event agenda. Very often we end up having this spoken by women to women in the audience and no one else. So I'm very happy to see all these men here. I want to thank Mr. Tsomokos, because a few years back I marched into his office and I said, no more man-elves. We want more women included everywhere. And well, I ambushed him. He said yes, and here we are now. Seriously now, I would like to start by saying that Greece is no Sweden. What do I mean by this? There is this thing called the Gender Equality Index in Europe, and we are consistently at the bottom of it. It's very sad, but it's also a wake-up call. It's part of the reason why my organization was founded by 8 women almost a decade ago. First in Athens, and now we have 15 hubs all over Greece, because part of the equation here is that there should be equality in geography as well. Not all women have access to come to places like this, to talk, to meet, to build their network. So we should take things to them. This is part of the game, really. When we talk about the future, very often it sounds terribly threatening, but part of its promise is that it can change things. For women, that means, for example, I'll say something concrete. For Women Act, we've moved most of our programs online. That means that the entire population doesn't have to come to Athens. We're no longer an Athens-centric organization. They can see our things and participate. We've had more than 4,000 women trained in our leadership academies this past decade, because we believe that part of the future involves upskilling and reskilling constantly. We very often focus on youth, and it's important. Of course, you have to start them early, as mentioned. Primary school, you start talking about empowerment, about equality, what it means, what it offers. But we also must not forget those left behind. I mean older women that do not have access to this digital world we're fixing. And we have to be fair. This is the whole point of change, fairness for all. I've spoken about visibility before and about our programs to have more women speak out, because we are the only organization in Greece that focuses on public leadership. So we care immensely about the fact that, for example, in 332 municipalities, we only have 22 women mayors. We think there's something very wrong in the fact that there's so many women are involved and they're ambitious. We should not forget there's no such thing as the ambition gap. What we have is a gap in opportunities. We have women who are participating, who very often take that little extra time they have from those 2 jobs you mentioned, the one in the morning in the office, the one that starts, the second shift that starts when they enter home, when they're supposed to be, they're sandwiched between taking care of the childcare and then also looking after elder parents. We're not talking about changing this system. We're talking about men, though, realizing that, as mentioned this morning by the Deputy Prime Minister, a country that does not look after 50% of its people misses out on 50% of its talent. So this is something that we should bring into the discussion. Visibility, reskilling, upskilling, this holistic approach all has to do with the fact that we want that 50% of the population to move ahead as well. Very often we talk about artificial intelligence and what is bringing, especially in Europe right now, most of the international fora talk about this brave new world that is coming and how we should all be anxious about it. I would like to say the following thing. It could help us. For example, we moved all our programs online because of COVID. What could we do? It was a necessity. And then we realized that they work for more women than before. So we kept them there. I think there's an amount of flexibility there that, this future holds for all of us. Second aspect I mentioned is the geography, how to build small networks in smaller places, not just focus on one big. And this very often comes because with all the work that women have, comes a lot of isolation. And that is a very, very critical thing. We have to realize that ambition on its own, and even given the opportunities, will not work for anyone unless they have a network to sustain them, to support them. That's why I was happy reading for our panel to hear about your organization, because this is exactly the kind of thing we do at Women Act as well. The promotion of these networks may not seem like a big deal to the men in the audience, because most of them already have here quite a few people that they know from their positions or their public life. But for a woman who may sit and talk to her neighbor and exchange contact details and afterwards send a follow-up email saying, I read about this, I'm interested in this, it could change her life. So never underestimate what a small thing can do and what it can lead to. A conference could lead to a network contact, which could later on change your career, going into a new industry, or hearing about an opportunity you wouldn't get. And I'll finish here, coming into the public sphere, because as I mentioned, Greece also lacks enough women leaders. And by enough, I would say 50-50, because very often we demonize quotas, although they're necessary. Without them, we would have even less women around. And we don't just want them around, we want them to stay in the game. That means we want them to run for office, we want them not to be demotivated, we want them to have a network to sustain them, because very often you will see that their professional, social, family networks are not as encouraging as they would be if a man said, I'm going for that position or I'm running for office. So we need to change that by sustaining these networks to keep women trying, and also to help them when they're exposed to the toxicity of public life. Because of here and everywhere you have women who have run and then said, this is not for me. But if you can't see it, you can't be it, as we say. So for younger women to see them running again, succeeding, and ending up right up there where they should be. So if this is a panel or if this is a big leadership position, it's not just a signal, it's a calling. It says you can do it too, and we shouldn't forget that. Thank you.
Ms. Dani, before I move to the other panelists, you quickly give me 1-2 challenges and solutions. Tawad, you mentioned that there are more women in Greece that are into public leadership. So 1 or 2, we have less than 1 minute. If you can give me a challenge and solutions toward that women to get into that.
As a result of not enough women being invited to do exactly what I'm doing right now, speak in public, we had a severe lack of public speaking skills. Women were terrified. So we started doing specific leadership academies, inviting women to come up, have a speaking coach there, have an audience of friendly faces, that makes a difference, and giving them tips. And then we started showing them women in these environments, women in parliament, women in international organizations, women abroad, in Brussels, wherever. And slowly, we started getting them engagements. That's important too. Women are not given enough opportunities to start. So you start by helping, mentoring a woman at work, or your intern, and you say, come along, come with me there. I'll introduce you to some people. Or why don't you talk about this thing in public? Slowly, it builds up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input. Thank you. I'll move now to Goshan Khan. Goshan Karadaghi is a seasoned educator and public health professional with over 13 years of experience in higher education, youth development, and gender equity. Currently serving as Dean of Students at AUIS. Also, she leads health development and capacity building initiatives across the Kurdistan region as Managing Director of the Kurdistan Health Summit. Bakhir Bek Goshan Khan. So the question to you is, how effectively has higher education in the Kurdistan region served as a catalyst for gender equality? And what persistent challenges continue to hinder women from fully participating and ascending to leadership roles? Floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. And I also want to thank my fellow panelists who've spoken already, because frankly, you've touched upon some of the subjects I wanted to speak on today, so you'll save me some time in the process. To the question relating to the influence of higher education, I think Ms. Sherry really eloquently pointed out that we don't have an issue with getting women into universities. We don't have an issue with getting women into higher education. What we do have an issue with is the education employment paradox, the fact that so many of them choose or are made to not enter the workforce after they enter education. So universities are not failing in attracting women. What they're failing in doing is enabling them to access opportunities after leaving university. And I'm here to speak on maybe not only as the Dean of Students or a faculty member at AUIS, but also as a Kurdish woman who is working in this particular environment. The question then comes forward about what are the barriers? What are the limitations that women are facing to enter the workforce? If it's not willingness, because that's demonstrated in their willingness to go to higher education, why would they pursue a degree if it's not going to get them anywhere afterwards? Then what are the things that are stopping them? And we've mentioned already issues related to social perceptions of responsibility within the home, within society, expectations of being homemakers, mothers, caretakers. But also, I think, and this is where I'm going to link it back to the responsibility of universities, there is an intrinsic bias and culture among, I'd say, people of this region especially, which buys into the idea that women are just not good or as good as men are when it comes to the pursuit of careers. And unfortunately, being an educator, I see this daily in the expressions of both male and female youth. It's somewhat expected from the male side because that's something that, you know, we tend to grow up with, but it's devastating to see that women who have such huge potential and such incredible skills don't believe that they are capable or that they are as effective as their male counterparts. And the simple stats that demonstrate this is that the highest achieving academic students are usually women. So the top 10% of students on campuses are usually primarily women. But the ones who enter the workforce, the CEOs, the managers, the ones who enter leadership roles are not women. And that's where I think universities have a significant role. Being the Dean of Students, I oversee the Career Services Centre on campus. And one of the things that I think we have being a team of women, we are biased, but one of the things we try to work into our curriculum and our services is challenging this idea of sort of self-bias of we're not good enough. Also, and we do this through trainings, we do this through networking opportunities, we do this by showing women that there are examples like you who are Kurdish or Arab or who have had to overcome many obstacles but have achieved great success in comparison to their male counterparts. This is an incredibly empowering thing for young women to see, especially when they are not as exposed to, let's say, Western women to such concepts as well. But I think also the area that I think we tend to forget and that I think will have the highest impact is engaging men, especially young men, in these particular conversations. One of the barriers that we find, and you can ask any woman here, is the underestimation of women when they enter a workforce. The idea that just because they are a woman, they may not have the same capabilities from not only the woman herself, but also her male colleagues and counterparts. It's really important for universities and possibly schools as well to challenge this by allowing young men to understand that this is something that women face and for them to actually witness that women are just as capable. And that could be both explicit in the form of training and talking about it and bringing up these subjects, which is something we do in our classrooms in AUIS. I teach a class on gender and health, and that's one of the favorite subjects that comes up is the concept that women are equal, but also giving the message to men that we cannot give space to women as a favor. We cannot let women, or we cannot tell women that they are in a position of authority because there's a quota or because that we are doing it to do something nice for them. We cannot let women do what they can. They should be intrinsically given that opportunity, regardless of whether the power is in the hands of the other or not. And that's a message that I think universities, schools, and society in general needs to embed in this new generation of men and women so that we can actually implement this into culture and action when it comes to the workforce thereafter.
Thank you so much. You still have 1 minute. Can you tap into what we were talking about earlier about the mental health and social support that you offer at UIS and how this is effective? Actually, mental health in many places are not very, not much weight to it, not given much weight to as it's supposed to be in many places.
Indeed.
So can you a little bit in 1 minute elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to relate this to, again, a point mentioned by Ms. Sherry about safety. When you provide infrastructure within systems that allows individuals who may be more vulnerable, so we're looking at younger people, we're looking at women specifically, but also even males who experience very difficult circumstances. If you provide them with infrastructure and services where they can get assistance, then they are more inclined to achieve their potential. And this is seen in academic success, it's seen in work success, it's seen in family success as well. So I think what we can do is if we invest in, there's a lot to do with relation to policy and infrastructure, but if I'm arguing that we need to invest in the social capital of our population, we need to invest in the ideologies and the acceptances of women and men in our society, and that comes with mental health support as well as kind of perceptions and changing culture.
Thank you so much. This is very, very crucial point indeed. Thank you, Goshan Khan. I'll go last but not least to Dr. Elizabeth Kendall, who is a president at President of Girton College, University of Cambridge. I go with the British accent the minute I speak to a British person, so I change my American accent too. And has previously held positions at Oxford, Edinburgh, and Harvard. Her research focuses on militant jihad groups and the conflict in Yemen and the broader Middle East. She lectures widely at government, military, and scholarly institutes worldwide. So, question to you, Dr. Kendall. Education is described as the prerequisites for everything else. Workplace equality, leadership, community prosperity, yet in parts of the world, that foundation is being actively dismantled. What does gender equality in education truly mean? And why should it be the starting point for any serious conversation about inclusive growth, including here in Kurdistan, maybe?
Massive question. Thank you.
Thank you for being
so,
here.
First of all, not only am I thrilled to be here, but I've been so impressed by all of the women I've spoken to here so far. And also, like you said, the fact that when the gender equality panel begins, it's not that all the men exit to have a cup of tea and you're just left with, the women talking to themselves. So I think this also backs up the words that we heard this morning from Deputy Prime Minister Talabani, which were music to my ears and really very powerful, albeit without the excellent slides. But the very fact that he mentioned access, representation, and opportunity, just those three words, to me said that there was a recognition here that it's not just about the access. It's about representation, participation, opportunity, and therefore influence. And these things are not automatic. There's no linear progression from the access to the influence via all these other elements. It requires a constant watch. And my firm belief is that at the root of this lies a strong and healthy education system. Because without furnishing women with the tools, the training, the confidence to be able to make the most of the workplace when they do get in, then really you're just joining an existing infrastructure. You're not influencing that infrastructure or helping to shape it. And it's at that point, the shaping it point, that you reap the dividends that Sherry spoke about. And I would broadly put these dividends into three boxes. One is the peace dividend, two is a prosperity dividend, and three is probably a planetary one in terms of the environmental dividend. All of these three big areas are massively helped when women are placed in leadership positions. So this isn't a question of being nice to women and being just to women. This is a question of whole of society, of all of society benefiting. And I wanted to share with you a little of my fieldwork experience before my current job. I think it's pretty clear that some of the initiatives that are happening in Kurdistan right now are very impressive. And as a model, as a theory, could end up as a leading light in the region, a model for others to follow. But it requires constant monitoring. The job's never done. We've seen that, for example, in Afghanistan. It can recede very quickly. And in my own work in Yemen, I have spent 10 or 12 years in and out of Yemen during the civil war, actually working on militant groups. But on the side, I've been finding ways to assist with women's education, partly because that's actually a very strong way of helping to protect against, I don't like the word radicalization, but against the influence of extremist groups. And there have been many surprises along the way. So one was when I tried to hold a large meeting for all of the activities that were going on grassroots in the east of Yemen. A whole bunch of women turned up, which we were surprised about because in the eastern tribes where I was working, most of the guys I was working with, locals, said, oh, the women, you won't get any women here, they won't come along, they're not really doing anything. But they did, they came, but they all sat in one corner of a hall like this. And the men got up and told us about their organizations, and the women sat still. And at the end, I said, well, why don't the women talk to us? Oh, they won't want to do that. I said, well, let's ask them. So all the men got together in a huddle and said, should we ask them, shouldn't we? And then after about 10 minutes, they came to me and they said, good idea, we never thought of that, let's ask them. And the women came up one by one to talk about their work. They were amazing. They presented well, they were confident, they knew what they were doing, they were impressive. But one of the points they made very strongly to me was, we don't want to be like you, which was which of course I wasn't trying to turn them into a Western liberal woman, but it was really interesting to see how self-assured they were. Now, what we did then was start an education project. And again, the men said, well, the women won't sign up for that. It's literacy for grown women, adult women. They won't be interested. And if they are, they'll probably drop out because they have childcare issues. And it was full. The whole course was full. The entire 8 weeks, not one single woman dropped out. And they're a multiplier. Women teach their children. They teach their grandchildren. Sure. And in the survey that we did in the east of Yemen, we, meaning me and some local tribal confederations, we trained 70 field workers to ask questions around 10 provinces. And we found that women were far more interested in education, and they placed a much greater value on education than the men did. And when we dug down, it was because they feared their children being dragged into militias. But there was a but. And the but was education was less highly valued in areas where nepotism and corruption and the lack of a meritocracy were most prevalent. Because in order to value education, you need to be able to see the point of it. There's no point in completing your education if there are no opportunities, or if the opportunities rely more on who you know than what you know. So, some lessons there. I just want to finish off by saying a couple of really amazing statistics that complement Sherry's statistics. In terms of the peace dividend, setting up frameworks to try to train women to participate in peace and conflict negotiations is incredibly important if they're going to stick. Quite often, you have people negotiating these agreements, they sign, they look great on paper, and then they're impossible to translate on the ground. When women are involved in negotiating peace agreements, the agreements that result are 35% more likely to last more than 15 years. Women can't really be involved in that unless they're educated. And yet women only represent between 9 and 10% of negotiators in most of these peace agreement negotiations. And then lastly, prosperity. Closing the gender gap is estimated to unlock around about $350 trillion in global economic opportunity. So this isn't a charity case. This is good for all of us. I did mention the environmental dividend. That's more difficult to measure. But there is a UN statistic which says that if women participate in parliament just 1% more than they already do, that's associated with 0.5% lower in CO2 emissions, and there are a bunch of other statistics. If I'm to wrap up, I would say that, look, plenty of barriers still exist. I mentioned Afghanistan before. It's now been 5 years since women have been denied their education. One thing we're doing in Cambridge, which you might want to think about here as well, I can see plenty of role models around, is that in my college in Cambridge, we were the first women's college in the whole of the UK, Girton College. We're now We've been mixed for 50 years because we believe in diversity and inclusion. So we've embraced men. But, you know, the job is never done. And for 80 years at Cambridge University, women were not awarded degrees. They studied for them, they earned them, but they weren't awarded them. 30 years previously, women were awarded degrees in Istanbul. 20 years previously, women were awarded degrees in Beirut. It took another 20 years before they were awarded in Cambridge. But women could have their degrees recognized in Ireland. They could go across there, pay 20 quid and get a degree. And so what we're trying to do now is acknowledge the work that's being done by women in Afghanistan, acknowledge their degrees that are being earned underground. We can't award them degrees, but we can provide recognition and mentoring opportunities, which will work both ways. I know you want me to finish, but I want to stress that when I say both ways, I really mean that. We have privileged students at Cambridge. They don't understand their privilege often, and it's about opening their minds to different areas of the world where they can see how hard-won these privileges that we enjoy now are.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kendall. That was very, very valuable input. Thank you, everyone. And I want to lastly build on the point where you talked about referring to women. I noticed that sometimes, from my own experience, when we want to plan or want to do an institutional reform or policy reform for a certain group, I would love to see that the targeted group is involved in that, whether youth, whether minorities, like, you know, disabled, whoever minority, like to grant social inclusion, and also because like they are the best who knows what they want. So that's very, very important point to highlight. And in the end, I would love to thank everyone for listening to our topic. And I hope we all leave with the question in our head, what do an equal world would look like and how can we get there? Thank you, everyone.
زۆر سپاس بۆ میوانە ئازیزەکان بۆ وتەکانیان. خۆشەویستان، ئێستا پشوویەکی داخولەکی وەردەگرین و دواتر دەست بە پانێڵی دواترەکەین. بفەرمون. ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز میوانە ئازیزەکان تکایە بگەڕێنەوە سەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان ئێستا دەست بە پانێڵی دواترەکەین میوانانی ئازیز ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز تکایە بگەڕێنەوە شوێنەکانی خۆتان دەست بە پانێڵی داهاتووەکەین Ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats. We will start the panel now. Ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats. We will start the panel now. تکایە بگەڕێنەوە شوێنەکانی خۆتان دەست بە پانێڵی داهاتووەکەین بفەرمونون ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز میوانە ئازیزەکان تکایە بگەڕێنەوە سەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان ئێستا دەست بە پانێڵی دواترەکەین تکایە میوانانی ئازیز بگەڕێنەوە شوێنەکانی خۆتان ئێستا دەست بە پانێڵی دواترەکەین Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please go back to your seats. We will start the next panel right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats. We will start the next panel now. ئازیزان دەست بە پانێڵی دواترەکەین لە ژێرناوی تەلارسازی داهێنان و شاری خۆڕاگەر پانێڵی داهاتوومان زۆر پێوەستە بە ژیانی ڕۆژانەمانەوە باز لە چەمکی شاری خۆڕاگر دەکات بەکارهێنانی حکومڕانی ناوخۆیی سەقامگیری شارەوانی و سیستەمی تەکنەلۆژیا بۆ بنیاتنانی ناسنامەیەکی شارستانی جیاواز داوا لە بەڕێز دکتۆر دیدار عەبدولکەریم ڕەحیم بەڕێوەبەری خوێندن لە دامەزراوی ڤیژن دەکەین بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستێج بۆ ناساندنی میوانەکانی و دەستپێکردن بە پانێڵی دواتر داوا لە میوانە بەڕێزەکانی شەکەین لەسەر کورسیەکانی خۆیان دابنیشن و کەس لە دواوە بە پێوەنەوە ستێت تکایە بۆ ئەوەی دەست بە پانێڵەکە بکەین Please go back to your seats and we will start the next panel.
بەڵێ ڕۆژتان باش سەرچاوان زۆر خۆشحاڵم کە ئەمڕۆ کە بەخێرهاتتانەکەم بۆ ئامادەبوونتان لە پانێڵی تایبەت بە تەلارسازی داهێنان و سەقامگیری شار و حکومڕانی و سەرهەڵدانی شاری خۆراگەر و دیارە دایمەن وەکو پێناسەی شار کە ئاکرێت تەنها شار لە جیهاندا کە پێناساکرێ وەکو شوێنێکی نیشتەجێبوون و دانیشتوان پێناسە ناکرێ وەکو سەرچاوەیەکی معریفی و کۆکردنەوەی سەرچاوەی مرۆیی و بەسوودبینین لە سەرچاوە سروشتەکان چۆن بتوانرێت بێتە هۆی ڕاکێشانی و بەرهێنەری دەرەکی و چۆن بتوانێت جارێکی تر کە بتوانێت چوە بەرهێنان و چ داهێنەران و چ هەروەها چ وەکو بەرهێنانی چ ناوخۆی چ دەرەکی ڕابکێشێ بۆیە دایمەن ئێمە وەکو خۆمان لە شاری سلێمانیدا شاری سلێمانی تایبەتمەندیشی تایبەتی هەیە کە خاوەنی سەرچاوەیەکی مرۆیی سروشتی زۆر زۆر بەپێزە ئێمە چۆن نتوانین کە سوود لەم پانێڵی ئەمڕۆمان وەربگرین کە لە دامەزراوی ڤیژن ئێمە لە ماوەی چەند ساڵی پێشوودا کە ئیشمان کردو و کارمان کردووە لە نەتیجەی توێژینەوەکانمانە گەشتێتە ئەوێ کە شارسازی بۆ دروستبوونی شارێکی خۆڕاگر پێویستی بەوەیە بە پێی ئەم نەریتە نوێیانەی کە هاتووە کە ئاگادارمان هەبێت لەسەر ئاسایشی ئاو لەسەر گۆڕانکاریەکانی کەش و هەوا لەسەر بە فرەچەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات لەسەر ریفۆرمی سەرچاوەکانی حکومی و دامەزراویەکان بۆیە بتوانین بە شێوازێ بێ لەگەڵ خواستی ئێمەدا بگونجێ بۆیە پێخۆشحاڵم من ئێستا وەکو ناسادنی جەنابتان بۆ چ بەڕێزان کە جەنابەت خات و لەیلا کە سەرۆکی شارەوانی سلێمانی هەروەها چ وەکو خات و شنیار وەکو یانی وەکو دامەزرێنەر و جێبەجێکاری گرین فۆرس لە هەمان کاتیشدا وەکو ئەندام پەرلەمانی کوردستان و هەروەها کاگامانج وەکو بەڕێوبەری گشتی وەبەرهێنان لە شاری سلێمانیدا. And about the rest of the all panelists, I will come to Shubi Soni. He is head of partnership at administration of the Observer Research Foundation in India. And the next one is Nikos, the founder and CEO of Paragon in Greece. And the last esteemed panelist, he is Dr. Dilan. He is neuroradiologist at Farouk Medical City. بخير هەربەت پێی وەکو تایبەت بەدمەندی ئەمەوەیە کە لە حکومڕانیا بمێنمەوە لەیلا خان وەکو جەنابە شارەزای کە شاری سلێمانی کە بەرەو ئەکسپاندیشنێکی زۆر گەورە ڕۆشتووە کە زیادبوونی هەموو ئەو چالاکیانەی کە ئەکرێت ئەو پرۆژانەی کە ئەکرێت ئەگەر وتمەوە لە چەند ساڵی یانی چ داهاتوو تا ئێستا چەند گۆڕەکاریە کراوە من ئەمەوێ شتێ لە جەناب بپرسم وەکو شارەوانی سلێمانی ئەو پرۆژانە چین کە چ بۆتە هۆی پیشاندانی ڕوویەکی جوانی سلێمانی و چۆن توانیتانە ئەم پرۆژانە جێبەجێ بکەن.
بەڵێ بەناوی خوای بەخشندەی مێرەبان سڵاو لە بەڕێزتان و سڵاو لە ئامادەبوانی خۆشەویست و لە هەموو پانێڵستە بەڕێزەکانی هاوڕێم. پێشەوەی من وەڵامی پرسیارەکەی بەڕێزت بەمەوە پێم خۆشە وەکو بیرهێنانەوەیەک بۆ ئامادەبوانی خۆشەویست کە زۆربیان لە کۆڕبەندی ساڵی ڕابردووە لێرە بوون. من تایدا باسی سیستمی کارکردنی شارەوانیەکانی هەرێمەم کرد بە گشتی پار ساڵ لە کۆڕبەندەکەیە لە هەمان شوێنە و هەروەها باسم لە بەتایبەتی سیستمی کارکردنی سەرۆکایەتی شارەوانی سلێمانی کرد و لە ئەرک و ڕۆڵ و دەوریان لە بەرەو پێشبردننی شارەکەماندا و هەروەها باسم لە دەور و کاریگەری کارەکان لە ئەنجومەنی شارەوانی کرد کە خۆی ئەبینێتەوە لە نوێنەرایەتی بەڕێوەبەرایەتیە گشتیەکان و بەڕێوەبەرایەتیە پەیوەندیدارەکانی ناو سنووری ئەمڵی شارەوانی سلێمانی بۆ بەڕێوەبردننی شار و بۆ بەجێبەجێکردنی ئەرک و کارەکان و پرۆژەکان و هەروەها بەرەو پێشبردننی شارەکە لە ناویشیانە کە سێ ڕێکخراوی ناحکومی بەشدارن لەم ئەنجومەنەیە لە بەڕێوەبردننی ئەم شارەیە کە دەور و کاریگەری خۆیان لە ماوەی ئەم چەند ساڵەیە کە چی بووە و هەروەها باسم لە ئامادەسازی و خۆسازی شارەوانی سلێمانی کرد لە ماوەی ئەم چەند ساڵەیە بۆ کرانەوەی بەڕووی شارەکانی ترە و بڕووی بازرگانان بەڕووی وەبەرهێنەران چ وەبەرهێنەران ناوخۆیی بن چ وەبەرهێنەران بیانی بن و داوامان لێرەوە لێیان کرد کە بێنە شاری سلێمانی لە بەرەوەی سلێمانی و شارەوانی سلێمانی خۆی ساز و ئامادە کردووە و سواس بۆ خوای گەورە ئەم ماوەی ئەم چەند ساڵە کە ئەبینرێت بە پێ و فیدباک و ئەو ڕاپرسیانەی کە بەردەوام ئێمە ئەیکەین و گوێ لە هاوڵاتیانی خۆمان دەگرین ئەبینرین کە گۆڕانکاری کراوە بەپێی داتا و ئامارەکان ئەبینرێت بۆ وەڵامی پرسیارەکەی بەڕێستان ئێمە هەوڵمان ناوە لەگەڵ دەست بەکاربوونمانە بابەتی متمانەی گشتی دروستکەین بەڕێزان ئەگەر ئێمە متمانەی گشتی دروست نەکەین هیچ کارێک و هیچ پرۆژەیەک سەرکەوتوو نابێ لەبەرەوەی متمانەی گشتی ئەبێتە ئەوەی کە ڕای گشتی لەگەڵ تابێ بۆ جێبەجێکردنی پرۆژەکان تۆ چۆن وا ئەکەی کە متمانەی گشتی دروست بکەی لە ئێمە لە سەرەتاوانێ هەوڵمان ناوە هەستاوین بەوەی کە بێ هاوڵاتی داخڵی پرۆژەکان بکەین هاوڵاتی دابغڵی کار و چالاکیەکان بکەین و بڵاوی بکەینەوانێ لە ڕووی ئەو سەکۆیانەی کە هەمانە بۆ ئەوەی زۆرترین دەرفەت بە هاوڵاتی هەبێ لە تانەکانیانە لە ڕەخنەکانیانە لە بەشداریانە لە بەرەو پێشبردننی شارەکەیە و کارێکی تر کە بۆ ئەوەی بتوانین ئەو پرۆژانە کە سەرکەوتوو بێت
ویستم باسی ئەو پارتنەرشیپەت بێ کە لەگەڵا بکەم چۆن بتوانین میکانیزمێکمان هەبێ کە بەرەو پارتنەرشیپ بچین بەرەو PPP بچین چۆن بتوانین تێکەڵکردنی کەرتی تایبەت و کەرتی گشتی چۆن وا بکەین بێتە مۆدڵێک کە لەگەڵ وەکو بەرژەوەندی هاوڵاتیان نابێ بۆ ئەمە چیتان کردووە
بەڵێ ئێمە ڕێنمایی PPPمان هەیە بەس بەداخەوانێ ڕێنمایەکە خۆی لە هەفتە لاپەڕە زیاتر ئابینێکە بەڕاستی هەمووی ڕۆتینات و لەگەڵ ڕێزمە کاتێکی زۆر و بودجەیەکی زۆر و هیلاکیەکی زۆریەوێ ئێستا ئێمەیەکێ لە پرۆژانێک کە بە PPP داوامان کردووە لەسەر داوای چەند کۆمپانیایە کە بۆ بابەتی بەکارهێنانەوەی مەوادی بیناسازیە باوەڕەکەنەوە بدوو ساڵە بێ ئەرئەت و ئەڕوات ئەچێتە وەزارە دەچێتە ئەنجومەنی وەزیرانیەتەوە چێتە پلاندانان لەبەرەوە ئێمە هەوڵمان ناوە زیاتر برەو بە ئەو پرۆژانە بینکەش یا بەپێی یاسای شارەوانەکان کارەکەیە بەپێی یاسای وە بەرهێنان کارەکات پرۆژەکان زۆرن کە من باسی بکەم بەڵام بابەتی PPP بابەتێکە بەڕاستی لە ئێستاە هەستەکەین سەرکەوتوو نەبووە لەلایەن حکومەتی هەرێمە و دامەزراوەکانە بە تایبەتی لە سلێمانی
زۆر باش ئێساسمە سەر پرسیارێک وەگەر زۆر بە کورتی پێم بڵێ و ئیشەکان زۆر کراوە ئەوانەی کە جەنابەت ئاماژەت پێدا هەنگاوی زۆر باش نراوە وەکو ئەو هەم پرۆژانێکی بینی پرۆژی باش کراوە بەڵام هیچ دامەزراوەیەک و هیچ شتێک بێ چالنج و بێ ئاڵنکاری نییە ئەگەر ئاڵنکاریەکان ئەوەی لە بەردەستی توایە بێ ئەگەر خۆ دەسیژنمەکەری یەکەم بیت چی لە ئابی لە حلقاتی ڕۆتین چی لە ئابیت
حلقاتی ڕۆتین یەکەم بەڕاستی دەسەڵاتەکان زیاکەم دەسەڵاتەکان ینی زیاد ئەەکەم و هەروەها هەوڵین چۆن بەڕێز قوات تاڵەمانی هەوڵی بە ئەلکترۆنکردنی حکومەتی یاوە چەندین پرۆژەی هەیە چەندین پلانی هەیە بۆ ئەم بابەتە یعنی هەوڵ بین ئەمانە بخینە بواری جێبەجێکردنەوانێ خۆی لە خۆیان ئەبێتەوەی کە ڕۆتینات کەم بێتەوانێ بەڵام ئێمە ئێستا نە بە یاسا کردومانە نە بە ڕێنمایی کردومانە هەر بە چۆن بە دروستکردنی بۆردێک کە بەڕێز قوات تاڵەبانی جێگری سەرۆکی ئەنجومەنی وەزیران سەرۆکایەتی ئەم بۆردە ئەکات بۆ نەهێشتنی ڕۆتینات بۆ خێراترکردنی کارەکانی چ پرۆژە گەورەکان بن یان پرۆژە بچووکەکان بن ئەمە یعنی بابەتی ڕۆتین ئەوەیە کە تۆ چاوەڕێیەکەی تاکو دایرێک وەڵام تایاتەوانێ بۆ ڕێیەکیان ئەو دایرێ ئەو وەڵامانە و ئەو کتاب و کتابکانە نەمێنێ بەڕاستی ئێمە ئێستا زۆر کار هەیە کە دەست پێەکەین ئەم ڕۆمانیە کە دەست پێەکەین دوای چوارمانێکە سیرەکی نەتیجەکەین و بە هاوڵاتی لەبەرەوەی ئەوە نە ڕۆتینات و ئەوە نە چاوەڕێیەکین تا وەڵامی نووسراوەکان بگە بۆیە من ئەو وەڵامانەی فەرمانگانی تر بەڕاستی بە ڕۆتیناتی ئێزانم کە هاوڵاتیش و حکوومەتیش پێوە هیلاکە و کاتێکی زۆرتریشمان
زۆر سپاس منەوێ زۆر بەتحەدید یەک پرسیار بکەم یعنی وەڵامەکەشی زۆر کورت ئایا تۆ پشتیوانی لامەرکەزیەت و دیسێنترۆڵیزیشنەکەین بۆ سلێمانی؟
بەڵێ بەڵام ئەبێت ئەو لامەرکەزیە لە ژێر چاودێری دەستگا ڕەقابیەکان ئابێت و هەروەها هاوتەریب لەگەڵ بەرەو پێشچوون و بەکارهێنانی بە دیجیتەڵکردنی حکوومەت
زۆر سپاس دەی لەخان من ئەمێ هەر لە حکوومەت بمێنمەوە زۆر بۆ بەرەشنیان خانچ مەلای کاگامانچ کە بۆ حکومەی جەنابەت کە وەکو بەڕێوەبەری گشتی و بەرهێنان لە سلێمانی ئەکید بنەمەوێت کە ئێستا شتێک لێپرسم دایمەن من لەم دوو ڕۆژەیە ئەوەی گوێم لێ بووە هەمە چەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهاتە ئایا سلێمانی بۆ هەمە چەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات بنەمەوێت وەکو داتا هەر داتایەکت لابێ چونکە ئێمە وەکو پشتبەستن بە کەرتی نەوت بە تەنیا ئایندێکی ناڕوونی هەیە ئایا بۆ ئەمە ئێمە سلێمانی لە چ ئاستێکایە ئایا بۆ هەمە چەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات ئایا ئابوری سلێمانی یاخود کاریگەریە بێ لەسەر هەرێمی کوردستان و عێراق ئەمە چۆن؟
بەڵێ ئەم کاتتان باش زۆر سپاس بۆ ئەم دەرفەتە بەڵێ لە پانێڵەکانی پێش و لە وتارە سەرەکیەکاندا تەرکیزێکی زۆر لەسەر هەمە چەشنەکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات هاتبوو کە وەکو گرفتێکی زۆر کەمەرشکێن لە گەشەی ئابووری عێراقدا و بە تایبەتی ئەو ڕووداوانەی ئەم دوایە کە ڕوویە ئەو ڕاستی ڕوونکردەوە کە هەم حکوومەتی عێراق و بە هەرێمیشەوە کە هیچ ڕێگەچارەیەکی تریانە ئیلا ئەبێ هەمە چەشنەکردن لە سێکتەرەکانی تری ئابووریدا بکەن. من ئەمەوێ بە بیرڕای من ئێمە هەڵەیەکی استراتیجیە ئەگەر بڵین دوورکەوتنەوە لە کەرتی وزە و غاز. ئەمە هەڵەیەکی زۆر زۆر استراتیجیە. ئەکرێ ئێمە ئیسیسماراتی زیاتر لەو کەرتەتا بکەین بە قازانجی ئەوەی کە بتوانین گەشەیەکی گەورەتر واتە مستەلزەماتێکی زیاتر بۆ گەشەی کەرتەکانی کە دابین بکەین. ئەگەر لە پرسیارەکەی جەناب ئێمە باسی سلێمانی بکەین، ئەگەر ئیستیمەیتێکی سەرەتایی بکەیت بۆ تەواوی پارێزگەکانی عێراق هیچ پارێزگایەک نییە بەقەدەر سلێمانی هەمە چەشنە هەبێ هەمە چەشنەی سێکتەرینی هەبێ. هیچ پارێزگایە نییە بەقەدەر سلێمانی سەرچاوە سروشتی و مرۆیی و یاسایەکانی لەبار بێ بۆ هەمە چەشنەکردنی ئابووری. واتە پێ ئەچێ پارێزگایەکمان هەبێ لە بواری کشتتوکاڵیە قوی هەبێ، بەڵام لە بواری گەشتیاریدا ئەو هێزەی نەبێ. پێ ئەچێ پارێزگایەکمان هەبێ لە بوارێکی دیاریکراودا تەنها لە کەرتێک یاخود دوو کەرتا مقەوماتەکانی بەهێز بێ. بەڵام سلێمانی یەکێ لە سیفاتە هەرە سەرەکیەکان بەدەر لە هەموو پارێزگاکانی تری عێراق زۆر هەمە چەشنەیە لە سێکتەرە ئابووریەکاندا. ئەگەر ئێمە باسێکی هەمە چەشنە بکەین پێش وەختە سلێمانی هەنگاوی گەورەی ناوە بۆ هەمە چەشنەکردنی ئابووری. بەداخەوە سەرڕای ئەوەی من ڕیسێرچێکی زۆرم کرد لە داتاکانی هەم وەزارەتەکانی عێراق هەم بانقی ناوەندی هەم لە وەردبانکە بۆ ئەوی بزانم بەشداری و پشکی پارێزگاکان لە GDPدا لە گرۆس لە ناتجی مەحەلی عێراقیە چەنە.
پرسیارەکەم خۆ جواب بدایە زۆر باش.
هەرچەند ئێمە بە هیچ داتایەکی ڕسمی یاخود ڕیسێرچێکی ڕسمی نەگەیشتوم کە پشکی پارێزگاکان و ڕۆڵی پارێزگاکان دەربخات لە گەشەی ئابووری و لە GDPە. بەڵام بە هەموو ئیستیمەیشنەکان بە هەموو تەقییمەکان سلێمانی پارێزگایەکی پێشەنگە لەم بوارەدا. ئێمە ئەگەر سەیری بنەماسازی بێمەوە سەر پرسیارەکەی جەنابێت وەکو بنەماسازی هەمە چەشنەکردنی ئابووری، سلێمانی خاوەنی بەپیترین زەویە لە ڕووی کشتتوکاڵیەوە کە خاوەنی زیاتر لە 7 ملیۆن دۆنم زەوی لەبار بۆ کشتتوکاڵکردن. ئەم 7 ملیۆن دۆنمە زیاتر لە 250 ملیۆن دۆنمی بەراویە، واتە هەر لە ڕووی سروشتیەوە ئەتوانێت بە شێوازێکی بەراوی بکرێ بە کشتتوکاڵی. ئەمە یەکێکە لە فاکتەرە هەرە سەرەکیەکان بۆ هەمە چەشنکردنی ئابووری، چونکە دوجار کەرتی پیشەسازی چی بە تایبەتی پیشەسازی کشتتوکاڵیش پشت بەم بنەما سەرەکیە ئەبەسێ و لە کەرتی پیشەسازیدا ئێمە پێشوەختە پێشەنگێکی زۆر گەورەمان هەیە، چونکە لە سەداسی هەموو پیشەسازی عێراق لە سلێمانیە و ئێمە من حەزەکەم هەنێ داتات پێ بڵێم لە بواری پیشەسازیدا ئێمە پێشوەختە بەشداریکی گرنگمان کردووە لە ئابووری عێراق لە هەمە چەشنەکردنی ئابووریدا. زیاتر لە 3500 کارگەی بچووک و مامناوەند لە سلێمانیدا هەیە کە 110 کارگان کارگەی گەورن، واتە و کارگانێک کە سەرمایی قورسیان تێدا بەکار ئەهێنرێ وەکو چیمەنتۆ و شیش و خشت و ئەلەمنیۆم و بوارەکانی کە. لە 186 هەموو بەرهەمی کارگەکانی سلێمانی هەناردەی ناوەڕاست و خواری عێراقەکرێ. ئەوە مەبەستەکەم لەوەدا بوو کە مەبەستم ئەو خاڵە بوو کە چۆن کەرتی پیشەسازی سلێمانی بەشداریەکی گەورە لە ناتجی مەحەلی عێراقیدا دەکات. و پاشان کەرتێکی کەمانەیە کە کەرتێکی زۆر زۆر زیندووەش کەرتی تەندروستیە. ئێمە لە شاری سلێمانیدا خاوەنی زیاتر لە 25 نەخۆشخانەی تایبەتین کە ئەم زیاتر لە 430 خەستەخانەی گشتی. واتە بە گشتی بڵێم کە کەرتی تەندروستی لە سلێمانیدا لە پلەی یەکەمە لە ڕووی خزمەتگوزاری بۆ چارەخوازەکانی وە لە ڕووی ستاندەری بابەتەکانەوە. وە کەرتێکی کەی گرنگمان هەیە کە ئامادەسازیەکی هەیە بۆ هەمە چەشنە، واتە پێشکەوتنێکی گەورەی کرێویش کەرتی گەشت و گوزارە. ئێمە لە سەرچاوە مرۆیەکەوە خاوەنی چەندین پێگەی گەشت و گوزاری گرنگی لە شاری سلێمانیدا و لە ناو سلێمانیدا خاوەن زیاتر لە 10 ئوتێلی 5 ئەستێرەین و خاوەن زیاتر لە 208 ئوتێلی لەخوا 4 ئەستێرەوەین و 85 ڕیستۆرانتی ستانداری باشمان هەیە و زیاتر لە 120 مۆتێلمان هەیە و بەگشتی 47 پێگەی گەشتیاریمان هەیە لە شاری سلێمانیدا واتە شاری سلێمانی ئامادەیە بۆ ئەم بەرنامەیە و پێشوەخت بەشداری کردووە و لە کەرتی پەروەردە وەکو هیومان ریسۆرسەکە سەرچاوەی مرۆیی کە چۆن بڵێن سەرکەوتنی ئەم بەرنامەیە سەرکەوتنی ئەم هەنگاوە پێویستی بە سەرچاوی مرۆیی هەیە لە سەرچاوی مرۆییدا سلێمانی پێشەنگیەکی گەورەی هەیە لە بواری خوێندن و خوێندنی باڵا و زانکۆ و ئەم بابەتانەدا ئێمە خاوەن 7 زانکۆی تایبەتین لە پلە یەکەمەکانی عێراقە خاوەن 6 زانکۆی کەرتی گشتین کە هەمیشە لە ڕیزبەندی یەکەمەکانی هەموو عێراقدایە و خاوەن زیاتر لە 9 پەیمانگای پیشەین کە ئەم 9 پەیمانگە پیشەیە دەستێکی کاری مؤهەلمان بۆ ئامادە ئەکا بۆ کەرتەکانی کە بە تایبەتی لە کەرتی پیشەسازیدا زۆر گرنگە.
زۆر سپاس کاکامان دەستە خۆش بێت. ئەنجە قاد و شنیار من ویستم شتێ لە جەنابت پرسم.
فەرموو.
دەربارەی سلێمانی دایمەن سلێمانی وەکو دەنگێکی ڕەخنەکرد دەرەکەوێت. ئەم دەنگە ڕەخنەگرە زۆر جار کە بۆتە گرفتێک بۆی. چۆن وا بکەین ئەم ڕەخنەگرتنە بێتە دەرفەت؟ چی بکەین بۆی کە بێتە دەرفەت؟ ئەو دەرفەتانە چییە کە ئێمە ئەو توانە مرۆیی کە هەمانە لە جیاتی ڕەخنەگرتن بەرەو بنیان بوون بنەوە.
Thank you, Dr. Didar. Thank you to the incredible team behind this forum for the exceptional work over the last 2 days. Thank you so much. This session, I think, is the final one on the agenda, or is it close to the agenda?
Okay, just now you can feel free.
Okay,
later
good.
we can continue.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
But
go ahead.
for me, it's truly the cherry on top because today we are talking about Slimani, my beloved city. Slimani has long been recognized as the intellectual capital of Kurdistan. Now, by integrating our heritage intellectual with the remarkable platform like the Delphi Forum, we are proving that this city can become a global hub for true innovation and resilience. Today, when we look at the title of the session, the architecture of innovation and resilience, is easy to default to talk about concrete, budget, and also the tech infrastructure. But Slimani proved the deeper truth. True urban resilience cannot be so when we have the true urban resilience is impossible with our resilient people. For me, city is not a collection of concrete walls, highways, skyscrapers, and digital service. A city is a living social contract between the people and the leader, and that's what makes Slimani resilient. I want to bring one example. If you don't have a city with a contract social between the people and the leadership, we cannot make Slimani resilient. If you design the architecture of innovation without the input of the people, you are not building a resilient city. You are building a beautiful engineered ghost town, and ghost town cannot withstand with crisis. Of course, Slimani got its resilience in the hard way. And it faced the most brutal destruction under the previous regime. But brick by brick, life by life, our people, under our visionary leadership, and with hard-working people, we rebuilt it. So now we are witnessing the remarkable reality of the thriving city. Slimani has proved it. For over the last 2 years, our economy is boomed, and it has achieved social and political stability. And this progress did not happen by accident. It happened by our hard work, our leadership, to make this progress this progress is happen. I want to bring you some example. Slimani
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Slimani is not an oil-rich city, and no massive religious tourism like Karbala and Najaf. Yet, despite the severe challenges from COVID-19 and the fight against ISIS, to the US and Iran conflict, and the Baghdad budget cut, we are not just survived, we innovated. Deputy Prime Minister Qubbat Talabani is not here, but under his leadership, he modernized the government inside out. What he did, he cut the waste government through the payroll system. And he reduced the also business registration time from week to hours. Beyond his politics, he is supporting the youth like tech, such as iTalk, and also Green Force, and many others.
And thank you for your speech, really appreciate it. And the time has come to move to our colleagues, and let's go to Shubi from India. And I would like to ask you very particularly, based on your experience in India, what lessons can Slimani learn from growing cities? Please.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Didar, and thanks, Simeone and the entire team at Dēļfi for having me here. And of course, to the government of Kurdistan as well. Look, I wouldn't want to use the India example, but I would just say that if we look at globally, any major city, if you go to what is typically called the old town of any global city, you will find the buildings, the architecture, the infrastructure reflecting the culture and ethos of that particular city. And I think that is something that most cities, as they think of the future, one must think about their own culture, their own history, even as they embrace technology, even as they combat climate change. We must not create cities that we think are quote-unquote developed. Having a skyscraper with all glass might work in certain geographies, it might not work in others. So if you go to an old city in Europe, you'll find the buildings, when you enter them, you'll feel they are warm because they need warmth. When you come to India and you go to the old town of major cities and you enter the buildings, you will find them cool. Because India, like Slimani, is a hot country and you need infrastructure that is cooling, right? So I think that is one thing that I would say that most cities, as they think about their own development, must not forget where they are coming from. The second point I would like to make, and I'm glad we have the mayor of Slimani on the panel with us here today, because having an empowered local government makes a huge difference. Cities require an intimacy with the folks that are governing them. As you go higher in the governance ladder at the provincial or the state level or the federal level, you keep disconnecting yourself with the population that's residing in the city. Having powerful mayors, having empowered municipalities ensures that the governance of a city is effective. It allows the citizens of a city to express their desires. It ensures that the government governing them responds in real time. So I think those two things I would like to flag. The third thing I would like to mention is that, look, we are living in an age where technology is advancing at a phenomenal rate, right? We must see technology as a means to an end and not an end in and of itself. So by which I mean just making people install apps on their phone without actually communicating via those technologies with the people is not going to lead you very far. I think that that's something that we see often, that technology is seen to be an end in and of itself. Technology is a tool. We must embrace it as a tool. We must use it as a tool. And we must use it for a communication that is both ways. So allow citizens to communicate through that technology to those governing, and allow those governing to communicate with the citizens through that medium. So those are three elements that I would like to flag, that embrace your identity, your culture as you think about your cities, empower your local communities and your local governments, And 3, use technology as a means to an end and not an end of itself.
How?
Well, it's not that difficult.
Your advice for Sully, for
Sorry?
example, your advice for Sully, how we can use it.
So I would say, look, for example, I'll give you one example. In India, there was a huge program to construct toilets across urban centers. There was difficult that we found in 2014 that despite so many years of independence, we did not have adequate toilets, right? And that has major health implications. We have a health economist on the panel. It has major implications for women, safety, etc., etc., etc. Now, once the government started building those toilets, they first went to the citizens. You go to them, you ask them, where should the public utilities be formed? Don't just build them in one corner where nobody is going to go. Embrace your local communities, ask them. Use mediums like I mentioned, it could be Facebook, it could be Twitter, it could be any other app that a government has developed to communicate with citizens. So your advisories...
For validation or for what?
Sorry?
For validation?
No, to
or
get
for
feedback, to actually get feedback. So if this is my locality, if this is where I'm living, and there needs to be a public utility space built here, who is best placed to decide where it's going to be built? Is it the people that are actually living there? Or somebody who's living in a state capital and looking at this community from afar? So to use technology to gather information and then deliver governance, I would say that would be a healthy two-way communication. I think that's something that technology has really allowed today. Previously, communication channels were one way. The citizen could not necessarily communicate with the government, but the government could very easily communicate with the citizens. You could place an advert in a newspaper, you could put an ad on television, you could make
As a sender and receiver.
Yes, but now the citizen can also communicate with you, right?
Okay, great.
So it makes, technology makes communication easy, provided it's deployed in a manner to communicate with each other as opposed to using as an end in and of itself.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our colleague from Greece, Nikos. I would like to ask you, what makes a city attractive for business, investment, and innovation?
First of all, I want to thank Delphi and Mr. Tsomokos for being here, and also our hosts from Süleymaniyya, His Excellency Kubat Alabani, and I'm very glad to be here. About your question, I believe most people in our days think that a city is attractive if we have good tax incentives, if we have cheap labor, but as it is proven, recently, these most probably are the last factors that create the attraction for somebody to invest in a specific city. For me, number one could be stability and security. And by security, I don't mean only criminal rates in a city, but also defense and diplomatic capital. Right now, 1 month ago, somebody could feel 10 times safer to be in Süleymaniyya compared to Dubai or other places. And this is a result of effort, of diplomatic capital, and also of things that, you know, we thought in the past that were considered as certainties. So there are no certainties. For me, security and defense play an important role, even for young people who are high risk takers compared to the older generations. Second, I would say English is very important. Whether you like the United States or Britain, I mean, English is the global language. And I found more people speaking English in this city, in Süleymaniyya, compared to France, which is like surprising to many. But English is very important. I want to come to a city that I can speak to someone in a language that we can communicate, and I don't need Google Translate and any other tools. Quality of life. This involves the weather. Okay, a city cannot change the weather, but they can build infrastructure and create the conditions that can make a city more attractive. I can also add airport connectivity. This is very important. For the people who are not born in a city and they want to work and build their future there, knowing that you can visit your family or travel abroad for business as well, and not have to do 2 or 3 connections to get somewhere is very important. And I will connect that with the next one, which is traffic. Nowadays, we have many big cities that they have a lot of traffic, and people currently, they don't want to lose time. This is also related to the connectivity. Nobody wants to be in the road for 2, 3, 4 hours in a big city center. So they would prefer to be in a capital or in a city that the transportation is very easy. Traffic is also very stressful, especially if you are the driver, because after, you know, it distracts you from the things that you have to do during the day. It creates a lot of uncertainties, so it's related to certainty, as we said before. And also, I would say something very important is the narrative of a city, so the history, the awareness, the narrative. So, how many people know a city? Because when you mention to somebody that you are working there, you want people to know where is this place. So you need an identity for a city, not something very big. You know, even a 30-second video, you know, online for people to remember that is very important.
Thank you. One more question. What is the biggest mistake cities make when trying to attract investors?
Yes. So they focus more on spending money on things that are not so important for investors. For example, we discuss about the rule of law. Rule of law is important, but there is something more important than rule of law itself. It's faster rule of law. You don't need just a court decision that will be fair. You need something that will be fast enough for you to proceed with an investment. So for me, it's not about creating the institutions or the mechanisms that will be attractive for investors, but also to secure the speed. So for me, that's related to your first question. Time is the most important, but also speed.
Thank you. Dr. Dylan, already we discussed social cohesion, technology, investment, so many things. I would like to ask about talent, about brain drain. My specific question is, how should cities quantify the cost of losing skills professionals or brain drain, and what policy responses actually work?
Thank you, Kagdidar, for chairing this session, and thank you for inviting me to this forum. As you know, my background in both health economics and as a clinician, as you mentioned at the start, interventional neuroideologist, I think I have a special lens so I can have a look at the economic cost of losing a talent. What I mean by losing a talent, so like in the middle of their career, a talented person or a professional, or even at the peak of their career, all of a sudden, and most of the time privately, most of the time silently, they decide, they come to the crossroads whether to stay or to leave the country. And if they don't have the right condition, and say theoretically when you lose that talent, it's not only a cultural unfortunate event. It's not an event that's just that person is leaving that city, is coming out of his roots, it's what we call it, is like going and living away from the family. It's more than that. I can tell you it has a fiscal cost. It has a fiscal cost. It's like you can measure it. Yeah. So for example, I'll tell you as a health professional, you train a medical doctor from the point that they entered a medical school. Clearly, they're the top year 12 graduates. They enter the medical school, and then you train them for all these years, 6, 7 or more, and then you train them for another 6, 7 or more for the advanced training. So easily the cost of this, it comes to hundreds of thousands of dollars in whatever currency you care about, And then after that, you lose that talent. So clearly, there's a fiscal cost to it. This is a policy failure more than anything else. So definitely, it's a measurable thing. And Kagdidar, once you measure it.
So one more question. What is more difficult today? Attracting talent or retaining talent?
Yeah.
Which one?
Because
I'm curious about this question, personally.
So clearly, once you lose that talent, you fail to retain that talent. So it's a measurable cost. You can measure it. Clearly, for answer that question, by far, I think retaining talent is more difficult.
Thank you.
Attracting talent, so, Kagdi, that the issue is you have to think about it a bit more detail. So once you say you're comparing attracting talent versus retaining talent. So when you attract talent, it's like marketing issue. It's like a city. You market for the city. We have this hospital. We have this. We give you this salary. We give you this flight. We give you this accommodation. But at the end, the real game changer thing, when the professional comes to the city, then the attraction, the retaining policy is important, which is a policy issue. You have to retain them. It's a policy issue.
Okay, thank you. It's about 8 minutes left, so thank you. We will now move to cross-fire discussion, where two panelists will share their view on key question. I'll start with Kagaman and Leila Khan. Leila Khan, Kagaman, پرسیارە بۆ هەردووکتان ڕای هەردووکتان مەوێت بەڕاستی. ئێمە باسی وەبەرهێنانمان کردووە، باسی ئینفراستراکچەریشمان کرد، بنیەی تەحتیمان کرد. یەکەم جار ئێمە وەبەرهێنان بکەین یا بنیەی تەحتی دروستکەین و اینجا وەبەرهێنان بکەین، یا وەبەرهێنانەکە بکەین و وردە وردە بنیەی تەحتی دروستکەین. جەنابەت.
بەڵێ دەست خۆش. خۆی بەڕاستی ئێمە وەکو هەرێمی کوردستان ئێستا لەو قۆناغەدانین چاوەڕێی ئەوە بکەین کە ژێرخانەکە حازر بکەین و پاشان کاری ئیسیسماری بکەین. ئەبێ شان بەشانی یەکتری بێ. چونکە حاڵەتێکمان هەیە ئێمە هێشتا کە لە قەیرانێکی گەورەداین لە یعنی نەگەشتوین بە نەتیجەیەکی یەکلاکەرەوە لەگەڵ بەغدا لەسەر ئەو کێشانی کە بوونی هەیە. ئەمە بۆ خۆی وای کردووە کە ئێمە نەتوانین وەکو پێویست ژێرخانەکە ئامادە بکەین بۆ کاری ئیسیسماری. بەڵکو ئەکرێ شان بەشانی ئەمە ئەم هەردوو هاوتەریب
زۆر سپاس. لێلا خان جەنابەت.
بەڵێ. ئێمە ئەوەی کە بەڕێز باسیەکەی بەڕای من بۆ شارێکی نوێ بۆ شارێکی تازە لەوانەیە ئاسایی بێت تۆ ژێرخانێکی بۆ ئامادە بکەیت اینجا بێ وەبەرهێنانکەی. بەڵام بەنسبەت سلێمانیەوە ئێمە ئەو قۆناغانەمان بەجێهێشتووە. ئێمە لە قۆناغێکی زۆر پێشکەوتوین. ئێمە ئێستا کراینەوەتەوە بەڕووی دەرەوە بۆیە ئەبێ هاوتەریب بێت. هەم حکومەت شارەوانەکان بیر لەوە بکەنەوە کە پرۆژە خزمەتگوزاریە گشتەکان پێشکەش بکەن و هەروەها ژێرخانی ئابوری و سەرخانی ئابوری چاک بکەن، ئامادەسازی بۆ بکەن، ئامادەی بکەن لەگەڵ یا هاوتەریب پرۆژە وەبەرهێنانەکانیش لە هەموو سێکتەرەکانە بە هەموو جۆرە سەکتەرەکانەوانێ دەبێ بەردەوام بێ، نابێ بۆ ستێج کە سلێمانی بەردەوام زیا ئەکات دانیشتوانی لە ڕووی دانیشتوانەوە لە هەتا لە ڕووی فراوانکردنەوانەیە کە ئێستا کار لەسەرەوە کرێ کە سنووری ماستەپلان زۆر فراوان بکرێ بەهۆی زۆری ڕێژەی دانیشتوان و داخوازی و داواکاری هاوڵاتیان و قەرەباڵقی شارەکە.
Janabi Kagamanjo Nikos, what do investors need most from government? Nikos, go ahead. Later, Kagamanj, he'll reply. Go ahead.
So, investors need less obstacles. It's very important that the governments remove obstacles at a very efficient pace, and also they create the technological tools that adapt to the present day. For me, especially in the Middle East, because there are very often misconceptions, reforms should be effective at creating new mechanisms that will be advertised as well, because there is something very important. Often you see reforms, you see removal of obstacles, but they are not advertised enough to the people that they should. It's not important that some politicians in Europe know in a forum what has happened in terms of reform, but also the actual investors themselves.
Thank you. Kagamanj.
بەڕاستی من بڕوان بەوەیە ئەوەی کە زۆر گرنگە ئێمە بنەما سازەکە لە ڕووی ئەمنیەتێکەوە کە باسی کرد زۆر تەواوە
پێشکەشیان بکەن ینی
بەڵام ئێمە یعنی با ڕوون بین لەم بابەتەدا یەکێک لە ئەساسیاتە سەرەکیەکان بۆ سەرنجڕاکێشان و ئیسیسماری هەم دەرەکی و ناوخۆیی بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان بریتیە لە ڕاگررتنی تەوازن و تەوافقی بینی هەولێر و بەغداد چکە ئێمە لەمەدا بەپێ ئەو مارەسەی هەمانە زەرەری زۆرمان کردووە ئەو ئیتفاقە کاتیانە کاریگەری زۆر خراپیە ئەگەر ئێمە ئیتفاقێکی درێژخایەن بکەین و قازانجی هاوبەشمان نەبێت چۆن چەندێک ئێمە پێویستمان بە ناوەڕاست و خواری و عێراقە بۆ گەشەپێدانی سێکتەرەکانمان و پرۆژەکانمان بۆ بە بازارکردن ئەوەندە بەغدایش پێویستی بە گەشەی ئابووری هەرێمی کوردستان هەیە ئەوەی کە زۆر گرنگەمێ بەو تەرکیزە سەیری ئەم بابەتە بکەین قازانجی حکومەتی عێراقی لە گەشەی ئابووری لە سرعی تەداولی نقود لە قیمەی نەقدی لە پرۆژەکانی وەبەرهێنان لە هەرێمی کوردستان و سلێمانی زۆر زیاتر لە خودی پارێزگاکە بەم مەنتیقەی کە ئێمە لە سەدا زیاتر لە هەشتای تەواوی بەرهەمە سەناعەکانمان بۆ خوار و ناوەڕاستی عێراقەڕوە سلێمانی زۆرترین گەشتیاری تەندروستیە واتە زۆرترین چارەخواز لە ناوەڕاست و خواری و عێراقەوە یەنە سلێمانی و لە ساڵانی ڕابردوودا هەرێمی کوردستان و سلێمانی بە ملیۆنەها گەشتیار ڕووی تێکردووە هەموو ئەمانە بریتیە لە چی بریتیە لە بەشداریکردنی سلێمانی لە ڕێگریکردن لە چوونە دەرەوەی عوملەی سەعبە کە عوملەی سەعبە چوونە دەرەوەی عوملەی سەعبە یەکێکە لە دەردەکوشندەکانی عێراق لە دوای پرۆسەوە عێراق گەورەترین کێشەی بۆ گەشەی ئابووری بۆ ڕاکێشانی وەبەرهێنەری بیانی بۆ سەقامگیری قیمەتی دراوەکەی کە زۆر کاریگەری لەسەر وەبەرهێنەری بیانیەکە بریتیە لە چوونە دەرەوەی عملەی سەعبە سلێمانی ئەتوانم بڵێم گەورەترین پشکی هەیە لە ڕێگریکردن لە چوونە دەرەوەی عملەی سەعبە لە تەواوی عێراق
زۆر سپاس one more question for Shniar Khan and Sonia as well how can cities balance economic growth environmental sustainability and social cohesion because especially I think you have your own project about green forest
yes,
something like
exactly.
that
That's
go
a
ahead
great
please
question.
and later Sonia he can
thank you for the question what I want to say what truly makes Slimani unique is not just its factories or digital service but its people and the leaders who understand and value them the people of Slimani are patriotic were educated and also strongly independent. They care deeply about their politics, cultures, medias, election. They speak up when they disagree, demand accountability, and expect their voice to be heard. And that's exactly why resilience cannot force from the top down. If government does not actively console its people, the gap between the people and the government widens, and followed by riots, violence, and instability and streets. So that's where our work
shortly because 1 minute left because thank you.
Yeah, okay. That's where our work as Green Force begin. We are focused on the community engagement. So the core DNA of Green Force initiative are community at the time. We are not charity. We are helping the underserviced community. We are with people, and we are the different model co-governance model.
Thank you, Sonia, virtually, because our time almost done.
Hello, yeah. I believe I have the last word, and I will actually not respond to your question directly. What I do want to do, though, is echo something that I heard in the panel previously. If we design our cities keeping in mind the women and girls of our cities, we will have wonderful cities. If we have schools and colleges that educate our girls and women, if we have economic opportunity and workspaces that are conducive for women to participate in the economy of a city, if we have public spaces that afford women security, the rule of law my colleague mentioned, if we have infrastructure that responds to women, we will have cities that can attract investment. We will have cities that are well governed. We will have cities that are that respond to what the citizens want.
Okay,
so
thank
keep
you.
women in mind when you're thinking about governing cities. A woman-first city is a city that is will provide good living to everyone. I will end here.
Okay, thank you. My last question to Dr. Dylan. Which is more important for city future, infrastructure or human capital? It will be the last question.
How much time do I have?
1 or 2 minutes maximum.
Short answer, for sure. Human.
Already he told me we have just 1 minute.
Okay.
Please.
Short answer, clearly, human capital, by far. I don't disagree with my brother Mama Amanch. Infrastructure is important, but I think human capital is everything. I think infrastructure ages, technology changes, and policy also change, but human capital is everything. We need to invest heavily always in human capital so we can enjoy the infrastructure that we're investing in as well. Thank you very much.
I think we can discuss later because already we finished. And thank you. زۆر سپاس بۆ ئامادەبووتان بۆ ئەمڕۆ. بەڕاستی من وەکو خۆم سۆر سوودم بینی هیوادارم بۆ ئامادەبوانی بە هەمان شێوە هیوادارم شتێکمان زیاد کردبێ بۆ سەر کۆڕبەندی دێڵفی. سپاس.
زۆر سپاس بۆ دکتۆر دیدار و سەرجەم میوانەکان بۆ وتەکانیان جێگەی خۆشحاڵیە کە دەبینین سلێمانی لە چەقی ئەم نەخشەی داهێنانەدایە. ئامادەبانی وەڕێز گەشتینە کۆتا پانێڵی کۆڕبەندەکەمان بۆ ئەمڕۆ بۆ یەکاتان لێکەین لە شوێنی خۆتان دابنیشن تەنها یەک پانێڵمان ماوە لە ژێر ناونیشانی هەڵسەنگاندنی پرۆسەی ئاشتی لە تورکیا. بۆ ئەم دانیشتە کۆمەڵێک پسپۆڕی ئاسایش و سیاست پێکەوە کۆ دەبنەوە بۆ شیکردنەوەی کاریگەریە جیۆپۆلەتیکیە کورتخایان و درێژخایەنەکانی پرۆسی ئاشتی تورکیا لەسەر سەقامگیری هەرێمی کوردستان و عێراق. داوا لە بەڕێز کوبرا ساغر لە زانکۆی ڤێرجینیا دەکەین بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستەیج بۆ ناساندنی میوانەکانی و دەستکردن بە گفتوگۆی کۆتایی ئەمڕۆمان. تکاتان لەکەین میوانانی عزیز لەسەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان دابنیشن بۆ ئەوەی دەست بە پانێڵی داهاتوومان بکەین. Ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats. This is our last panel today. داوا لە میوانانی عزیزەکەین بگەڕێنەوە شوێنەکانی خۆیان بۆ دەستکردن بە پانێڵی کۆتایی. میوانانی عزیز داواتان لێکەین بگەڕێنەوە شوێنەکانی خۆتان بۆ ئەوەی دەست بە پانێڵی کۆتایی ئەمڕۆمان بکەین. Please, ladies and gentlemen, go back to your seats to start the last panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats. We will start the last panel soon.
Ne? Sorry. Yeah, you're okay. Hi, hello everyone. My name is Kubra. Thank you all for being here, the last session of the program. I want to start with thanking the organizers and dear Deputy Prime Minister Kubat Talabani. This session will be about the peace process in Turkey. I think we still, we didn't agree on its name yet. We call it terror-free Turkey, terror-free region. Yeah, in Turkey, there is a peace process ongoing now between the government and the PKK. Last year, around this time, there has been a gun burial ceremony in Süleymani here. And after 1 year, we are here to discuss the peace process in Turkey now. I would like to start with Dr. Kadir Temiz. He's the head of ORSAM, Middle East Strategic Research Center. And he's also academic at the Istanbul Medeniyet University. Dear Dr. Temiz, could you please explain us how the regional developments, like international conditions, led and shaped this peace process in Turkey?
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of Delphi Forum. Here, you kindly invitation, and it was a really great honor to participate in this forum. First of all, I want to start one question, actually, that occupy much of our thinking in ORSAM, and of course in my mind for the last couple of years about the peace process in Turkey. Why now? Why we start this process at that time? And my answer to this question actually related to some couple of changes in our region and in the global transformation of the world. And of course, in the last part of my speech, I will a little bit touch on some local issues, why we started it now. And my argument is actually the developments and all the developments in our region cannot be understood only by domestic politics and security. I mean, there are other developments in the region and in the globe that affects all, efforts in the peace process. In other words, what we are witnessing today is not a simple peace process, but it's a reflection of a changing global order, a changing regional order, and of course, changing narrative of political and security policies in the local level. So let me briefly explain what I mean for the global order, what kind of changes we are witnessing. Of course, the post-Cold War order is fading. I mean, but now the new order has not yet emerged. We are in a power transition period, and there are great powers compete. Actually, if you look at the Ukraine and China-US talks, and also institutions are weakening in terms of Trump administration and other global developments. If you look at the institutions and UN and other international law mechanisms, unfortunately, is fading as well. So in this kind of developments, states behave differently. And since October 7 in the Middle East, we are observing these kind of similar changes as parallel to global developments. And I don't want to mention all of them, but since October 7, there was a great transformation in our region. So in that kind of environment, states generally try to prevent its existence and reduce vulnerabilities and once more central authority. And unfortunately in the Middle East we lack of it. So in this changing global order directly affects the regional one. I mean, in the regional one, we are seeing, and for long years in the Middle East, what we have seen is the fragmentation of, a lot of countries, and from Palestine, Levant, and Iraq, and weak central governments, and they all created instabilities, of course. And so after October 7, everything in that perspective changed a lot. So in the third, and perhaps most importantly, we are witnessing a transformation in how security itself is understood. Just think about the Iran war and the Gulf security, and actually what the Gulf and maybe some small other countries was thinking about the security, and just we can buy it from external, let me say, the powers, and there is no need to develop any other kind of, security and policies. Unfortunately, it didn't help them and other countries to rely on only one power in terms of security providers. Then, so security is not a concept that's only related to military power. So security is also related to human-centered issues, like the international law and the legal narrative, etc. So, I mean, I'm coming to conclusion. So, in this three level of analysis, from global order, regional order, and the local, changes in the narrative of security and politics, it turns toward the peace process in Turkey. If I had a chance to talk about the peace process in the second part of maybe speech, I can talk, but unfortunately, probably I do not have time to talk it. So I think it is time to talk the peace process in Turkey, and hopefully this process will help to understand each other, in the Kurdistan region and the Turkey and other part of the region. As we said in Turkey, this peace process is not limited to Turkey, but also wider region, hopefully.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. And talking about regional dynamics, obviously you mentioned 7 October. Now we have the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. I would like to ask specifically about Iran, Dr. Serhan Afajan. You are from Iran Center for Iranian Research, yes. Iran. Could you please tell us about Iran's place in these talks or regional wars? How can we relate them to the peace process in Turkey now? Could you please give us a little bit of perspective specifically on Iran?
Thank you very much. Actually, it's very difficult to talk about that in just 5 minutes because I thought I could have 10, but now I have only 5 minutes. So I'll try to be as short as possible, and I'll try to touch upon the main dimensions of the peace process, especially as far as Iran is relevant. There is an ongoing war. We know about that. I mean, it started on late February, and we had a ceasefire on the 8th of April. So this war has, I think, two significant dimensions. The first dimension is Iran's national security, because when the war started, we started talking about a potential regime change in Iran, which didn't happen. I never saw that was coming. And then we talked about the war damage which Iran suffered from the Israeli and US attacks. And then we talked about Iran's war strategies of targeting its neighbors. And now we are talking about ceasefire. And the negotiations are still going on, as you all know, with the mediation of Pakistan. I think there is still slight risk of further military escalation, but as far as I see, the prospect is of a negotiated solution is stronger. So I think eventually we will see a negotiated solution between the US and Iran. So this is the first dimension of the war. Iran's national security, war or ceasefire, and the negotiations. But then I think there is a very significant, equally significant, even more significant second dimension, especially if we are talking about this peace process, which is the regional ramifications of this war, right? Because Iran is not just any country in the region. It has a population of more than 90 million, with a significant number of Kurdish population, which is just right here, which is a neighbor to the Iraqi Kurdistan. So we like it or not, the Iranians like it or not, Iran is somehow part of this peace process, especially if we are talking about the region, which Turkey does, right? So what is Iran's perspective about this peace process? I think we have two phases of Iran's perspective. One is the pre-war perspective, and then the post-conflict perspective. When this peace process started in October 2024, Iran was rather suspicious about this process. Didn't say anything against it, but never supported the peace process. And the Iranian authorities, they basically said, we are out of this process. It's the national security issue of Turkey. Why? Because Iran's regional influence was declining because of October the 7th, and then the war erupted between Iran and Israel last year in June, and then we have another war. So Iran was rather suspicious, I think, about the process before the war. But I think things have started to change at the moment. Why? Because first, Turkey took a very clear, obvious, and firm opposition against the war and said this war is unprovoked, illegitimate, started for no reason by the Americans and the Israelis. And also, the regional government here in the Iraqi Kurdistan did the same thing. Just remember, for example, Mr. Talabani, he said, Bafel Talabani, he said the Kurds will not allow themselves to be used as spearheads in this war. Why? Because that is going to, that would definitely trigger a backlash from the Iranian authorities. So I think after the war, the Iranian position about this peace process is going to be more favorable, more positive because of the need Iran has for regional reintegration after the war. Is my time over?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If you have, yeah, thank you so much. I understand that you say Iran was like suspicious before, and now by the affirmation of Kurdistan region and Turkey's position, they're like more positive towards the peace process.
I think so, yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we would like to continue by Reyhan Akhtar. She's Vice President of Turkish Business People Confederation. And dear Akhtar, would you like to talk about a little bit like economic side of this peace process? Because we are in Delphi Economic Forum, and obviously, like, you know, we have to also talk about economics or economy when we are discussing peace process. Can you please provide us your insights about the economic side of things?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank Delphi Forum for this organization. I am very happy here today, and I am very excited. But it is not only I am a businesswoman, because I am a Kurdish woman from Ahmet, Diyarbakir. As also Kübra said, I am the Vice President of Turkonfet. and I want to small short brief about Turkonfet. Turkonfet is Turkey's largest independent and most inclusive business people confederation. It brings together 340 business associations and nearly 100,000 companies across Turkey. Our members represent about $75 billion in exports, 7 million jobs, and 60% of the added value in the Turkish economy. One sentence I often use this: the story of a woman is the story of the geography she lives in. Because you see in that story, you can see the law, you can see the democracy, you can see the equality of the geography most clearly. In Turkey, I built my own business alone. I grew up in the safe tech and IoT fields. I opened in Europe. And today, as a vice president of Turkonfet, I work with entrepreneurs from every part of Turkey. In every area of life, I face discrimination and prejudice because I am a woman. But I am lucky because in my own life, I didn't face this because I am a Kurdish. But I said, it isn't for everyone. It isn't for the older generation. But today, again, I can say Turkey is changing. I want you to know, and I think you want to all of this question, yes, economy. We have a second question.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to know the views I will share today are only my personal views. They are not official views. It is the important point. All my life, I have seen both pain and hope in this region. But I didn't experience as much conflict as older generation. And what I saw, when people see conflict, they understand peace better. In terms of violence and conflicts, not everything stays the same in Turkey. Maybe they change slowly, but change is important. We still have under-resolved problems of identity and law, but daily life is helping to solve many of these problems. Some problems that politics, law, and the constitution cannot solve can be solved by daily life, economic, and social cooperation. I call this natural peace process. And this natural peace process will become permanent if combined with the political solution process. Life pushes us towards peace, solution, and dialogue. Today, we need more start, more trust, more stability, and more predictability. Turkey is now trying to find solution to this problem. This was tried many times before, but for the first time, internal and external conditions together. The momentum of the natural peace process is very strong. From an economic point of view, the only option where everyone wins is solution. Economic data shows this to us most clearly. Not everyone may be directly affected by conflict, but everyone receives a share of the atmosphere created by conflict and its economic results. According to some studies, conflict Turkey about 1% of national income every year. Over time, this economic gap reached around $4.2 trillion in today's value. Without conflict, income per person could have been about 35% higher. In other words, every citizen would be better off today. There would be more trade, more investment, and more tourism between Turkey and this region. All of us were affected by this issue, knowingly or unknowingly, directly or indirectly, because this issue is now a regional issue. The solution we are talking about is not only a political need. It is an economic necessity that can increase the welfare of everyone living on these lands. We have seen this before in 2014. As peace grew, the economy grew. Exports reached $14 billion. When conflict returned, growth stopped. It took 8 years to recover. That is the value of peace, Peace brings confidence, confidence brings investment, investment brings prosperity. Peace is not only a political goal, it is an economic necessity. Today, global trade faces new risks. The Strait of Hormuz may close at any time. The Red Sea is longer fully secure. As a result, energy flows, shipping costs, and delivery times are under pressure. This is why the development road project matters is the strategic. This project, yes, I will finish, but it is very important, I think. This project is not only a logistic corridor. In a period when global trade needs safer, more predictable, and more resilient routes, it can become one of the key of regional economic. It can connect the Persian Gulf to European markets through Iraq and Turkey. For Turkey, it means stronger logistic power. For Iraq and the Kurdish region, it means investments, jobs, and new opportunities. Permanent peace cannot be protected only by political agreements. Peace needs economic foundation. Trade builds trust, trust attracts investments, investment makes stronger. And strong institutions form the foundation of permanent peace. And the end of, if I need finish, I want to say every time I come to Slimani and Erbil, I return feeling very stronger. This time, I will be the same. Thank you very much. And I want to say, we cannot change the past, but we can build our future together. I believe in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for telling us about your experience and your insights about the economy. Talking about the economic relations between the Kurdistan region and Turkey, maybe we can talk a little bit. We can ask Reha Ruhavioğlu, Director of Kurdish Studies Center. Maybe you can explain us or tell us a little bit about Kurdish political landscape, the relation between Turkey and Kurdistan regional government. Yeah, please tell us about the peace process, how to place peace process between Turkey and Kurdistan regional governments' relations.
Yes. Thank you, Kübra. And first of all, I will thank the Olaf staff and Delphi Forum, Slimani, for organizing this forum and inviting us. And thank you, all of you, to listen to, you are here to listen and to think together. And as you said, the changing of the development of regional are affecting Turkey peace process, and Turkish peace process dynamics are affecting the regional developments. Turkey's relationship with the Kurdistan region has until now been built almost entirely through the KDP, and this partnership made real cooperation possible in energy, in trade, and security. But from Ankara's perspective, the PUK's point of contact with PKK and its proximity to Iran through that same axis created a serious barrier to closer relation with Süleymaniye. Interestingly, as Turkey's peace negotiations with the PKK gained momentum, Ankara's view of the PUK also began to shift in a more positive direction. Just 2 days ago, the Turkey ambassador to Baghdad visited Erbil and met with both Kubat and Bafel Talabani. The fact that this meeting took place openly and at this level itself a high meaningful signal. For a long time, as seen from Ankara, two main currents have been more visible in regional Kurdish politics. The first, the current represented by the KDP, more nationalist, conservative and traditional, and aligned with the social fabric on the ground. And the second, the current represented by the PKK, more secular, left-leaning, and built around a vision of radical transformation. As a third way, Jalal Talabani was always an exceptional figure. he kept the balance between these two competing poles and could speak with almost every side. Until now, the rivalry between the KDP and the PKK defined the center of Kurdish politics. If the PKK's disarmament process succeeds, Kurdish actors will become more visible in a freer space. Politics can be built not only along ideological lines, but also on the basis of vision and pragmatism. In this context, the PUK's growing influence in Baghdad's new political landscape, combined with its normalizing relationship with Ankara, is likely to increase its weight. This could mark an important shift in how Turkey perceives the PUK, and it points to possibility of a third distinct current gaining strength in Ankara's eyes beyond the KDP and PKK's axis. The geopolitical consequences of this process will also significant. Iran's declining regional influence, the PKK's disarmament, and the improving relationship between the PUK and Turkey are all significant factors that make a win-win scenario possible along the Turkey and KRG and Turkey-PUK axis. Stronger ties on this front could also serve as a balancing factor in Turkey's favor in its competition with Israel. Stronger ties with both the KDP and PUK would give Turkey an advantage in energy routes and security calculations also. The PUK's control over natural gas fields, in particular, gives Ankara significant potential to expand its commercial relationship. For Turkey's Kurds, Iran's Kurds have historically been a relatively distant community, and from Ankara's perspective as well, Iran's Kurds were not a primary agenda item until the recent Iran war. When questions arose about whether opposition Kurdish groups would join the conflict in Iran, it triggered serious concern in Ankara. The position taken by Iraqi Kurdish leaders did much to ease those anxieties. In particular, their Bafel Talabani framing that Kurds are not anyone's spearhead stood out as a defining statement. The alignment between the PUK, the KDP, and Ankara on this question also played a role in shaping Washington's approach and particularly the Trump administration's positioning. To wrap up, the failure of the last peace process fundamentally changed not only Turkey's relationship with PKK, but also Ankara's entire approach to Kurdish geopolitics. After that experiences, Turkey built its Kurdistan relation on actor-based pragmatic model centered on KDP, but today, Ankara is also working to build closer ties with the PUK. The PUK's role in the PKK disarmament process, along with gestures such as the temporary transfer of the Kirkuk governorship to Turkmen, these were Olay branches extend toward Ankara. And this transformation will require steps from both sides, Ankara and Kurdish actors alike, towards a more constitutional, nihilist, and economically diverse framework. And the final...
yes, please.
Yeah, and the signals are already there. I foresee a visit by Kubat Talabani or Bafel Talabani to Ankara before long. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hopefully, we will see a more peaceful and prosperous Kurdistan region and Turkey. Thank you so much for your insights. It was a lovely panel. We had less time than the other panels, but it's okay. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the conclusion. Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ هەموو پانێلیستەکان بۆ ڕوونکردنەوە و سەرنجەکانیان لەسەر ئەو تەوەرە. خۆشەویستان و میوانانی عزیز، ئەمە دوایین چالاکی دووەمین کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی بوو کە پێشکەشی ئێوەی ئازیز کرا. بۆ پێشکەشکردنی کۆتا سەرنج و کۆتایی هێنان بە فەرمی بەم کۆڕبەندە نێودەوڵەتیە پێکەوە بە خێراتنی دامەزرێنەر و سەرۆکی کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی بەڕێز سیمۆن سۆمۆکۆس دەکەین با بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستەیج.
2 minutes only, no worries. Excellent panel, and we thank them very much. Dear friends, after 15 hours of great discussions, yesterday and today, we conclude this second Slemani Delphi Forum. I truly believe that the quality of the dialogue, the diversity of perspectives, the quality of the speakers, and the quality of participants, you all, has exceeded our expectations. We had a great conference, seriously, and I thank you all very much. On behalf of all of us at the Delphi Economic Forum, I would like to thank you for your presence, for your participation. Thanks to our speakers. It was a great honor to have the President of Iraq yesterday morning with us, all the speakers, all the moderators, the production people who played an important role, the translators, and of course, our partners, His Excellency Kubat Talabani. Please, let's give him a final applause. His excellent team, Akar, where is Akar? And Roja, who is behind, and Safin, I thank them all. Let me say also one final word to my colleagues, Alina, Antigoni, Dimitra, and Kleoniki, who are somewhere here. I thank them very much. Good girls. And of course, a great appreciation to the support and friendship of Pesava Siwili. We are seriously looking forward ahead with true excitement. We will work with even greater passion and commitment towards the third forum, building on the momentum created today and yesterday and aiming at even higher levels. We will not simply return to Slemani next year. We will carry Slemani with us throughout the year and will bring its dynamism, its dynamic story and its opportunities to our audiences around the world, from Washington to New York, from Paris to Brussels to Johannesburg. We will keep Slemani in our heart, and we are going to promote this area as much as we can. So, Zor Supas, Sali Dahatan, Atan Biwawa. Thank you very much. One last